Oh boy. Okay. Hi. What are we doing? Um I have some things that we're gonna go over. And then probably gonna play games, I'm thinking. I think that's the way we're gonna go about it. You know? I think that's why the way we're gonna go about it. Okay. Hopefully nothing is soul rending. It's the friggin' oh my god. The There's something like truly soul rending about the fucking Jimmy Neutron drama, man. Like, I'm thinking about it as like a thing, and I'm just like, yeah, yeah, that's just all right, cool. You know, I guess that's where we're at is Jimmy Neutron drama. I don't actually like the whole summation of it is just woman spends 14 years of her life trying to bring back Jimmy Neutron because she's obsessed with the Jimmy Neutron Cindy pairing, and then feels that she was denied opportunities to be there for some celebratory shit, which was just people coming back for a panel that they had already come back for 5 years previous to that, anyways. At least this woman's in your age range. That's fucking crazy, man. Ugh. You're not wrong, but like that's crazy. You know, like you're not wrong. That is crazy. Um, and then like her full spiral into like complete distrust of everyone involved. And I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like I don't even know how I explain that to people because it's like I don't know. I don't even think she like I feel like she must have done other shit with her life. You know what I mean? Like that we don't know about. It's just that this one specific thing is like extremely depressing, right? Because she's not generating enough content that it's like, yeah, you've spent like all of your waking moments, working on this shit for 14 years. It's just like, you know, social media posts for like a year and then, a kind of like slow push for, years after that in like just random dying whatevers, man. I don't know. I don't know. Something like that. But yeah, so I don't know. But we're done with it. I mean, thank God. I never want to do that again. um, yeah. What else? What else is there? I feel like nothing mentally, man. These like doing like an 11-hour stream and coming back the next day is just like terrible. Like I haven't done very much at all. Like it rained. Like by the time I woke up, it started raining. It's been raining, so a lot of shit's got canceled. So it's like, all right, well, cool, great, you know, awesome. But Hambleton put out a new video on Gideon. There are masked men with Confederate flags marching through DC, and North released his essay about Connor points. All right, about Connor. So, we're gonna. That's kind of like the main key parts of it of the stream tonight. I think. After that, I don't really know. I do think we're gonna do some level of Arc Raiders tonight because I don't know. I want to clean up end of season shit. Season ends tomorrow, and then yeah, gonna be playing a lot of Arc Raiders when the new season comes. I kind of like phoned it in this season. I'm not gonna fucking lie. I haven't really played it much. Third time around, you know. Like I think I only put like maybe like 20 to 40 hours in this time around. Though I will note, you still need humidifiers. Snark Raiders or Arc Raiders? Um, so here's the problem. I don't really know what we have to snark. I mean, we have that wick panel with She's Right and Destiny. I guess. I'm not super. I don't think I will. I don't know how much I care. There is the loner. I don't understand what populism is panel. Um, Destiny stream says more snarker stuff. I don't. Huh. I wonder. Let me be real. I don't actually even know. He's like, so Nick Palm divorce, more snarker stuff. Get in right now. He's watching like a Hillary. He's watching Hillary Clinton talks while he plays Final Fantasy VII, which is one of the favorite games of Brit, right? You know. You know what we could do? We could fucking. You know what just came up in my algorithm? The Queeman talk with that one lolicon guy. Um, that was like really weird. Is the Wick stream with JStock? No, we already did that. No, we've already done all that. Right? Where is Gideon in this? I don't. I mean, Gideon. There's just like a new video out that this guy who is our $60 alert. He put it out. I feel like I'm kind of like I'm gonna take on the burden of like, yeah, if Hamilton puts stuff out, we probably have to review it. Like real shit. I'll write you an essay. Yeah, man. Yeah, if you guys want to send it, write extemporaneous essays, no AI, and send them in. I will review them and grade them like a teacher, I guess. I could do that, I guess. I did it earlier in the week. You're not getting another one. Oh, I know. No, I'm wondering what Destiny's going over with the Snark stuff. Yeah, I guess me too. Kind of like curious, but you know, who knows? Maybe it'll be another fucking like kryptonite, huh? Yeah. No, I know, Shane. I'm not like fucking yeah. Like I'm just putting it out there. You'll send you your final essay from English 102 if you want. I'm gonna be honest. No, I don't want to do that. It sounds like a shitty stream. Okay, like it has to be something written recently on like recent topics. I could just go into like Destiny's like subreddit and we could read essay posts. Anyways, yeah, I think that's about where we're at. Yeah, I want to do a little bit of Arc Raiders. I don't really know. We'll find something to watch. Along with that, yeah, but yeah, it's, that's probably what the stream is tonight. Thoughts, 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 prayers, even. All right, let's take a look. I also want to I need to check through because I haven't even looked at like more content suggestion shit. Bro, what was that 4 fucking hours of like the Jimmy Neutron revival project? 4 fucking hours. Just crazy, dude. I'm a Gideon. I saw I got arrested. I didn't care enough to look at it. I can give you like a general breakdown. That's gonna be actually how did I write the stream title? Did I do essay grading first? Yeah, okay. 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 Alright, let's do a quiet wheel today. Let's do a quiet wheel today. There we go. Boom. Who is even here? Okay. Big Bad. Aaron. Double nothing. Roxanne. Alright. I just want to jump into it, man. Okay? That's just where I'm at. Roxanne. Nothing. Alright? 4 nothings for the 4th of July. Okay. So, Connor timeline. Okay. Alright. Connor timeline. How long is this? I haven't looked at this at all. Okay. I haven't looked at any of this shit. This is 15 pages? That's like not even that bad. That's like crazy. Like not even bad at all, honestly. This is such a bad document. Okay. So May 21st, Wick and Destiny talk about Snarkers being allowed to remain in adjacent communities. This is the 8-minute stream, right? Is this like the first thing that they linked? They literally...
About dissociating myself.
Getting a lot of DMs. A rumor's been crossing my desk. Okay.
Yep.
Have a good night.
Have fun. Good luck. Talking about me for hours and hours in VCs more. Bye.
Are you blacklisting me?
I'm thinking about dissociating myself from every community where Doobie is inactive chatter, where Doobie's still on the fucking server. I don't think I can handle that anymore.
Like, I understand your point here, and I actually agree with it, that these people going in and kind of creating these rumors constantly and spreading, like, and basically litigating why you are evil 24/7 is a problem. I agree with you 100%, right, on that. I just don't, I mean, I don't think it helps or will fix any issue by just blacklisting anyone that has any of these people in their server, right?
I disagree.
This is funny as shit. This is really funny. I'm sorry. This is like, why would you start your document with like the saddest fucking cocksleeve behavior? Bro, what is happening? Why did he start it with this? This isn't actually even a good start. A good start would be going back to the Snarkfesto shit, okay? Or, like, honestly, a good start with the Connor timeline, right, would be going back to when Queeman baited Connor into saying the F slur on stream. They were the 279 captaincy. Oh, you lose, we win. True, all right? Our documents are awesome. Our documents are so cool. This is not my doc. No, this isn't like my doc at all. Like this would be like a rough doc that I would put together in like 10 minutes, maybe. Where it's just like, oh, I'm just putting links to shit. I'm not characterizing, I'm not getting timestamps. But he's starting here. And this isn't like really a great place to start even. Right? Like, a good place to start is literally with the Snark Wars and shit. And how Connor is just like, yeah, you know, I think that parts of this are going a little bit fucking insane, and Destiny needs to cool down. Alright? Because the Snarkers, they're just laughing at us. They think this is funny. And you're not going to stop them from thinking it's funny, because Connor enjoys internet commentary. He has for years. It's like his Chud Logic thing. Look at the Chud Logic Food Shops conversations. Connor likes doing political content, but he enjoys consuming drama content. Right? Like, yeah, I sometimes do too. Like, yeah, I have like this to be like, why why are there Confederates walking in the streets of Washington, D.C.? Right? Okay. And, like, you know, we've got all this shit going on, and it's fucking crazy. Yeah. But guess what? The unfortunate thing is, it's like, there's rarely enough of this shit every single day that I'm going to be, like, hyper invested in. The white supremacists in this country are lazy. And they suck. And it's like, oh my, nobody knows what group they are. It's fucking Proud Boy adjacent. It's like some fucking degeneration from there, but we don't even fucking research this shit anymore. And so, since we don't, like, as a nation, give a shit, yeah, you're gonna be seeing more of this shit pop up. This is like, it's a lot of fucking people to get in here. But anyways, right? With this is where it starts. And this is what being like, oh yeah, we amicably, you know, resolved a dispute. But, I mean, it's just, Wick saying, yeah, I think that's too much. Like, where is Destiny's move? He doesn't move from here other than, oh, I guess I'll still host you, but now you have to completely erase the thing that made you burn the bridge with half of Twitch Poll in the first place. You know, this picture says it all. Oh, this image? Yeah, I've seen this shit. Yeah, I've seen this too. Like, I mean, you know, it's just, yeah, like, dude, like, this is America. Very fucking cool. Very fucking cool, man.
I think it's a really effective way of doing things, and I think that's why that's their MO. Like, that's their entire goal, right? Do you agree that Doobie is trying to enforce a form of blacklist against me with the way that he donates to people, right?
No, Doobie just said that he's not going to donate to certain content that he doesn't like. I just don't understand, like, why this is so... This isn't blacklisting. Blacklisting is refusing to engage with entirely because of someone you don't like. Okay? I blacklist people, and I'm open about my blacklists. I don't care. It's fucking easy for me. It's super friggin' easy for me, man. You know? Because at the end of it, it's just like, yeah, this is internet fucking drama. Like, it's internet drama, alright? This is another fucking day. This is these people's entire fucking lives, man. Fucking crazy. It's like very, very serious, okay? Okay? I could do the fucking stupid, depressing drama shit. Where we just watch a woman talk about losing her mind for 14 years over Jimmy Neutron, one of the most like, Nickelodeon television shows. Completely lost her fucking mind. You know? Hey, Para.
That's the
Hey,
deal.
Parallax.
It's a good deal.
Thank you for the resub. Para.
Call him Snark Kent.
Oh, no, it's not. No, it's Snark Commander. Okay, it's different. It's different. All right, you gotta get that right. It's, you know, it's so stupid. The whole thing is stupid. Because, like, the funniest part of the Snark Commander shit is, like, who do I talk to? Who do I talk to? Wow. And that's, like, about it. And it's mostly me telling him, hey, stop being so fucking crazy. Alright, Resi is literally funded by Wick bootlickers. Oh, shut up. Alright, let the politics play out. Okay. But anyways. Yeah, obviously I'm funded by Wick bootlickers. What do you fucking mean? Hope you got my sub this month. I hope I did. Wick hates 4th of July because of corn, his only weakness. What? What? I'm so confused. I do not understand. But yeah, so it starts off here with Wick just being like, yeah, it is an absurd ask that you're getting mad about this person who throws, like, I don't know, like $100 in super chats my way, like, a month. You know, it's like, I'm sorry, you had to make more than that to like survive. Like Wick's like psyched about getting $102 on his Twitter payout. You know? Which again, honestly, like, yeah, good for you, man. That's fucking sick. You know, good fucking cross monetization. If you can fucking deal with monetizing Twitter, by all means. I personally hate people on Twitter. I hate Twitter. It's just not for me. Not for me, man. All right. Solid trip to the bookstore. I mean, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's like kind of, I mean, that's for me. Like, you know, I've been thinking about that. It's like probably gonna go do a store adventure at some point in the near future. Ugh, I'm hoping. I'm continuously astounded people use Twitter. I'm not. I mean, I get it. It really is like a melting pot of fucking every degenerate, dipshit, terrible thing, man. You know? I suppose MySpace is still a thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's also fucking, yeah, that's a crazy thing, right? Good for breaking news. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it does better than like everywhere else for breaking news, you know, so it is what it is. And also for like niche news. So it's like if you're in like these content niches and stuff, right? Is niche the right way to call NICHE? The right thing? So it is good even for niche communities. Cause like, yeah, a lot of stuff just kind of like populates, man. So it's a performative shitposting playground for people to get hyperbolic. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, it's fun. I just can't believe this is the start.
I think he's pressuring you. I don't know if I'd say blacklisting, but it's definitely a pressure campaign and manipulation campaign. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, with money, with thousands of dollars of money, right?
Sure, but it hasn't worked in my case, right? Like, this is something...
Thousands of dollars over how long? Doobie has been a regular on Wix for years. Years upon years upon years. He's been a regular with Connor for years. You know, like Doobie was a regular Destiny donator for years. Like, the guy just pays for the content that he fucking likes. The whole shit with fucking Doobie, man. I just don't get it. Like, I get it, but it's like, it's just, it ends up becoming malicious. Like, because the only reasonable thing is that Destiny is trying to do some monetary enforcement pocket watching shit, which is just shameful. It's not, I'm gonna be honest, like, I don't even know if it's bad as much as it's like shameful behavior. You know? Absolutely shameful fucking behavior. And then like also pushing people around using the monetary shit his audience provides, because obviously that is the other end of this. It's like, if Wick doesn't have this conversation, it doesn't go well, he loses the DGG blessing. And then, you know, over time and relatively quickly, as we saw on the other end of this, right, when you don't acquiesce to Destiny, right, yeah, your shit kind of tends to fall off. Look at Connor. You know? But it's Doobie. And, like, calling Doobie a random Discord guy, I don't think is appropriate. I think there is a lot missed to say, like, Doobie isn't, like, kind of formative to a lot of these online politics, debate sphere places. I've never really liked the guy that much. I think I like him when he's arguing against my enemies, but, you know, as Doobie has described, like, yeah, he likes arguing and he wants to give everything. He does his, like, weird steel manning shit, right? And I think Doobie was critical to the Twitch poll space as like a non-Destiny lens that wasn't anti-Destiny, right? Because there were some places that were, you know, like anti-Destiny, but most of them just kind of, you know, I mean, Gremlo and shit, like those guys, they never like ended up doing like some like Destiny, you know, insano shit. They're just like, oh yeah, look at that fucking freak sex fest. You know, Doobie will single-handedly kill a panel. If I didn't agree with the majority of opinions, I wouldn't be having it. Yeah, I mean, this is that's just like Doobie just does what Doobie does. And you know what? I have respect for Doobie for that. I dislike his debate personality. I've talked to him in private because I was like logging this like what was it, Nylock, I think. We were logging that guy a little bit. And he sent me some stuff on it. And that shit was fucking awesome. Doobie doesn't have awesome opinions. Yeah, it's kind of frustrating, you know, honestly, to deal with. Right? That's it. It's just like kind of a little frustrating, you know? So, yeah. That's it. That's it. But overall, like, talking to him one-on-one, I don't think I've ever had, like, issues. Like, because, like, if I'm talking to people, man, I'm, like, less than personable. You know? If I'm, like, cold with somebody. Way too personable if I'm not. I really break people's brains. I'm starting to realize I'm really good at that. Kind of cool. Villain as an antagonist on a lot of the panels, there was no Ray or opposing voice. It didn't do a lot to give him a coherent presence in the space. Yeah, but he even said, like, his early, like, poll Discord shit would be him trying to steelman Islamic viewpoints. Right? Steelman Islamic viewpoints and shit. You know? So...
something that they've been doing, not just for a month, not just for a couple months, but for over a year now, that they've been constantly...
and, like, steelmanning it, and then, like, the next day, steelmanning, like, opposite opinions. He talked about that. I don't remember what it was that he talked about. There was one of the fucking Doobie arguments where that got talked about. And it's just like, yeah, he's, yeah, the Doobie Black Islamist Snark. Yeah, dude.
harassing me, basically, and trying to get me to ban you and to not have you on, either by directly saying that, like a few community members, or as Doobie does and say, I'm just not going to donate to you when you have Destiny on. That hasn't worked in my case. And so if you're going to blacklist people where communities this happens, I think you should probably make an exception for communities where it does not work. And I think that I've demonstrated...
Yeah, but the problem is when you say does not work, the issue is that, like, these people are so active in these communities talking and talking.
You know, the funny thing is, if you don't say anything about it, and they do keep talking about this all the time, and you just kind of let it fester, right? People get annoyed and kick people out anyways, right? Like, that's just kind of a normal progression for people to talk, like, way too much. Has Destiny won? No. No, it's going pretty bad for Destiny, man. As far as I can tell, you know.
Talking, and they will bring their friends in to talk and talk and talk. Like, it was happening a few months ago. Some people notice it. I think the only, like, really well-moderated community that, like, protects against this stuff is loner boxes. Some people notice it, but, like, 4 or 5 will join at the same time. They'll be in...
But, like, here's the thing, and that's, like, he mentions loner box, but it's like, every time loner box talks about Destiny on stream, it's extremely negative. And then he just has DGers on to shill for Ukraine. Because, again, it is okay doing whatever you want for Ukraine. Align yourself with whoever for Ukraine. Hassan bad for his alliances when it comes to Palestine. Ow. 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 Wow. Crazy how that works.
These VCs constantly talking about...
And Hassan bad because Hassan kind of dumb. He's not this dumb.
Me.
He's like able to not spurg and freak out for a fucking year about people talking shit who are never going to stop talking shit.
And now, like, at this point in my...
I'm probably going to hate Destiny forever. And guess what? If all I know is that me just doing my little shitty streams makes a bunch of fucking people lose their fucking minds, why would I ever stop? Why would I ever stop? Especially when I'm fucking evil. I'm a sadistic freak, man. Alright? I like that shit. I shaved my beard close because I wanted to feel like recently I got a new beard trimmer. I shaved it close so I could be sadistic to myself. You stop for a furry woman. I ran out of shit to go over. If you want me to be honest, we kind of just did all the Alice shit in one day. And then the stuff where it's like, you know, we're watching the political protest. I'm like, nah. They're just kind of dumb, but they can protest. Yeah. At some point, you know, you gotta fucking, you know, it's,
this one line, when George Floyd was killed, the knee was on his neck. He called out, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. Human beings around the world broke down. Why? Because when we imagine it, we think that this person had a knee on his neck, and for minutes, for minutes after minutes after minutes after minutes, 8 minutes he's calling out, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. How about when for over an hour you call out, I am thirsty, I am thirsty, is there anyone to quench my thirst? George Floyd had one knee on his neck and it hurt him. He was not able to recover. I ask all of you, my dear brothers and sisters, a knee on the neck, a knee on the neck, a knee on the chest, a knee on the feet, a knee on both of the arms, each one of them.
like, yeah, we already did that. Okay. You know, and that's it. It's just like, once that happens, yeah, I tend to let up. Like, when it's like, all right, this person is like, they're trying their best. It's like, all right, take a little pressure off, see what happens. It's not been great, but they aren't freaking out on streams anymore, and that's positive, generally, you know?
Life where
All right, so the part where... Okay, so there's this part of that stream where Snark is like, Alice, come sit with us. Okay, and that was exactly the moment that it got privated when Morale watched it. Okay. Yeah, that part I'm just like, yeah, all right, yeah, we're good.
it has had like a severe negative, like impact on, like, these people are direct participants in my court case right now. That's letting a fucking actual sex trafficker just like run free in the UK because they're so obsessed with like trying to talk about me and participate in my case all the time. I just don't know why.
Because of Destiny's court case, we can't use an entirely different legal system to report a sex trafficker or do fucking anything. Okay.
I would want anything to do.
That felt like Mean Girl shit. Yeah, like, and that's like the worst part, man. Okay, when that happens, it's like, what would I do? I'd be like, dude, you're fine. Just come on. We're going to the bookstore. Like, I don't have, like, that energy. Morale is evil? No, he's, yeah, same. Yes, all right, yeah, you know, yeah. Yeah, same. Like, not the same type of evil, but I'm also evil. The problem is I've been seeing, like, good things from Alish, and I'm just like, yeah, you know, kind of a mixed bag. Same thing with She's Right. Like, oh, I dislike all of her Snark shit, but then, like, I start looking at her, like, other stuff, and it's just like, okay, they're just, like, a philosophoid type person, you know? Good things, like spraying docs, okay. Well, you know. Defending pedophiles, yeah. Gotta focus, man. It's way more fun when Wick freaks out. Okay, I hate to say it, I think Wick is more fun to watch when he freaks out. Because Wick, like, tries to keep it together, but he's become so much more unhinged, man. And it's like, should I do that? And should I use Owlish like that? You know, probably not. There's probably a bad thing there. Like, do you guys remember, there was this one that he had Tally on for, and it was like the end of one of his episodes, and he sits on there, and he's just saying, like, a bunch of crazy shit. Right? It's definitely back here. You're strong than this. What? You so easy? Wait, who are you talking to? What, for the Wick stuff? Like Snark or shit? No, so here's like the general rules for the stream, like for the Snark Wars. Probably gonna do a little bit of, like, you know, look at the fucking ops for like an hour a day. I think that's fine. Tally, I wouldn't. I find Tally much more disgusting. Right. Find Tally much more disgusting. There's like an end of stream. How is it that, like, literally, I just click into random fucking streams, Owlish? Because everywhere everywhere I fucking am, man. I'm, like, gonna lose my fucking mind. I'm losing my fucking mind. I'm, like, doing everything I can to avoid, like, I don't know, driving this person to, like, the end of the world. I don't even know. Okay. But there was, what the fuck was it? I can't even remember now. There was just this one that he had, and at the end of it, he sat there with Tally, and for like 20 minutes, he just complained about, I think, Huimin? I don't even remember which one this was. Was it this one? Please tell me. No, it was definitely not anti-white racism. This would have been a while ago. Touch on the Wick and Tally show.
Non-Jews or to anti-Zionists.
There are so many other things we could talk about, right? Like there's constantly issues coming up politically and culturally. I do think that the idea of wokeness being dead is interesting, and we could talk about, like...
Okay, so it's not that. I can't remember what this one was. I remember it being, like, kind of particularly insane. Was it the non-fawn one? Yeah, it was like something where we watched... Yeah, this one. Right? It is this one, isn't it? I think this is it.
I don't know. Maybe. I think there was plenty of good advice, but not be social in person,
There's
to
so
not have
many
to go
excuses,
outside.
right? There's
On. So it really does just seem that he's not that motivated to date, which is...
I don't know. I just don't know how else to say it. And, like, again... Yeah, Soy Pill, it's wild he's in no clubs in college. We tried with him, man. Like, restricted access. I don't know. I just don't... Okay. No doxing. Okay?
insulting. Like, Wick, unless you have a bunch of 16-year-olds that I'm unaware of. If I mean, I don't know. Like, are we going to turn this into a conversation about?
If you want.
You guys ready? Well, unfortunately, this is extremely relevant to the modern day. What time is this at? 1:51. Categorize that later. I forgot about this conversation a little bit. Let's check it out.
Go ahead.
Destiny, because I'm down. Okay. I don't see that as likely either. I think this idea that, like, First of all, to the point that all of the Destiny haters make, Destiny doesn't need access to your Discord to predate on women or to find women, right? I mean, he's a plenty famous guy. Plenty of women are
You can have Destiny in your Discord, right? Because like he can just rape whenever he wants.
interested, and I'm sure make that known to him. He doesn't need to go searching in like other smaller creators' Discord communities to find women. I don't believe that that is likely what he was ever really doing. And for whatever people want to make of Destiny's behavior, isn't even this current round of scandal from like 3 years ago? So
Isn't this like super long ago though? It's sad that Wick destroyed all his competition like Dylan Burns, Prime Kais, and Tom through no talent of his own, but sole virtue of not getting involved in sex-based trauma. I mean, yeah, except now he is, because he's like avowing doxing, so it's like, because that's like what his platform has become. So
is this something doesn't he have, like, is something he's actively doing? Also, like, everyone's a fucking adult. It's kind of insulting. Like, Wick, unless you have a bunch of 16-year-olds that I'm unaware
we have
of
no
in your
minors
Discord.
in my community. It's a rule.
Okay, so then if there are adult women who he DMs and they respond, that's like literally entirely on them. He doesn't need anybody's help getting into women's DMs, and women are not victims for talking to him. They weren't victims talking to him 2 or 3 years ago either. It doesn't mean that he can't do anything wrong.
The other argument that people have made, and this one I think does bear some weight, actually, is I have a rule in my Discord, okay? No doxing, okay? Destiny has doxed people, or tried to dox people, or is attempting to dox people, right?
like I identify with this song so fucking heavy, man. So fucking heavy. Okay. So fucking heavy, man. Like the fucking like actual techno fucking verse is just like describing yourself as a selfish little creature and shit and just live. How is it that I have this like insane knowledge? Okay, I've got these six senses, man. I got these six senses, man. Like, to just, like, remember, like, oh, okay, cool. Wow, something totally relevant to today. Didn't plan this out. Didn't think about this beforehand. Fuck, man.
That does bear consideration, and it comes to the, because I don't want like to change the rule necessarily.
Well, you don't. If he puts a dox in your Discord server, then okay, it's an easy eject. He's breaking the rules of the server.
Sure, but I don't think I would accept.
Yeah, but he did. He did do that, because he did it on the VC channel on your stream. But, you know, hey, man.
I don't think I would accept if I knew someone...
Insanely useless knowledge except for this hyper niche space. Well, I mean, that's my content, bud. What do you want? Hey, Rocky.
...was doxing everywhere else but my Discord community, that they would be okay to, like, have that rule there. I don't know.
Sure. I mean, I guess it really comes down to, not to put all the pressure on you, but like, if you... Okay, I'll out myself as a very bad person.
Uh-oh.
I'm not personally offended by Destiny's behavior such that I would refuse to interact with him on stream or anything like that. To the contrary, I still watch his stream. I'm still interested in his perspective and speaking with him. If that's...
All right, let me gear up the right times ramp. This is good shit. This is like super relevant. That's it.
I'll out myself as a very bad person.
Uh-oh.
I'm not personally offended by Destiny's behavior such that I would refuse to interact with him on stream or anything like that. To the contrary, I still still watch his stream. I'm still interested in his perspective and speaking with him. If that's how you feel, then that's how you fucking feel. So, for example, I hear what you're saying with the doxing thing. So if doxing is a really
Yeah, in 2 years, it'll literally not matter when you're forcing your world identity linked to every account. See, that's what they've been saying for like the last 10 years, Tornado. So until that happens, yeah, I think we do actually want to adhere to those standards. And I think that's a good thing.
personally important thing to you, and on principle, you don't want to associate with people who dox, and that's a good enough reason for you to not associate with Destiny. But it seems like
But
you
here's the
don't
thing,
really
it's
have a
not- it's
line
not
that you don't
association.
It's happening, brother. Yeah, and Florida's Democratic Party is going to rise again. Okay.
And that they're caring about, most of them.
Ever heard of age verification? No, I'm in Pennsylvania. They protect my rights in my state. It's fucking awesome, dude.
Don't care that I'm going to have him on, or at least they say they don't. Whether that's true or not, different question, right? But they say they don't, okay? But they're saying, well, the fact that you haven't content rolled him because of this. And I think what they want, if I'm being as good faith as possible, and I will, is they want me to punish him somehow. To say, to show, to send a signal, that I am not okay with this. Now, I've publicly said, that's bad. I am not okay with Destiny's behavior here. Okay?
You publicly said that about not just the doxing thing. I mean, that has been your line in several of the debates of the last month, right?
The official Snark song of July 2026, according to me.
Is that acting like the...
I just dude, haunting your keyboard is so cool, man. It's such a cool fucking thing, dude.
The enemy, does make
just the idea that every single person that gets involved with this, they're just rushing around and they just furiously tap those keys out. Just some madman fucking pianist without a fucking piano, dude. So fucking cool.
There's no
possessed, man.
Better than the enemy, for lack of better terms, right? So if you don't have a constitutional problem with having him on, then have him on.
Yeah.
This is a face blend of Rezi and the Astrid person. Why is it that when you blend me with a trans person, you get Pisco? Bro, what the fuck is this? What is this? What are you doing, man? That's so fucked up.
Yeah, that's obviously. I'm just trying to give the best faith arguments that they have. Soy Pill says, Wick, you should offer a 17-year-old from your audience as tribute to show you aren't burning the bridge. I don't.
Now, see, Tornado, basically, what we're trying to show at this point, after the other night, where Wick had multiple people's full doxes and shit go out, okay, on his stream through super chats, guests that he had on the show. Basically, yeah, it's just kind of it's Sector, man. Even if all that shit is cool, even if nothing bad happens, it's you want to be in a sector, sector shit is just, it's too much, man. It's just not fucking worth the fucking hassle. All right. And the thing is, once you do that, how do you keep out Ethan Ralph, man? Sector, yeah, with a K. Yeah, Ethan Ralph and all the rest of those fucking weird freaks. Okay.
I don't have any 17-year-olds in my audience, okay? Or at least not that I'm aware of. And there's a rule. This is 18+ stream. I think I put that setting on all the things. It's 18+. It's an 18+ community. You should, if you're a minor, sorry, it's not for you. I don't know what to tell you, right?
And there might be minors lying about their age.
Maybe.
By the way, which young people do, which I did often as a young lady. I lied about my age.
Let's not pretend that when I was in the AOL chat rooms and I was 13 years old, that I was telling people that I was 13 years old, okay? Let's be real. Jebtan says, yeah, the content role thing is a weird line. I've been clear that Destiny's community, hold on, is just going to move yours towards the same lefty red pill shit that is rampant in his now, that they've been forced to defend him. It will necessarily make your community worse and much less safe for women. So having him on is inviting that change. Well, that's Jeb
I don't
Tan
buy the
specifically.
unsafe.
Yeah, but
Well, I
not
love
everyone's
Jeb
making
Tan,
that.
and I noticed that he and I have different perspectives about this. But that seems. What about Destiny's community is not a safe place for women? What does that mean? Are women adults? Are adult women adults? Are they choosing to be there? I don't understand what that means. Also, I think
Also, just real quick.
What if like you choose not to be there, and like then they start going like in on you, man?
To Jacobs, I'm not sweeping for Destiny. I don't understand why people keep saying this. I have never once defended anything that he's done in this situation. I'm not sweeping for it. I'm not condoning it.
Man. 10 months, dude. It's just like, how much changes in fucking 10 fucking months, dude?
It is
I'll
not
sweep.
okay. I don't know. Tali can do what she wants. She's a grown-ass woman, so.
yeah, well, it's just like not even sweet. I just think Destiny sort of says this himself. You're allowed to be grossed out by the idea of a 30-something-year-old man who is hitting up 18-year-olds. Let's say he thought she was 18, 19, which I have no reason to believe that he believed this girl to be underage. But let's say
they're talking about the Rose shit. Oh my god, dude, like,
you think it's creepy for a 30-something-year-old to be interested in 18 or 19-year-olds. Okay, like that's a good enough reason to like not like Destiny and not want to watch his stuff or support him. I feel like a lot of this stuff was baked into the cake in like a Trumpian way. Like I guess I'm just confused by anyone who is like oh, Destiny is horny? Is that supposed to be shocking to anybody that like Destiny sends like likes to sext with people? I don't know how that's so
I don't
crazy.
think that's, well, most people, that's not the issue, right? We know the issue. We know, right, that it was the lack of consent where he shared nudes of other people without their consent.
But so is that what people are talking about right now? Because I thought everyone
like, oh, Wick. Bro, Wick. Oh, man. How the times have changed, man. And just like the looks on their faces at this very like moment are just like they're just so it's like this is art. There is like artistry to this. Okay? Like Wick realizing, okay, what's happening. All right, you know, what's your name? Tali is like using like that Kubrick like insano stare. You open your eyes super wide, you're at peak derangement, and Wick feels fear for the first fucking time. All right, his little jabberjaw quivers as he sees what's going to happen. Wick, this was you 10 months ago, man. I like mostly forgot about this shit and just was like, you guys remember this thing that happened? I think this is like kind of relevant to the doxing stuff. I was just gonna make fun of this guy's like shitty document that he made, but like, this sucks. Okay? This sucks. This is awesome.
is just calling him a pedophile now
Well,
because
again,
Rose
the
apparently
problem
was
with-
17 years old.
The problem with my struggle session was that there was a bunch of people with their own arguments all coming. And when I would respond to one, they would think I was responding to the other, right? And say, well, I didn't say that. Well, I didn't say you did. I'm saying that guy said it. And he's
Who
like,
made
well, I
it?
didn't.
North, the guy that did the shitting on Counterpoint stream that we watched the other night.
say that, I said this, and it's just confusing. But
how long ago was this? Because it's blatantly clear now that Destiny just hates the Snarkers, not for their behavior, but because his rape career is in danger. That's an interesting point. I'm not sure. I think it's honestly just his money at this point, right? I think it's his money at this point, you know? Because he has lost a lot of fucking money over the Pixie shit, as well as just, like, losing connections, and probably, like, some audience attrition, alright? Audiences like drama, but constant drama is, like, it's just, you're just, you can't do it, okay? Like, you can get, like, a really, like, well-weathered audience for that, but you have to have some other things that you're, like, looking at, you know? You have to have, like, a collation of shit, I feel, you know? Drama needs its ups and downs. Yeah, and, like, the thing is, it's like, why would you create drama with somebody that's just, like, hollow? Like, this is even, like, creating drama with Destiny. I think, like, a part of it getting old is that the guy is completely neutered. And the problem there is that why is he? And it's like, well, probably because people are reminding people that, yeah, this guy has a 10-year plus past of fucking the bodies of women that he's abused, you know? And that is keeping him down. That's like keeping the knee on the neck, you know? And I don't know if that's like a bad thing, really. As long as, like, you're doing other shit, which, yeah, like, I think, you know, like, when this shit, like, gets, like, hot and shit, oh my god, yeah, I love covering it. Like, you know, I get bored of it, I get tired of it. You know, because I want to, like, look at, like, fucking, I want to look at the stupid little fucking Jimmy Neutron dramas and shit. That shit's super fun. You know? The Gideon shit was super fun. But it's like, yeah, if your content is, like, being completely subsumed by drama all the time, and that's, like, only thing you're engaging with, like, you lose yourself. Your audience loses you. And, like, there's nothing that you're presenting other than just vacuousness. He goes on, like, just every other day to fight with randoms. Honestly, it's kind of cool. I think that's, like, awesome. I do know that Darius, I have some clip of Darius, like, freaking out on Destiny. Right? But yeah, let's, like, even like I said, it's like, yeah, I can do probably, like, a solid, like, hour Snark. And then I'm gonna, like, want to move on most days. Some days less so, like, you know, Thursday, when it's like, yeah, we have wicking the fuck out, doing all the fucking, like, awesome lolcow shit, being like, I don't know what to do. There's people posting doxes as super chats. What do I do? No. Because Wick is, like, completely just, I don't think Destiny messages Wick to get him to say things. I don't think Wick could pay attention. You know? And that's just, yeah. Like, what is it that killed Destiny? It was Destiny. Right? Like, it's Destiny who, as a political commentator, right? You basically, if we do these, like, 4-year political presidential cycles and shit, right? You have, like, 2 years every 8 years to get on the bus. Okay? To get on the bus and, like, meaningfully get in there. There are a lot of people that got in there in 2018. Destiny missed that bus. In 2026, because of his fucking, like, massive failings, he's gonna miss the bus again. He missed the bus. Hassan got on the bus. All these other people got on the bus. Right? And guess what? You know, it's not as, you know, puerile in terms of, like, you know, thought power behind, like, the DNC as, like, Destiny wants people to believe. No, it's just they don't want freaks. And they're going to stop paying attention to the internet again. All right, just like the Republicans now. What have the Republicans been doing for like their internet, the people that they use. Like who's that guy that got angry? Theo Vaughn, right? Like Theo Vaughn, gets like one of his things that like, turned into like that he had as a meme get turned into something for ICE. Right? And then he's like, "Oh no, I don't like that." I mean, Joe Rogan's has his criticisms. A lot of these people are jumping over to like the old right, the anti-Semitic right. Right? I feel like eventually Darius channel is gonna get nuked. Destiny just doxes for hours on there. Well, the go I see a lot of fans say is everyone knows Destiny's name, so he's not irrelevant. Yeah, but like a lot of people know Putin's name. Right? A lot of people know the name of Tulsi Gabbard, for instance, right? And it's like, yeah, somebody who we don't want to associate with. It's the new right that's anti-Semitic. Well, that's why I'm calling it the old right. Because it's like they were, also the original anti-Semites, like the old ones. But yeah, bro needs to ignore some of the random Discord hits. Yeah, Jupe, and here's the thing, man. It's like, as like boring as it is, I don't really like covering all the FMJ stuff. I just think it's funny when FMJ just does an argument with him and just keeps saying "get snarked" N-word over and over and over again. The GOP wasn't Reagan. Okay. Reagan, Nixon. Yeah. Okay. Ted Kaczynski, everyone knows him. Real piece of shit. Like one. Okay. Darius can't be banned because he's not cognizant enough. No, he won't be banned because, like, I don't think Kick cares about the doxing shit. Like, obviously, they don't. Like, they obviously just don't give a shit. So it's like, that will change probably, right? But that's it. It's like, at the end of the day, what's happening now is Destiny is a farmed lolcow. The entirety of DGG is like exactly the same. The only difference between like your average lolcow is that these people are totally willing to just like go complete schizo mode over literally nothing and with no cognizance of their own like belonging. So before in the middle of a conversation started going on Instagram girls on stream, yeah, Darius doesn't have the energy to snark like this. Okay, this is 10 minutes old, and I'm just like getting started. Like that's it. It's like, bro, I could fucking make this the entire rest of the stream, this next 25 minutes of this video. Like, I don't know what to tell you. This is just kind of the way it is. Like, I have like this, ability, I guess. It's not hard.
Jebtan says this. I think that spaces that defend violations of consent the way his does are less safe, at least by some degree. I say that women in red pill communities are exposed to way more risk of consent violations and being baited into abusive dynamics by others in that community, and I think Destiny is turning into that, plus worse, because they're defending a very specific and clear-cut case with the Pixie stuff.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'll just like continue to out myself as a very bad person. He shouldn't have sent.
I've completely given up on telling any streamer not to do 3 hours of energy company coverage. What do you mean? Wait, really? Why would you? That shit was baller, man. What are you talking about?
Pixie's videos to people for whom he did not have explicit consent to share her videos with. I agree with this. I think Destiny probably agrees with this. I feel like he's almost said as much in his apology to her before the legal case and everything. Like, he did mess up in that regard. Let's also now remember that we're talking about a relationship between people who all of them had significant others. They were sharing porn of themselves and their significant others with each other. They knew that it was being shared beyond just each other. They knew that they were sharing it with their partners and stuff like that.
Yeah, they knew it was with the partners. Obviously.
So yes, Destiny shared. Destiny is he's a gooner, right? And he's living in this environment of people who are like sharing their their porn around with each other. And one of the people that he shared the porn with, of the porn sharing community, he didn't have explicit consent to share that porn with. That's not good. I don't think that's like victimizing women. Pixie, as an
It absolutely is. He shared it after she asked him to stop sharing it. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Keep fucking shilling for fucking Israel, Tally. Okay? Hell, maybe Tally, you can go there. You can settle in the fucking West Bank. All right? You just do that, man.
adult shared pornography of herself to someone who is very famous and, like, I would say at high risk of being hacked in some way. Like, you are making a risk.
He wasn't hacked. He willfully distributed the materials.
You're taking a risk when you share pornography of yourself, especially when you're already letting that person share it with other people. He fucked up by sharing it with Rose without Pixie's explicit consent. That's kind of it to me. I don't under Pixie is not a virginal angel. She was
A dirty fucking whore.
getting off also on sharing her porn with Destiny and other partners, and getting off on viewing porn of Destiny with other partners.
That still does not.
Yes, there was a consent leak in this porn
Yes,
sharing
which
community.
is
I
worthy
have a really hard
of
time seeing
condemnation.
that as
But it's worthy
Sure,
of
yeah,
condemnation. Absolutely.
not the type of
I don't.
condemnation that
I don't
it's
give.
garnered,
I am not.
in my opinion.
Yeah, but I am not. Like, I'm not mad at anyone, or I even agree that that's bullshit. That's not okay. Pixie deserves some kind of compensation here. I don't know what that looks like, right? But some kind of justice needs to be done. My issue is that
Yes.
I am not the one to deal out justice in that situation, because nothing I do is going to fix any of this.
But on the allegations that Vosh and food shops consumed Lolly, he gave the content role to both of them. You can see the degradative slide that gets there. You do these things for people who are much less known violent.
This. It's not going to make is first of all, not having access to my show or my Discord will not hurt Destiny in any way, shape, or form. It won't be even a blip.
Yeah,
Not
we know.
even a blip. Okay? I don't know. It's just asking me to put myself on a pyre for nothing. Nothing will be gained. I don't know. I don't know what else to say.
I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know already, but like you got to make a decision of what your personal line is, and then just like stand
Well, my
on
line
it.
is I'm okay with having even
And your
really
line
bad
can
people.
be, I wouldn't be friends with someone who engages in this behavior, but I don't mind interacting with them online. Like that's also an acceptable
You
line.
want to hear something kind of fucked up,
Yeah, please, Wick.
right? And I think this is hubris on my part. I think this is actually something wrong with my calculation, just in general, okay? But why not? If we're going to talk about shit, let's talk about shit. Let's be real on the Wick show, okay? Here's the thing. And it's going to sound weird. You can judge me if you like. But I think if I had been friends with Destiny, I like actual friends, and not just someone who talks to him every once in a while, right? In a professional setting, right? If I had been friends, he would not have done this because he would have had a better example to look at.
Oh, yeah. I forgot why I remembered this. Because Wick single-handedly thought that just being around Destiny would have made him not do those things to those women. I forgot this content, dude. Holy fuck, this is awesome. This is Kino. This is everybody that's around Destiny tells themselves, "Oh, if I just keep it up, I'm going to give him a good example of how to live." That's literally Connor until it wasn't. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Is that hubris? Yes. But I don't know. I want to help people be a better person than they are. That's kind of like just my initial, when I see someone who's bad, who's a bad person, I'm like, you know what?
That's
Could
sort
I
of
have
the
helped?
Kylie.
Also, Wick.
A fucking press tower. They killed journalists. You as a champion of free speech.
Also,
they
Wick.
murdered the free fucking press. And they said they did it because Hamas were operating out of the building and the DOD just went, well, we trust Israel. And no
Because
evidence
if
has been
Hamas
produced.
was operating out of the building, as sad as that is, yes, that becomes a legal target of war, and it needs to go away.
No.
Because when they're operating out of the building,
Okay.
killing men, women, and children from that building, shooting rockets, we can't just let them do that. You understand? We can't let Hamas kill people willy-nilly with no response, correct?
Wick. First off,
if I grab someone and I hold them like this in front of me,
you're ranting
and you
like an
shot
idiot.
to kill me, I'm not ranting like an idiot. I'm making a point.
You are,
and you
because
shoot
you're
to
making
kill
the
me,
wrong point.
and you shoot the guy accidentally.
You're making the wrong point
right?
because you didn't listen to what I was saying. Wick, the thing that you, as an American, should be, as somebody who cares about free speech, should be utterly enraged about is the lack of evidence that Hamas were operating out of that building, right? Now, and even so, right, I object to what you said afterwards, which was if Hamas are operating out of a building, it's okay to kill all the fucking people in there, right? Because if it's one or two of them go in occasionally, have a cup of tea and a chat about what they're going to do next, and then fuck off, right? No, I don't think that's worth killing hundreds of fucking journalists.
Obviously not.
So,
but if they are shooting rockets
exactly.
out of there, or if they are actively
And if
engaged
they're
in
shooting
giving
rockets
orders
out of there,
to do
if they're
that, right? Then
if
yes,
they're shooting rockets out of there, there should be
Stop
significant
them.
evidence of that, right? There should be significant evidence of that. And you, as an American, as a lover of free speech, should be outraged that no evidence has been produced for hundreds
outraged that Hamas has done that. Yes, I am outraged, but I am outraged at Hamas.
Outraged that Hamas has done that?
Yes, Hamas did that.
You don't
Let's
know
be
that
clear
Hamas did
where the
that.
responsibility, again.
You don't know that Hamas did that. How do you know
If
that
you're-
Hamas did that? No evidence has
your
been produced.
argument is
Israel
that the
killed
DOD
American citizens.
If your argument
and
is
produced...
that DOD has allowed Israel to purposely kill journalists, present it. If you have evidence of this, present it.
This is the evidence.
Okay, you don't have
DOD
evidence.
simply
Got you.
No.
Got you.
No.
I understand. You made a claim.
Wick.
You're saying
Yeah, but the evidence wasn't produced on the other side, Wick. That's what she's saying. And her claim is that lack of evidence should be astounding to you.
this must have happened because X, Y, and Z, but you have no evidence
I'm
to
not
back that up
saying-
because you said that the
what am
DOD,
I saying must have happened?
allowed
What I'm
Israel
saying must
without
have
any repercussions to kill Americans. Present that evidence.
Okay. They killed Americans and produced no evidence that Hamas were operating in the area. It has been years. You, as an American citizen, should be demanding that evidence. The DOD should be demanding that evidence. But they sat back and
you
they
just
said,
if
we
you're
trust
talking about
Israel
this strike,
to run their
no
own
one
investigation.
fucking died. Hundreds of journalists, no one fucking died if this is the same strike. Israel destroys AP office in Gaza.
No, Israel have
No
killed
one
hundreds of journalists since the fucking...
Okay, but
like,
not in this
in the
strike.
conflict
And
in
this is a
general.
problem I
In this
have.
strike,
You
they took
equate
down-
these things.
they
They
took
killed
down
hundreds
the-
of journalists. Did you not
the
hear about
AP
the
tower.
AP strike in this building? And then we look into it, and no one fucking died? You understand how that's blood libel?
Fuck you, is it blood libel,
Fuck
you dirty
you,
little
Vivian.
shit.
Fuck you.
Dirty little fucking shit.
You are the
How
one
dare
who
you?
accused
How
and
dare
lied
you?
on my
Fuck
platform.
you.
You fucking lied. Call caught red-handed, you lied and said that Israel killed hundreds of journalists in a fucking AP building bombing, and then when we look into it, it was
This is
a
what
fucking
happens when you don't listen,
Vivian,
Wick.
you are blood libel right now. Get off my fucking platform. Go
Blood
away.
libel. Blood libel.
You fucking fascist piece of shit. Gone forever.
So Wick,
He's worse. Tally, it like was mad about Palestinians existing before October 7th. Like literally disgusting rat people, man.
This
thing.
person. I don't know.
I-
It sounds weird. It sounds weird, but it's just how I feel, and I don't know. Like, could I? Here's a thought experiment, okay? And it's a way out.
If you want to do Kel, just say so. You don't have to keep showing this lookalike. You're disgusting. Don't compare Kel to fucking Tally.
There, hypothetical. If I could, by hanging out with someone who has done terrible things, make them less likely to do those terrible things in the future, even if I take hits for it, right? Would that be something that's even I might put people around me at risk for it, right? In some abstract way. I don't know.
Oh, you mean the trans person? Shut up, dude. You're evil, man.
I mean, I could. We can't nor should we all be the savior of every lost
I know
soul
it's
out
like I
there.
said, it's a hubris. It's hubris, and I already
Yeah.
admitted that this is probably not right. The kind of like it's not rational in a way.
Oh my god. Wick and Alice aren't dating because Wick's gay. Wait. Think about it. Okay, Tally's a lesbian. Wick has a crazy little lisp. Okay. Think about it. Yeah, obviously he's not. I'm not. This is like, you know. We're trying to save Alice, man. Okay.
Yeah, and I mean,
Wick
Destiny
is Jesus
doesn't want
hanging out with
that
the
either.
whores? Fair enough. Okay.
Destiny doesn't want that either,
He doesn't,
right?
yeah.
Like, he like resents that.
I know.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know. He resents more like the concern.
Oh no, yeah, we do have the I fuck pussy, you know, clip. We do have that.
controlling
Yeah.
aspect of it. But I just think like, yeah, I don't know. On the grand scheme of things, if what you're saying is the chief complaint that everyone has is essentially the Pixie thing, is him sharing Pixie's nudes with someone outside the list of approved people for him to share Pixie's porn with. To me, that's just like on the grand scheme of things, it's not just not the end of the world. It's not that horrible. It's an offense and you shouldn't do it. I think too, like even this idea that it was revenge porn, like I don't think that's accurate at all. He was not responsible for the leak. He was also victimized in the leak, even if he's not the biggest victim here, although, you know, an argument could be made. But he didn't publicize Pixie's nudes. He didn't post them online. He wasn't looking for people to see them. He sent them again to someone off of the list of approved people to send her porn.
Yeah, the worst actor in this whole situation is the person who linked it to Kiwi Farms. I don't know who they are, but whoever did that, they are the worst actor.
No, it was
Second
Destiny.
worst actor are the people who forced the individuals to come forward. These things, and Destiny is tied with that, or at least up there, right? I don't know exactly where, but yeah, we can absolutely rank these things and look at these things. I don't know. It's just he is.
Well, yeah, you have to understand, like, if you're gonna violate someone's consent, you gotta do it with people that'll keep their fucking mouths shut. Right?
He's responsible. He is. Because he let it get out of the approved circle. It was wrong. And yes, he bears responsibility. And he should be held to account for it. Again, the question is, and the thing is, how? What is the account? What is the appropriate thing? And I don't know. Right? The courts will decide. That'll be between the courts, Pixie, Destiny.
Every one of these people, by the way, they have these little yippy ass fucking dogs and shit. And yippy ass dog owners are the fucking worst.
All the people involved, they'll deal with that. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I think too, like, even with this most recent, Willie Mac stuff, I don't know what the right answer is. Like, if it,
Well, the cops
I
will
don't
take
know
care
if
of
he.
Hey, Willie Mac, here is a crop piece of a video of what I've described as CSAM. Please don't use this against me. Do you want to see more? Wiki face.
Spoke
that.
to his
Honestly, I
lawyers.
don't know either. I don't know.
That's my
like-
point too. Exactly right. So now, So now it's been reported to the police. So we're gonna see now if the police actually think that Destiny is a purveyor of child abuse material. I even think, like, again, is it technically child
And
pornography?
if he
And
is, to be clear,
argument's not going to win me.
But even if people think it's child pornography, what if she was like 17 though, and she had huge fucking knockers? Says Tally.
yeah, if he
friends.
is,
Oh,
if he is, he should go to jail or face a penalty for it.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Oh,
If that's what comes out of the investigation, and he goes to court, and that's what that happens, I'm not gonna like run cover for him. Why would I? But I don't also have the necessary, like, I'm not a cop. I can't do this.
yeah, but you can make moral arguments and moral judgments based on evidence that's available. And in fact, that's generally what streamers do. Wick, once again, abdicating his job, because that's what Wick do.
And I feel weird. It's being an online creator and being in an online position like this, people have expectations of you to kind of do things that you have that are going to have no actual real effect. Like, it's not going to do anything. Parallax, you keep saying I'm pals with him. When is... Maybe I should, right? Just show people my DMs with Destiny at some point. I'll get his permission to do. You know what it looks like, gang? Hey, do you want to come on a show today?
You're trying to schedule him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, do you want to come show him today? No response. Hey, do you want to come show him today? What's it about? Hey, would it be cool if I set up a show with these people? Sure. That's it. That's the list. That's the DMs. Does that make me pals? Are we friends? Are we cool?
I mean,
I
I would say
don't know.
now, yeah.
I think
It's so cool.
I think you should continue to have Destiny on your channel if that's what you want to do.
I think you should
Yeah,
do
I
whatever you
mean,
want.
like, look.
Tally
I
is
would
the
do it.
worst,
Coffee
man.
Margin says we just witnessed Rick Riz with Destiny. I don't know, man.
Bro, his chat is
I just-
literally saying, "Oh my god, Wick and Destiny are secret lovers," and you're getting mad that, dude, fucking Wick, straight up, man. I hope you enter Nirvana, buddy. I hope you fucking enter Nirvana, buddy.
Just wish people would stop holding
Awfully
me to
white
account
walls, man.
for
Awfully
other
white
people's
walls.
actions. And
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to tell everyone this.
Well, they're trying to exert a level of control
Yeah,
over
that's
you.
that's
because
it.
like you said.
The amount of like, maybe this is just people don't realize this because it hardly ever comes up. But here's the thing. If you want to make sure that I never do something, tell me I have to. Try to bully me or pressure me into it. You're going to get the opposite of what you want. Because I'm a stubborn asshole. I'm going to just tell you, fuck off. It's my show.
Yeah.
I've had my entire streaming career. People try to control my goddamn show, and I'm goddamn sick of it. Okay? Frankly. I'm not saying you are, Jeb10. This is a problem, Jeb. Oh, God, Jeb. You're doing it again. You guys are doing it again. I'm not wrong here, Parallax. There's no wrong.
Come on. Come talk.
This is so funny, dude.
Yes, if you
Not
want to come
reading in
talk to us, you can.
I can't
just
keep up with
losing
Discord
his mind.
servers. So, yeah. Come talk on stream.
This is so
it will
cool,
be
man.
Testy Johnson.
Like, is there anybody that you would not platform?
Oh,
Green Man.
people who have attacked me directly, like people who attack me directly, I don't feel that I need to be consistent in my principle here because there is a variable that has changed in that they are coming after me specifically. In which case, nah, fuck off. Right?
What?
By that principle, I would never speak to the soy pill again, who released a conspiracy, his personal conspiracy theory.
Bro, I forgot about fucking like the soy pill tally shit. It's so old. Is Resi now a Wick Snarker? No, Tornado. I'm the king of the Snarkers. I intimately know all the details of all these people's lives because I can't unsee the horrors, and like I just randomly remember Wick getting like really uppity about doxing. I'm the Snark commander though. Yeah, it's just kind of
The other day.
it's a thing. It's fucking weird,
Well,
man.
it's not even new. That's the only reason I voted for.
I've been pulling all the strings behind the scenes and kind of like manufacturing all of this except for the doxing parts. Okay, I keep those. I don't do that. That's somebody else. So
For Trump is because I hate trans people, and I'm an Israel First voter. But it was Soy Pill's question of is there anyone that you or I would not platform? I don't think so. I don't.
remember when you tried to snark Yossi, but it didn't work because Yos didn't care? I know. Well, I found people that do, and it's awesome.
I mean, there are a lot of like really odious people who I would be anxious to talk to, I guess, to some extent. But no, I don't think there's anyone that I wouldn't speak to.
Tali does not hate trans people. I don't know why people keep saying this.
Well, Soy Pill brought it up on Live and Learn the other day, so it's been re-injected into the conversation.
Do we want to snark Raiders tally? I want to play Arc Raiders, man. I'm like burnt out. But I wouldn't give her an epic PvE stream during these trying times. I know, man. I want to play Arc Raiders. We could do the tally lore. Like one of the like it is old. It would be a rerun for a lot of people who have been here for a long time. But you have to understand that Tallybots is like horrific, actually horrific.
Why are we talking about Tali and Libin? Oh. Soy Pill, get on the
I don't think
show.
there's been an episode since I was on Live and Learn where I haven't been mentioned on Live and Learn.
What is going on?
Usually, derisively, but
Soy Pill, are you still in the chat?
he is. But he says that his supposed girlfriend is sleeping, so he
Oh,
can't
he
talk.
says he will
he's
whisper.
coming. He's gonna
Okay,
come
because I
whisper.
want to know why you guys are bringing up my co-hosts unprompted. Wow.
All right, can you guys hear me? I got ASMR this.
No.
Let me turn you up on my end, and you can try. If this doesn't work,
No,
that's
actually,
okay.
No, wrong mic. One second.
So, anyways, nothing happens here. Soy Pill's hatred of Tally is awesome. It is. I'm... You know... I mean, we could. We could, right? We could do a Tally hate stream. We could. I probably should do the Gideon shit. I just don't... Is that the target? Is that the right one? It's a Saturday. I'm tired. little bit of Snark Raiders and Tally hate. Did Nonthon ever get any strange? I don't think so. I don't think so. Remember, you will die. Don't do the Gideon, he's mass reporting people. Oh, okay. Fair. North, you want to know why this sucks? You start off with the part where Wick's like a pussy and nothing before that. You have like these random like Wick confronting Destiny, Connor confronting Destiny, Destiny's Reddit post on Doobie. Alright, he made like Destiny made a Reddit post talking shit about Doobie, changing some show structures. He put this whole thing together to show that's like Connor was not like maximally friendly and forgiving of Destiny. And that like, you know, he was bringing up Destiny in the live streams. There's no like specific clips even. He just says Control F Destiny. Wow, it's almost like it's relevant material. Devil Brit's husband retracts his claim. Connor instantly ends the conversation because he showed DMs that the guy said he was going to sweep. He's just strengthening Connor's position. Dude, you have to understand, Destiny doesn't have anyone that's like worth their fucking weight in salt anymore that is willing to defend him. Because, I mean, even Erudite, you know, for what's worth, the most she can do is show up on like a fucking side channel's like, you know, on a side channel's like, you know, shit talk segment. And even then, she's like, I don't know. What about Saltman? That's what I mean. Right? Saltman also is not good at this. Saltman has negative riz when you actually talk to him. Okay? Like, you have the Diorio snapping part, you know, about doxing and everything. And then, like, yeah, like, you know, at that point, yeah, Dan kind of disappeared from Diorio's, like, outlet, right? But yeah, he has money, but that money is getting, like, nearly, like, very few views in terms of, like, the entire situation versus, like, a fucking British twink and some fat Canadian, you know? Whenever you talk to Dan, he just weasels around and looks dumb. Yeah, exactly. And it's, if you follow Dan, you realize, oh yeah, Dan is not a worthwhile person to interact with because he doesn't actually have meaningful positions. You know? But like, yeah, so the Destiny cycle has been reduced to this, right? And like, you know, like really badly formatted, a really badly formatted Google whatever, and it's just all like Connor saying, hey, I don't think I'm gonna be friends with Destiny, right? And then everybody losing their fucking mind about it. Him literally like deciding, hey, we're just gonna make a place to put all the snarkers, right? Gotta put them all on the side. And then they fucking eradicated that place too. Okay, because I got kicked out of it, man. Is J-Stock fat? I thought he was losing weight. I'm going to keep saying it until I'm proven wrong. Okay. I don't really care that much. Okay. Yeah, to be honest, say what you want about Dan, but him getting Frogan banned for 21 days for what she said about October 7th was based. That's not why she got banned. And no, it wasn't. Actually, I'm just going to be real, like, no. I think that it's like, you know, using the ban and then continuing on to like do a, you know, full on like advertisement campaign and shit. Yeah. It was part of why she got banned. Not really. Not really. There was like other shit that was going on as well on Twitch, but Dan, the thing that Dan did was he got advertisers to pull out who never returned to Twitch. Right? And, like, again, you gotta remember, that is, like, a big thing that these guys are mad about, is people talking shit on them incessantly, that no one wants to deal with them. So, I don't know. You can draw what conclusions you want, but, yeah. Twitch deserves to starve. Well, that's retarded. Alright? Like, who gives a shit? Okay? Like, Twitch does what it does. It's gonna do what it does. Again, I don't think any platform is kind of, like, at all hidden from this, like, insane abuse. Like, we can look at the blatant anti-Semitism, alright, that is, like, led on YouTube with all the tech tone and the similar, people underneath him, but we don't do that because, we don't call for those bans. We just say, oh, go to YouTube. But it's like, yeah, YouTube's just, like, the platform for anybody that's doing anything other than, like, gaming streams at all, But no, it wasn't even an anti-Jew thing. It was an anti-Arab. I'm, like, okay with saying that. I go back and forth on how much I care about, like, the bans. I think at this point, I'm just, like, generally against people getting banned on anywhere. Like, I'm against Destiny getting demonetized. I think that shit's stupid. But, that's what's like having principles. Something that, unfortunately, most people seem to lack. Sucks. Very much sucks. Yeah. Anyways. So, yeah, Connor joining Doobie's Discord. Wick drops a tweet in which Connor doubles down. Oh, about the North is live shit. About the fall of the Snarkers. I dropped this in, which Connor triples down. Like, this doesn't go anywhere. It's just saying that Connor doesn't want to be friends with Destiny. Like, it's just, that's like what you've proven. You've proven nothing. Alright? But anyways, Sulfur put out a better thing explaining how to do Google Docs. Google Documents to people. Fuck. Give me one sec. Criticisms. Your evidence in several sections is incomplete. This is offensive to my sensibilities, and if you waste people's time and give them dog shit, you're never going to be taken seriously outside your bubble of people who are encouraging and enabling you to do shit to your work. Clearly outline what you're yapping about. A. Use the headers. Who are you mad at? What did they do? When did these things happen? If time matters. Why do you want me to care as a reader? 3. Keep it simple. You have a lot of screenshots without context. Single line explanations for subtitles like you would use introducing technical schematic. Bro, it's awesome, right? It's like this is just like Sulfur made a fucking document to just shit on this guy. It's true that North has less brain than Connor, who has had brain surgery. True. Exactly. Right? I like the end of it. Go to shul or church or the mosque, find Christ, and contemplate why you wasted my fucking time. And then, not only that, she specifically explains how to do titles and headers and chronology, as well as more shit. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm done. I don't care that much about North. Okay? I don't care that much about fucking North. Right? But it's like, yeah, obviously, like, his document is just generally worthless. Like, there's no explanation of anything at all. So, yeah. This is weaponized autism, and I love it. Yeah, Sulfur's like an awesome logger, man. Like, what do you want? Right? Awesome fucking logger. Like, what do you want? Anyways, do I have any other clips? So here's also another issue I have. So the Wick doxing stream happens, right? And he re-uploads shit. I wonder why he didn't re-upload the parts with Owlish in it.
It's called shock, you fucking idiot. It's called shock. Anything that happens, I mean, like, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida...
Yeah, like, Wick posted this, right? In the fall of Counterpoint stream, we see how huge communities have been calling for violence against Omniliberal for years. and have been protected by platforms and their rabid fan bases. And it's like, well, then he clicks, see the whole show here.
Welcome,
right?
welcome. One and all.
But like this part is absent.
Welcome. Morale are antisocial, abrasive.
Is like absent from the actual VOD to begin with. It's like really fucking frustrating and annoying. Like, it's just this clip is not in the VOD.
I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
Mike from PA is offering $100,000 for someone to do something to Destiny. I think the context
Partnered streamer.
as to what?
Partnered streamer on Twitch, by the way. Partnered
Exactly.
streamer.
Not again. He's there. He's on Twitch. He streams on Twitch currently. He's calling for someone to kill or hurt Destiny directly. It's not up for debate here. Here is another.
Again, not something you actually care about. Not something you care about, because Destiny absolutely does the exact same shit constantly. Not something you give a shit about, Wick.
Of Hassan's
He has, like, directly threatened people.
community. See what he says.
Just goes out and just says the N-word, which is not a surprise. Because he said the N-word on stream with his own face. Can somebody just... Like, it would just be so easy to just... It will save, like, solve...
Yeah, he said that he would, with his bare hands, kill J-Stock and Queeman in the Willie Mack interview. Alright? That Willie Mack just dropped and never interviewed J-Stock and Queeman about.
All of our problems, like, we would have socialism now at this point. Right? We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and it would be so easy. This is what
I just can't care. I'm sorry, but like, this shit is at this point years fucking old. Okay? Years fucking old. Okay?
happens when you don't kill every single slave owner.
Like, it's just, you're just replaying these clips that have traumatized you. And then are like, oh yeah, so then people actively try to conspire harm against these people, and we're just gonna ignore that too.
After slavery.
It's just like, it's just such worthless, like, bitch-made behavior. Like, I'm sorry, just move on. Alright, every time they play these clips, it's like, all you have to do is just play the Redneck Malicious clip. That's it. That's all. That's all you need to do. Okay? Is he saying stupid shit? Yeah. Yeah. What would John Brown do? He would probably kill Destiny. Okay? Yes. Yeah, I think he would. And that's, you know, why it's probably good that John Brown's dead. He lies a mourning in the grave. Right?
They have children, and their children have children's, and their children have children's, and then their children have accidents that should have ended up on a sock, and it becomes Destiny. That's what you get. That's what you get. When you don't murder every single slave owner, every single Ku Klux Klan member, and they have children, and those children have accidents that should have been aborted, you get Destiny.
A lot to unpack there, but bleeped out calls for direct violence, calling for saying this is what you get when you don't murder all of someone's parents, right? Gross calls for direct violence against Destiny. And this has been...
And again, this would hit way harder if this isn't just something that's normalized in the space by Destiny and others as well. Everybody is like this. Okay? Let he who hasn't throw the first stone. I've barely done it, but yeah, I've definitely like stopped covering Hutch because like he makes me irrationally angry. And I was playing Arc Raiders and I got a little fucking extra. Okay, I got a little extra on that stream, you know? I get that. All right, I'm trying to do better at not
happening literally years. Huge communities that have been protected by...
Name 5 times Destiny threatened to kill someone on stream. So you have shifted the goalpost. Threatened violence. Can we do threatened violence? Because, yeah, we could definitely fucking do that. Okay? We could definitely do that. J-Stock and Queen May talked to Connor the first time. J-Stock and Queen May talked to Connor the second time. J-Stock and Queen May talked to Connor the third time. Corey Comparatore and anyone that goes to a Trump rally. Redneck militias mowing down people. Hassan generally. Pretty fucking... Yeah, there you go. Good? Yeah. Well, they need to be unique named people. Okay, so J-Stock, Queeman, Ryle, Keffels, Chud. Hassan.
Are you going to hit me? Are you going to shoot me? Maybe rape me?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's like that. Like that. Yeah, Tornado King, I'm sorry, but, like, no, you can't. Like, obviously, guys, if you don't know Tornado, Tornado's an old head. He's a bit of a troll. And, it's just here to take whatever the opposite opinion is. He made Primordial, basically. Oh, yeah, the doxing kid. And his, and he also threatened sexual assault on his, like, sister and mother. I literally do not give a fuck about this. I know, that's why I'm like, explaining to everybody else, because they may not know you. You got Tornado ... dotted, where people are, like, worried about you, you know? But yeah, Primordial is Tornado Kane's son. Destiny, if I ever see Queeman or any of these people at IRL, yeah, we know, yeah. It's Tornado, man. Tornado's here to do the thing, but, you know, all he wants is, like, fucking game night. You know? So as soon as, like, I say game night, his ears peak, and he's like, wait, game night? Okay, yeah. Yeah, Destiny rapes. Yeah. He made Primordial, so he's a god. Kinda? But yeah, we're not gonna do game night, so don't want to tell ya. Sorry, buddy. I will say Destiny rape, damn it. I don't have them installed, okay, even if we wanted to, so. Alright, anyways, yeah, if Gideon's mass flagging, I'll give it a day. Okay. We can do Snark Raiders. Jackbox night? Yeah, we used to do Jackbox night. In that case, Pixie raped. Well, Gideon shit boring now. I kind of want to watch Himbleton's video. Also for, like, general critique of Himbleton's, like, editing. But I do want to watch a bunch of people dog on Tally over and over and over again. I kind of want to watch that. You cover Morale covering Himbleton covering Gideon? Just play Arc Raiders and get over it. Himbleton seems popular. I mean, the thing is, the Gideon shit, it's like, I don't know. I think it is, like, kind of drama slow, and people don't want to, like, cover everything Destiny's got, right? Yeah, Pix freaking killed himself, man. That's, like, you know, why we had to stop game night anyways. But yeah, like, I mean, that's the thing. There's not, like, big dramas, I think, happening out there. Like, even, like, fucking J-Stocks is Soy Pill versus Howling Mutant. Random politics stuff. You know, like, yeah, I for one welcome a post-Destiny content world. Yeah. Well, you know. Hey, Specs. Oh, yeah, the thing I'm not going to look at. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's the other thing they're doing. I ruined all my burgers. What would you choose? Wendy's, McDonald's, or Sonic? Wendy's. Burger King is usually the one, if I'm going to have to choose a fast food burger, and it's like the fucking old styles, right? Obviously, I would go like Five Guys or Whataburger and shit for national chains. I've never had In-N-Out. But if it's like classic, yeah, it's gonna be Burger King. I'm sorry, but like the Whopper is actually fucking insane, dude. It's actually a fucking insane sandwich. Like, I didn't really expect it to like it that much, you know, but like, yeah, it's really good. You know? It's really, really, really good. Anyways. Where are we at? Anyways. Burger King with onion rings, barbecue sauce, Western. Yeah. Big Macs are awful. You cannot change your mind. I don't think I've even ever had a Big Mac. I've never gotten ground beef from like McDonald's. It's just never really done anything for me. So. Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm just like checking extra shit. See if there's like anything particular or specific that I'm like intrigued by, right? Okay. Okay. Yeah, we could do the trial of Tallybots. Why not? Gonna be on your best favor? You're fine. I don't care that much.
Econo boy.
Nothing really.
So this is gonna be a look to the past. There is this stream that happened in the old times. Back before Econo Boy was doxxed after he was constantly under attack from Destiny and his community. And then eventually Econo Boy also just completely left the content ecosystem entirely, right? Josiah was still wasting his time on near no viewer panels. And the world was great. Right? The world was great. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to take a look at this. And I'm going to play Arc Raiders. Okay? I'm going to change the stream title. Because I don't like Tally for a lot of reasons. The biggest one, that she is just lying about her political descriptions and opinions. That she can be moved, that she should be somebody that Democrats should be trying to court, and not just some regressive conservative dipshit. Right? So, yeah, let's Snark Raiders, man.
If you cut taxes and you don't substantially cut spending, well, then you're just stimulating the economy with deficit spending, right? So that's going to probably be good for growth on net because you're not like clawing back a bunch of money through taxation. But that's only in the short term, obviously. There's this sort of long-term argument about accumulating debt and its effect on the economy. So yeah, it's a pretty, it's pretty much, yeah, business as usual, like Hutch said. I think that in the history of like collecting data on the federal deficit, I think there was I think Nixon balanced the budget for like a year or two. I think Eisenhower, same thing. But overall, they added to the debt a lot. And then when you look at, obviously, like, I think Clinton balanced the budget fully.
There's a budget
Obama
surplus under President Clinton.
Yeah, he fully balanced the budget. The deficit reduced under Obama and it reduced under Biden. So I don't know. I mean, it seems somewhat clear that Democrats.
I miss Econo Boy so much, man. I miss Econo Boy so fucking much, man.
Are at least better at balancing the budget. To that person's point, obviously it's like, okay, well, the Democrats just want to raise taxes, and it's like, yeah, but that's good, because the things the government does are like worth paying for, you know? Like the things the government does are good, right? So you probably want to pay for them.
Well,
Yeah, but, like the median American, they want these programs like Medicare and Medicaid, and they want these government assistance programs to a certain degree, but they also want low taxes. So that's like the median voter. So it's like really difficult to kind of reconcile these things.
It's difficult to reconcile, but keep in mind, like as you go down in the tax bracket, like as like in terms of like, you know, the amount of money people earn, your tax base gets larger.
That's a good deal.
Yes, it is a good deal. Thank you for the membership, Specs. Thank you, Specs. The membership. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh yeah. The median voter is a dead brain dead moron. Yeah, it's all vibes, man.
Larger and larger, right? And so
I'm sorry, what? Shut up.
At the same time that, for instance, you might look at like the middle class. Oh, the middle class is only getting $600 on average or something from their taxes being lowered. That's $600 multiplied by like so many millions of more people than like the top 1% who are getting, you know, $300,000 as an average tax cut. So like in theory, to balance the budget, you wouldn't have to like raise the rates of taxation that much per person because your base is so broad. But that's where I agree with you, Hutch. Obviously, you know, you take a heap of shit of that in the meantime. But I mean, truthfully, I don't know. We've raised taxes before, and I mean, yeah, it's politically difficult to do, but the Republicans are doing the opposite end of the politically difficult thing, which is, you know, cutting spending for people who really need it. So they're going to take a heap of shit of it, but I don't know. I think that's probably more unpopular than just like increasing people's taxes by 1 percentage point or something. I mean, I guess
we'll find the fuck out, won't we?
But like just real quick, like people need to see this. I don't know if I'm sure you guys saw it, but like before we get into our trial here,
okay,
there was
trial would have saved me some characters on this title. I went with intervention because I thought it was
that works too. Yeah.
No, I think trial. Like fuck. I should have went with that. My bad.
We gave you hold on. We gave you the thumbnail. It said trial on it.
Can I tell you something? Listen,
we've referred to it as trial multiple times.
I'm multi-fucking-tasking. Okay, Wick. I don't need your sass right now. Don't appreciate it. Okay, you keep that nonsense to yourself.
This is from an article that had multiple sources. I think 2 sources confirm the story, but Trump was meeting with moderates in the White House today trying to whip these votes to get this reconciliation package done, and this happened. It's fucking unbelievable.
Well, Tally, as the resident Trump voter, would you like to read this out loud and kind of narrate? Narrate
don't do that. Don't do that.
Sure, you want me to read? I can read.
Please, yeah, of course.
I'm reading the text of this tweet, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. But Trump still doesn't seem to have a firm grasp at what his signature legislative achievement does. According to 3 sources with direct knowledge of the comments, the president told Republicans at this meeting that there are 3 things Congress shouldn't touch if they want to win elections: Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. But we're touching Medicaid in this bill, one member responded to Trump, according to the 3 sources.
This is fucking unbelievable.
Are you shocked at this point? Hold on. Hutch. After all the time we spent with Trump and all the research you've done in Trump, and all his speeches, you're shocked.
But I still have a memory of like, this is just something that would have been inconceivable not that long ago. That a president is just like, I actually don't think that Trump is lying when he says we're not going to cut Medicaid. I actually don't think he's lying when he says we're only going to do waste, fraud, and abuse.
But what do you mean you don't think he's lying?
I don't think he's lying because I don't think he fucking knows what's
in
the
you
bill.
don't, you don't think he's being intentionally deceptive. You just think he's wrong.
Yeah, lying.
Yeah, I think he's genuinely he doesn't give a fuck. Like that, he just wants a win. I think he just wants the bill to pass because he sees it as a win. But it's just inconceivable that a president wouldn't know. I mean, this is a really top line part of this reconciliation bill, these massive Medicaid cuts.
But here's the thing, to be fair to Trump, how loudly did this Republican say that? I can see him saying that under his breath, like, but we're touching Medicaid in this bill, because he doesn't want to be that asshole who contradicts Trump in front of a room full of people. These people, as we're finding out from the whole House budget drama, these people in both chambers are just total pussies when it comes to Trump. I mean, we'll capitulate, throw their principles under the bus. I love seeing Chip Roy and others, like, you know, literally raising their voice on the floor of the Senate. And like, if you give 1 inch on these green new scam subsidies, if you back down 1 inch from what we did, I will not vote for this. And he's definitely gonna fucking vote for it. He's absolutely.
Yeah. Well, you either get fucked in the primary from Trump, or you get fucked in the general because you did this awful thing that fucked your constituents. So they're
did you all see the Derek Van Orden tweet? You want to talk about funny fucking tweets?
Yes, I did.
Wait, did you respond to that?
I did. I quote tweeted it. Like, none of us are whiny little bitches or something like that. You can find it.
Where is it? You had the guy from The Good Doctor on.
Yeah.
Okay, let me pull this up. This is.
Oh, because I'm a troll. F Hutch. Well, you know. Yeah, the thing is, it's like all of these people have massively changed their political positions in like 10 months. You know, and it's really frustrating, man. It's like you see this, and it's just like, I don't actually know how you can like continue to watch people like this. And I guess like a part of it is probably migrating audiences in, migrating audiences out. It's probably something along those lines, right?
Pretty funny.
Is that ableism?
No, he's an actor.
But he's betraying someone with autism.
So Derek Van Horden's like, quote, the president of the United States didn't give us an assignment. We're not a bunch of little bitches around here, okay? I'm a member of Congress. I represent almost 800,000 Wisconsinites.
Respect.
God,
dude. I just can't.
They had an awakening later in their lives. Yeah, like 3 months later. Oh my god, this guy's telling me all these people are doing bad things and those people are mean to me. Fuck.
And like what? It's like if you're Chip Roy, I just don't like why even pretend? You know what I mean?
Why be Chip Roy?
yeah.
Why are you
being Chip Roy? I really don't get it, honestly. Like every other Republican seems like they're like, look, my constituency, they're just gonna have to deal with it. You know, Thomas Massey, I think, probably has some principal objections. Maybe that's it. Maybe Chip Roy's just like, I feel really strongly about this, but I can't do anything about it. Similar to Lisa Murkowski with the amazing couple of days that she's had with like, look, the bill's terrible. I hate the bill. I did vote for the bill, but the bill's terrible, and I hope it changes. And she's like, oh well. You know, we're under this deadline, and it's like, Murkowski, you said the deadline's artificial. Like, you could have just voted against it, and then like a couple of months later, you know, like it's a fake deadline. You recognize the deadline's fake, but you're like, we're under this deadline.
Did you see her crash out?
No, it's 50-50. She had the leverage to stop it. She could have just said,
no,
"We don't
exactly,
need to do this."
Yeah. It's completely ridiculous. I think honestly what it is that I don't know if she's up for real. I don't think she's up for re-election in 2026, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the other senator from Alaska. My guess is that she and Susan Collins had a conversation, and they're like, "Look, you're up for re-election sooner. You go ahead and be the one who votes against it, even though they don't need your vote. I'll be the one to take a heap of shit this time." And it's all made up. Okay, I thought you could trust Lisa Murkowski, but you can't. You can never.
Specs, don't like sexually harass Erudite. That's odd. I don't know what "eat her down" specifically means, but I have like a guess. I think that's bad. I think that's bad. They gave Murkowski a shit kind of crap. Okay.
Someone in chat said, "Didn't Murkowski
and did that save abortion?" Nope.
At least get bribed with Alaska subsidies? No. You know what she got?
I told her
she
that
got
to
an
her face.
exemption For like, there's a stipulation in the bill
Awesome,
where I think they're going to withhold funding to states that have a certain error rate when it comes to like Medicaid. And like, there's like, every state has error rates. I mean, these things happen, like either underpayments or overpayments or whatever. But Alaska is the #1 offender. It's like some insane, it's like 25% plus like error rate or something like that. And she got an exemption for the state of Alaska. That's how they got her to get on board.
Yeah, her rationale is so funny because it's like, to put it in a really crude metaphor, it's like you're voting on whether or not to kick a room full of 50 guys in the nuts individually, and the one person who's the deciding vote is like, well, I made it so that they're not going to kick me in the nuts. They're going to kick all the other 49 guys in the nuts, and that's the end of it. It's like, you know, sometimes we have hard choices, right? And I understand that this isn't going to be fun for everybody, but I had to represent my nuts. And it's like, well, you could have just voted against this and avoided everybody suffering, but she chose not to. So yeah, I don't know, man. I had high hopes for her based on a book tour that she did just a couple of weeks ago. She was talking mad shit about Trump. She was saying that, you know, she might even potentially caucus with the Democrats or become an independent. And I just don't expect that that's going to happen now. She doesn't have the spine to do this. Yeah. So
Murkowski was saying that a few weeks ago.
Yeah, so she wrote a memoir, and she's been like on every interview chair, and having really good interviews, like talking about how, you know, she and other Republicans are in this like constant, you know, mist of fear. You know, there are a lot of threats, and she said at one point, she's like,
I love like Josiah, just ever the schoolboy. Yeah, man, I'm gonna talk about the politics and shit, because that's surely what everybody's gonna watch this for. You know, long time down the line, surely that is, you know, the next like thing that, you know, they're gonna remember me for my political takes, you know, not just like this trivial drama with like a fucking no-name freak.
I don't know if Trump's authoritarian,
So cool,
if that's
man.
just, you know, how he is. And it's like, what the fuck does that mean? That sort of thing. But she also admitted she didn't vote for him, and yeah, she opened the door to potentially caucusing with the Democrats, or at least becoming independent. Yeah, all that went out the window. So
she's still a Republican, guys. Okay, you can never trust him. Okay, same thing with Mitt Romney. All right, never trusted him a day in my life.
Well, before we get to the trial/intervention, is there anything anyone else has to say about the House bill, which as of this moment, they are inching their way closer and closer to passage, but it has not been passed as of yet?
They're going to get there tonight, probably.
Sure, yeah. Anybody else? Cool.
Yeah, they're probably going to get there, unfortunately.
Yeah. All right, so we have two guests here at Live and Learn. We've got Wick of Wick TV. I mean, a lot of our audiences, not all, but a lot of our audiences probably know definitely who Wick is, but I have a more seasoned, a more tenured, shall we say, demographic who may not know. So, Wick, why don't you introduce yourself, and then we will introduce the...
You're calling your demo like boomers?
I didn't say that, asshole. And I don't appreciate the ageist
Seasoned,
adjective there.
wizened.
Like a fine steak.
My demo is boomers.
A fine
I got the
steak.
boomer demo.
Well, maybe, Hutch. We'll talk about that later. But
100%.
yeah, before we get to the defendant
in the trial. Wick, why don't you introduce yourself?
Certainly. Oh, well, as I said, I'm Wick. I run a show on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch called Wick TV. We do a variety of content, political, cultural, all sorts of things. Sometimes we do more serious shows, right? We had a discussion about the recent injunctions, the universal injunctions that were struck down by the Supreme Court, right? And sometimes we do stuff like, Are Women Evil, right? So it's a big mix, but you can find me on those channels. And
what did you decide on that?
On Are Women Evil? Depends, right?
Depends.
It depends which women. Some are, okay. Women can be evil
find
too.
him at Wick
That's just
TV.
feminism. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
TV.
me.
He does debates panels. It's great stuff. It's like every.
Does Wick even pull good numbers? When he's not doing Destiny drama, not really. The Destiny drama definitely has been pushing him up, but when he's like doing unrelated shit, he's only getting like maybe, I don't know, like 50 to 100 viewers. Kind of honestly, like the same level of honestly, about the same level of viewership I have, just very different viewers, for the most part. All right. And yeah, I mean, not to decry Wick, but it's the stuff that really pulls is Destiny drama. And, I can't really decry him because, yeah, I know. Obviously, I realize that, I could look into fucking everything, but the Wick shit, yeah, that shit just goes hard for me.
Weekday, right? Every weekday.
Well, not every weekday, but we usually do about three to four a week. Should be fun. Tomorrow we got Lonerbox and Soy Pill. They're gonna be debating people on interventionism, right? And should the U.S. be intervening in the world and stage and things like that? That should be fun. So yeah, that's me.
All right, before we get to Tally, one super chat here. So what kinds of taxes is MAGA okay with besides tariffs? Because it seems like they're just pseudo-libertarians on the issue. P.S. Also, for MAGA, cruelty is the aesthetic. Any quick responses from anybody on that? Tally, Wick, anything before we get to Tally's introduction?
They like taxes on poor people and not rich people. That's pretty much the main distinguishing factor between the...
Oh boy, Learnerbox and Soy Pill debates. I mean, that is those are probably Wick's best debates. Where did that thing go? Jesus Christ almighty, man.
Republicans and Democrats, for the most part.
And gamblers now, apparently.
Yeah.
There's, all right. There's a new tax on gambling winnings, I guess. I saw Tim Pool tweet.
I heard Nate Silver bitch about it. Something about.
Oh, he's a poker player,
yeah. Yeah. So.
I feel like Wick could be great if he weaned off Destiny's tit. Nah. The problem is, it's when it comes to these debate shows and shit, you have to be able to get bigger content creators on. And yeah, for most of them, whether you're Andrew Wilson or Destiny or anyone else, fuck off. Okay, yeah, you're definitely going to want them to give you some, level of treatment that is at the very least good, and yeah, they will just completely stick on that, man. You probably do need to connect with those people, unfortunately,
That's a good thing, though.
All right, Tally, take it away.
Okay, well, I am Tolly Bots. I am Wick's co-host about once a week, sometimes twice a week. We are still kind of figuring out exactly what to call our segment, but we've been having on guests to not necessarily debate, but kind of have discussions on different topics of interest, whether that's sort of current events or an interesting tweet that an interesting person sent out, and we bring them on to kind of flesh out that idea or what they're thinking about. The origin of this show idea, the trial of Tolly Bots, came from Wick's Discord. So Wick's audience has gotten to know me now for, I guess, a couple of months here, and many of them were surprised to find out that I had voted for Trump in 2024, and they wanted to chat about it. Most of them were like, oh, that's so surprising because I really like you. So I was expecting to walk into a bit of a skeptical hug box, people who think I'm a good person, but they just want to figure out how I could have made this mistake. But instead...
I will never watch Wick again until he unburns the Sonsol bridge. Well, I think Sonsol's gone from the internet, man. I think he's, by and large, just, kind of out, man.
Walking into a room of people who don't really know me at all. However, I think this will be fun. I am a viewer of Live and Learn. I watch...
Not for much longer, dude.
Hutch and Pisco's streams. Pisco, sorry.
No worries.
Mostly listening to Pisco for the introduction music. It's the best in town.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
It's actually
so
him off camera, by the way, playing
people
playing
don't know
strings.
that.
live.
Yeah.
Very
100%.
impressive.
Mhm.
Very impressive.
He's a Renaissance man.
Yeah, so basically I was a lifelong liberal turned progressive turned like radical progressive. And I ended up voting for Trump in 2024. I'm not a Republican. I registered, I guess, the beginning of 2024 as an independent. That was my first like official step away from the Democratic Party.
Yeah, it wasn't. She has a blog where she's talking about going to a Palestinian protest and getting mad that people aren't like acknowledging that Israel has a divine right to exist among nations and shit. Like she has like a whole blog about that. But you know, hey, you know, say what you want about Tally, all right? You know, what did Tally really do? Just, you know, endorse the genocide wholeheartedly.
I was calling myself a disaffected liberal for a while, and I think that's kind of a good way to encapsulate how I felt. But I see myself as basically having fallen in the center. When I talk to people on the left, they tell me that I'm right-wing, and when I talk to people on the right, they tell me that I'm a shit lib. So I don't know. I'm politically homeless. I'm not MAGA. I'm not a Trump supporter. So this is maybe not going to be as fun of an inquisition as you guys would have liked. But I'm open to answer any questions. I'm sure there's lots of things that I haven't thought about, and you guys can call me out on all of that. But I hope this will be a pleasant conversation.
I'm not a Trump supporter. I just vote for him, and I'm not willing to like even acknowledge like the necessarily terrible things that he does, right? You know, I'm not a Trump supporter though, guys, okay? Believe you me. I have no love for that guy that I constantly show love for.
Conversation, at least at some point, because I do like all of you, and at the very least, while I don't think you need to be pining for my vote in any way, you guys are all committed to Democrats succeeding, maybe so that especially that Trump will fail. And so at least maybe I can impart to you one example of someone who was pushed away from the party for various reasons, because that will matter in winning the upcoming elections.
If I may, just real quick, kind of to almost piggyback on that, one of the things that I want to do with my show and with my advocacy and with my politicking is find people who we lost and who are winnable again, who we can bring back. And I've been talking to Tali for a while, and I think she's someone that has real issues, right, that deserve to be heard. And I think she's winnable back. Like, we can get her back, and people like her back. She's representative, in my mind, of a class of people that if we...
Mind you, this is on the back of them doing, I think this was like probably the 4th or 5th, let's try to get Tallybots to vote for Democrat stream. She talked to Erudite. That VOD is gone. If I ever get my hands on that, boy howdy. All right, I'm going to be here for a while doing the fucking Erudite tally thing, because that is the only tally tent I haven't seen. But yeah, I mean, this is like, I mean, unsurprising should be the way you feel right now. Or like, you know, this is just pretty normal shit. Like, just saying, hey, this person, you will constantly argue against everything you stand for, but we have to make sure that we give them a little bit of fucking time to go ahead and weasel around and make, you know, arguments for the worst people in the world.
Take the right steps, we can get them back. And we need to win, because look at what Trump's doing, right? He's gutted USAID. There's going to be millions of people, right? Millions of deaths because of that. We're looking at an attack on the First Amendment greater than anything we've seen in a generation. We're looking at this god-awful, big, beautiful bill that's going to just gut Medicaid and a lot of harm. So we have to win. And to do that, we have to win people back. People that have, for whatever reason, switched from Biden to Trump. We have to figure out why they did that. We have to hear them out, and we have to see which ones we can win back. And I think Tali's a good example. So that's why I'm advocating for her. So yeah.
I want to piggyback on that too. I think like Wick represents one kind of viewpoint within the left of like, who should we be trying to win? Where should the focus of the coalition be? And I'm like, not to burst Wick's bubble, because he's my buddy and my co-host, but I think it would be a fair conclusion for all of you to conclude that you shouldn't spend time winning me back. I think what I've come to realize is while I'm dispositionally a liberal, you know, you are the type of people I'd rather be hanging out with. I feel like there are some fundamental beliefs that like the left can't get past with me, or I can't necessarily get past with the left. So it'd be interesting if we get to have some of these conversations, but yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to I said in the conversation that I had with, when Hutch was on Wick's panel, that I'm a winnable voter, and I do view myself that way, especially because, in many ways Trump was a sort of a protest vote for me. And I could see myself voting left, even if just...
Yeah, a winnable voter who after 30 hours can't even say that they regretted they voted for Trump. Like, at some point, you have to, just be like, yeah, this guy has done a lot of bad shit, so there's probably going to be a lower reason for me to want to vote for this guy. Tally doesn't engage that way. Tally doesn't think that way. Tally is just going to constantly vacillate and never actually get to the point where she supports Democrats at all. She's perfect.
To try to swing the pendulum back in a similar vein of what I did in 2024. But yeah, I think there's a divide about strategy among the left, and so I don't know that going for people like me is the best move for the Democratic Party, but I'm concerned with broader cultural trends, and so I see the sort of fringe horseshoe people that are coalescing on a bunch of these foreign policy things and sort of populist things as more concerning, and I suddenly see myself as an establishment cuck. So I want the moderates and the sane people of both sides to come out on top, but I don't think those people are going to actually work together. I think those people represent the Democrats and the Republicans in ways that the fringes on the left and the right, their votes are.
Yeah, but here's the thing. There's no sane people on one side. The entire party is monochromatically a certain way. With the Democrats, there's some, that are still in that center, liberal bend, but that does not exist outside of the Democrats. So...
are kind of more up for grabs. So, I don't know. I hope that made sense.
Well, Hutch, why don't you take it away, buddy, in response to that?
I think a fair point to start the conversation is to ask you two questions. So the first question I want to ask you is, why did you vote for Trump? And that's kind of a two-parter. Were you attracted to some of his policies? If you were, which policies were they? Or were you more repelled by Democrats? And if so, what were some of the things that repelled you away? And then the second question that we need to establish is, do you regret that vote?
So, to answer your first question, I had decided... So my ideological turn kind of started in the summer of 2021. So it's been several years now that I had been moving away from the left. I had decided at a certain point that I wasn't going to be voting for the Democrats. At that point, Joe Biden was still running. I was very concerned about his cognitive decline for a while, as many people were. I'm not saying anything anyone here doesn't know.
Not Josiah.
Okay. Well, so I had basically decided that I wasn't voting.
You said
for
you
the
wanted to have a
Democrats.
pleasant conversation, so I just made it a lot easier. Let me get his ass back in here. Yeah.
I was hopeful. I think it must have been New Year's Eve going into 2024. I remember thinking Nikki Haley might have a chance here. I was hoping that's who I could end up voting for.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm curious,
Yes.
the timeline. I was kind of confused. You said summer of 2021. Did you misspeak? Because that was after, that was just a couple months after Biden was inaugurated. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I voted for Biden in 2020.
Okay, by that point, summer 2021, we had successfully passed the ARP, which if you were historically liberal, then I assume you really like that policy, right? But also we had the Delta strain of the coronavirus and then his pullout from Afghanistan. So what radicalized you against
that? Was late. That was late summer. That was September.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we had the vaccine rollout, which was wildly successful. The economy was opening back up. Was there something, I guess, to Hutch's point, something in particular that the Biden administration did which really rubbed you the wrong way?
No, and I was pushed away first from the left, my left-wing spaces before I let go of the Democrat title. So the
Yeah, no, it's she has a blog. She went to a Palestine protest and got mad that people were saying mean shit about Israel. Shit you not. And I don't think it was just I think it was just a general anti-Republican Trump protest thing. And it was just that people were saying that Israel didn't have a right to exist and whatever. And everything changed.
The starting point for this was the last kind of
she's
war
a raging
clash
Zionist
between Israel and Gaza, which happened in May 2021.
Yeah.
And at that point, I was an activist, not full time. I was working, but I was protesting in most of my free time. So this was a year out from summer of 2020, and I was still protesting a couple days a week. There was a local BLM chapter, a local Refuse Fascism chapter, Affirm, which is radical feminist organization. And basically, suddenly the protest that I was going to started carrying like Zionism is racism signs, and people were personally asking me to condemn various things that were going on in Gaza. And it was the first time that I realized like these people that I shared a lot of values with and thought that I was aligned with, that it wasn't mutual. Basically, there was like one litmus test that if I didn't pass, that was really going to be it. And granted, I was in very extreme circles. Obviously, if Zionism was already a litmus test 4 years ago.
I mean, yeah. But the problem is that years later, those people were fucking right. They were absolutely fucking right. They have drawn your country. They have drawn your country into wars for no reason. Okay, Tally. Your people are dying, Tally. All right? Wake up, dude.
But
do you have a personal tie to Israel in any way, or are you just
this is where it started, man.
Yeah, I mean, I have family there, friends there. I spent a little time living there in college.
I see.
Yeah.
A clearer picture. Oh my God, that froze at the best time for you for a second. Econoboy was. Are you guys seeing what I'm saying?
I am. He's glitching there. He's so furious. Like he is
glitching.
He's phasing in and out of this dimension into
It froze on him like this for a moment.
Yeah, we can hear you, but you like temporarily glitched. Such is your rage. I'm curious though on that particular issue. Like I'll just take everything you say at face value, but how would you tie that to the Democratic Party? Because I think most people would tell you that President Biden was the most openly and ideologically pro-Zionist president in American history by far, and that was what helped contribute to his low approval rating, and what would have probably doomed him had he stayed in the race. At least one of the factors is that it seemed like he was committed to giving Netanyahu a hand no matter what. So if that was the deciding factor, why would that play a role?
Okay, so that was not the deciding factor. I was just taking you guys back to the very beginning of my ideological journey, and it was a slow one.
Yeah, except like you also said that the moment that everything changed was the moment that you had this interaction at a protest about people saying Zionism, which is a racist ideology, is racism. So, obviously, you've pointed out to us, Tally, the one thing that you're telling us the thing that changed, and for some reason, when people ask you about it, you're like, oh, well, no, it's not that thing. It's not that thing. It's not that big. I fucking hate Tally. Anybody who likes Tally is a scumbag. They are an enemy of America, all right? They are an enemy of America. If you ally with Tally, you will ultimately die to capitalism and its excesses. Jesus.
And this took several years. So again, it was only about a year ago. I didn't decide even that I was going to vote for Trump until pretty close to the election. I didn't know. I had decided that I wasn't voting for Biden, and then that I wasn't voting for Kamala. And again, we can sort of like get into.
Why not vote for Biden? Like, at what point did you make your mind up that you were definitely not going to vote for President Biden after voting for him in 2020?
It's hard to put a. It's hard to put an exact.
Give us like the top 5. Like, give us like the concise. Like, what are the? If you had to boil it down to like 5 things that really repelled you, what would you say?
Sure. So I wasn't repelled necessarily and specifically from the Democratic Party. This is the answer that you guys all like stomped your feet about last time, that you're going to hate the answer, that it was a lot of vibes. And when I say vibes, I mean culture. I mean like.
You mean vibes. You mean nothing that has any meaning, nothing that one could examine or determine a deeper understanding of like why you're doing shit. It's vibes. It's meaningless. It's worthless, just like you.
What I'm seeing amongst people and the health of our society and things of this nature.
Our society, shit like this.
Basically.
Like, leave it to the Zionists to reinvent, this, like, we need to protect our society. We need to protect our freedoms and shit. This is like, it is endless with these types. Truly, truly fucking endless, man.
I went on an ideological journey that sort of started with this sort of Israel stuff and me being a Zionist and being called a racist and all of these things, and realizing what I saw that there was hypocrisy in the anti-racism sphere on the left. Okay? And this took me on a journey of different pillars.
Oh, yeah, hypocrisy, because you can't go ahead and say that the Israelis are committing a Holocaust because they're not burning the Palestinians alive in ovens, all right? It means great fire, guys. It's just fascist talking points. This is like what you get when you fucking, you know, interact with a tally bot. Okay. Let's actually see. These might ignite. Well, no, it does look like they must have been hit, right?
Of things that I sort of held dear.
No?
Things like, you know, things like sexism, racism, gender stuff, all of these things that I started to tackle and open my mind to. This is a hard thing to narrate, right? Because it's so easy to like cling on to one thing. It's like, so why did that one thing push you away? But my ecosystem of who I was listening to and what I was listening to changed, right? And so I stopped watching MSNBC and CNN, and I was listening more to podcasts and not right-wing people. I was listening to like heterodox liberals, basically, like liberals who were saying things that were a little bit outside the norm on wokeism and stuff like that. So people like Jesse Singal and Katie Herzog and
yeah, Jesse Singal, Katie Herzog. Yeah, man, leftists, you know, like good old leftists, right?
Gentlemen aren't necessarily liberals, but sort of libertarians like Michael Moynihan and Camille Foster and Matt Welch. And
before you go,
Matt Welch, not Matt Walsh. Okay, probably Matt Welch too, but
any further, can we get the chat to just? Can we get you guys?
I'm not even looking.
Okay, can we get you guys to just chill the fuck out though? Like, it's fine if you disagree with people, but Jesus fucking Christ. But all right, so go ahead.
Well, I have a comment, but go ahead.
No, yeah, wait, you were gonna say something there, Wick?
Well, I'll let her finish, and then we'll get into it. The comment will keep. This is a good example of what I feel is a problem. But go ahead.
Maybe I'll just try to. I'll try to sum it up, and you guys can ask me lots of little questions, because otherwise this narrative could take a really long time.
Sure.
The one thing that I think Tim Pool gets right, is that in our modern sort of political ecosphere, what determines whether you are on the left or on the right is what you believe to be true about the world. So if you guys recall in his conversation with Kaya,
yeah, except it's literally because, yeah, the reason that's the truth is because the right has an incredible disinformation machine that will continually lie and just make shit up, and stupid little bots like you eat this shit up, Tally. And you force us to have to pay attention to them because you give them ad rate, you give them views. This is on you. You validate their experience, all right? That will be used to destroy your peoples.
Was saying like a center liberal, maybe kind of edgy for a left-wing person to say things, and he was like, "Oh, you're right-wing, you're conservative," and she pushed back vociferously against that, which is, I used to push back against that for a long time too, until I realized it's not fair for me to push back because I actually do think different from these people, right? But basically, there's like fundamental things that I believe to be true now that I didn't before, or vice versa. Things like
what are some of those fundamental things?
So
I feel like I could guess a few. Like, did you cringe when you heard people say that, you know, you can't be racist against white people? Is that like maybe one of the things?
Yes, but again, I can't emphasize enough, after years of saying that myself, after saying that you can't be racist against white people. And so these were things that I believed for a long time. But yes, I took a lot of issue with what I saw as racism in the anti-racism movement. I was listening to people like John McWhorter and Coleman Hughes, people who were pushing for like a colorblind approach to racism in America.
You should probably steer away from Coleman Hughes, just for the record. He gets really basic facts wrong. Like, he tried to claim that...
Yeah. Dude, it's so cool. Why are you a VTuber now? I miss your SIG cam. So that way I can, like, play video games and chill. Because we've had, like, a fun, exciting, lolcow-filled week. You carried Zerka Royale? Well, no. It's just, like, it gave, like, an oppositional, man. That's all it is. Oh, shit. This guy. Yeah, man, get in here. I got you, all right? Come over here to the right. Come over here. Thank you. Right in front. And there you go, buddy. Cool. Sorry, I had to do that. But yeah, I don't know, man. I like being able to play video games, not like thinking about what I look like, you know?
Martin Luther King did not advocate for reparations. And he confidently said that when he was on The View. And he could not be more wrong. Like, there are so many explicit quotes of him calling for that. I just want to try to steer you away from him. He seems a bit silly.
I think he's really thoughtful. I remember that interview. I don't remember him saying that specific thing. If he got that wrong, that is a big thing. But he
did, and it was shockingly wrong. Like, anybody in the chat, just look up. Did Martin Luther King advocate for reparations? There are dozens of quotes of him calling for it. Yeah.
Okay, so an example is that you can't be racist against white people, and you find that cringe. I'm just trying to tie that to the inevitable voting decision. Obviously, we have to get more context. So let's get some more accountable. You had some questions for her as well.
Not really any questions. I mean, obviously, I disagree with the line of thought really that she has, but I mean, of course, that's the case. We voted differently, but in general, like Josiah said, right? So tie that into actually voting for Trump in 2024. Like, what was the hope? Like, what was the hope that essentially, like, what did you hope to accomplish by doing that? And do you think that over the last 6 months that has in some way been accomplished, or kind of walk us through that?
So, I mean, as I stated earlier, I part of this was a sort of protest vote to a certain extent. I live in a...
Yeah, she lives in Hawaii. All right, she's open about it, talks about it often. All right, but I live in a completely secluded part of the world where I am not having to feel the implications of this in my gated neighborhood.
Very blue state. My state has only gone red twice ever in the presidential election. That was for Nixon and the second Reagan term. So I knew there was a very good chance that my vote was not going to influence the outcome of the election. And if my state flipped, then, well, I wouldn't be the only person held responsible, obviously, in that case. Am I thrilled with what I've seen over the last 6 months? No.
Is it what you expected?
I don't really know what I expected. No, it's not what I expected, but I didn't have very high expectations either. What I saw...
Oh, she's a full-blown settler? You look adorable as a moth. Thank you, Magical Raccoon. I like my moth. I do. I really do. Were you a Michael Brooks guy? Nope. Nope. My political history is when I was in my mid-teens, how do I put this? In my mid-teens, I saw what George Bush was doing. I thought it was fucked up. I thought it was wrong. And then when I turned 17, I volunteered for the Obama campaign. And then for years upon years after that, up until now, I still do phone banking. And I've had various instances of being willing to go and, like, just straight up, like, do protests and stuff. Much less so of late, for nothing else other than, like, just generally, having a lot of other shit, right? But yeah, so no, I don't know, that's my history. I don't have, like, this internet whatever. It's just like, yeah, I think that George Bush was too far of president. I stand by that. And I think that political dynasties should be destroyed in whole, entirely and totally. So that's it. Let me tell you about a little present named Obama kids. Yeah, and I mean, I'll even, like, go further and just say it's like, yeah, I don't think Obama was, like, perfect or anything, but hell of a lot better than what we got going on now. That's for fucking sure. That's for sure. You got JQ if you don't like Bush. No, I don't. I can do pretty well, alright? I can stay away from most JQ stuff. Most people don't get, like, too worried about it, I think. Mostly because they're just like, wow, Rezi, every time you go on a show with right-wingers, they just immediately start calling you a Jew. I'm like, yeah, that happens. That's life. Anyways, watch me kill this guy. Alright, you want to slow down? And boom. Nice. Nice. Anyways. Yeah, good run. Lot of money.
Was essentially a coalition of people. Some people who shared, like, some of my views, and what I saw as, yeah, like a sort of a larger movement that I could see myself in. It didn't seem to be like the same Republican Party that it had.
It's all the anti-Semitism that protests that's driving Resi away. No, actually, the thing that, like, drove me away the most was, like, the Democrat whoring and shit. It was just that, because it's like, oh, I kind of want to get in there and, like, talk about, like, workers' rights and issues like that. But, like, how I had to do that was by filling out, hit contact us shit. And it just didn't, I don't know, man. It doesn't have, like, the same energy to it, I don't know how else to put it. right? It just does not have that energy, man. That's it.
There were, you know.
Wait, what anti-Israel protests were happening in Hawaii? Pro-Palestinian protests, actually. Shockingly enough, yeah, it's people were for the Palestinian liberation, and that's what fucking drove Tally to insanity, I guess.
Autistic, transhumanist, socially liberal people,
these
you know, business people, all coalescing around with more traditional conservatives and, you know, evangelicals and things of this nature. And yeah, I mean,
for specific examples, I'm curious. Did you like?
No, I hear you. The Democratic apparatus is super gay. Yeah. It sucks because it's like, yeah, I kind of want to talk to like people in the town I'm in and talk about how we have this like massive service industry that is definitely having a lot of like meaningful fucking issues and shit like that. That nobody can, there's nothing being done. All right, and it's just like whatever, man.
RFK
like,
Jr. or Tulsi Gabbard, like were those people that they were not part of the conventional Republican coalition. They backed Trump. They have high-ranking positions in Trump's administration. Are those like kind of like North Stars you look to that this was a heterodox movement, and so you had more confidence in it?
No, and those are figures that people in that sort of heterodox space.
Also, remember, like the stream, follow the Twitch, follow the Twitter, join the join the Kick. And subscribe to the YouTube. Get the likes up on the YouTube. Thanks.
But no, I never really liked Tulsi. There are a lot of people in the heterodox space who seem to have like formed personal relationships with her and say very nice things about her personally, but I never really grew an admiration for her. Same with RFK. I mean, no, I was never a supporter of RFK Jr. I was surprised though, because there were a lot of people who I thought were like reasonable people just in my life or in my online circles and stuff who were supporting him. But no,
to help us out, because obviously we don't know the people in your personal life. Is there anybody that we might know online or whatever reputationally that like was sympathetic to Trump or supported Trump, and so you would like refer to them like, okay, like this creates a permission structure for me to walk away from the Democrats and vote for Trump, like Dave Smith? Like I'm just trying to get some contextual markers here to help us.
Imagine the worst person that you could answer
Dave Smith, I see as like my polar opposite politically, and polar opposite of Dave Smith represents a movement that I'm concerned about. Not just his movement. There are several movements that I'm concerned about across the right and the left. But no, so honestly, a lot of the sort of influencer people that I follow didn't vote for Trump. So some of them basically, you know, they were also disaffected with the left. And I know some of them did. I know some of them held their nose voting for Kamala. That's how they felt about it, in the same way that I sort of held my nose voting for Trump the person, because he's someone that I mean, really tested for a long time. I was also really desensitized to all of the messaging about Trump.
What do you mean by that?
I guess all of the
Trump's a Nazi, Trump said this, Trump said that. Is that what you mean?
Sure, right. Starting from his first term, and then leading up into the 2024 election, and just like this is democracy is on the line, basically, and Trump is Hitler, and these things, I think, desensitized a lot of people, to be honest.
Josiah was saying, who in the influencer class, excluding your family and friends. I'm going to ask you about your friends and family. I remember back in 2015, 2016, I was writing some articles basically saying that, because there were a bunch of people, I don't know if you remember, like criticizing people who wore sombreros, who weren't Hispanic, and people who were like talking about costumes and stuff. Anyway, I was like writing articles and saying like, hey, we should like do free speech, and it should be like not this racial thing. And I was kind of against that identity politics. I remember very vividly.
Good for you.
Thank you. Like people in my orbit who I consider my friends, like I was losing a couple friends. They were like, you're an Uncle Jose, like, because I'm Hispanic, and like, so why are you doing this? Why are you siding with these people? People call me contrarian sometimes. But anyway, my point is, did you lose any friendships? People around you, do you recall moments like of your feeling ostracized or things like that?
You mean after voting for Trump, or?
No. Like in this lead, because you're describing a kind of like an imprecise moment. It's not like really policy based or like a specific policy. And you're literally saying it's vibes based. And you're bringing up multiple times like the people in my orbit, the circles I was in, the places where I was protesting. I was hearing things I didn't like. And so I'm asking you about that. Like, was there?
I didn't leave the left left me. Yeah, that's the sort of person Tally is. But like, she also has just. I mean, in this, she says, "I'm a single issue voter." And that issue is Israel. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, what would Biden and Kamala have had done to get the single issue voter for Israel that is Tally? Like, what do you have to do, man?
feeling of ostracization that, like, from personal dynamics, personal relations, people you work with, people that you see.
Yo! Jason Society! Thank you for the 22 raid on Kick. Jason Society, thank you, buddy. We're doing a little bit of Snark Raiders. We're looking at old Live and Learn episodes with the Republican Tallybots, who constantly claims that she's not, but we all know the truth. So, Jason, welcome in. Thank you for the Kick Raid. Let's go. I'm going to be playing games and, like, watching debates, so choose your choice accordingly. All right, choose your choice accordingly. I also forgot to bring shields in that time. Felt it was better to, like, just not waste them if possible. So, you know, if I roll head through the sphere for a 4th of July thing, hell yeah, man. Good for you. I am not. So.
Yes, certainly. And again, most of that happened up front and before I, like, at least a year, probably 2 years before I was really done. 2 years, maybe closer to 3 years before I was really done with the left. So yes, I lost, you know, none of them were like close best friends, thankfully. I found that most of the people closest to me, well, first of all, I grew up with a lot of Jews. Okay, so most of the people that I grew up, I'm from New York. Most of the people that I grew up with, were the same liberal Zionists, basically, that I was.
Yep. Genociders, yeah.
But I lost all of my activist friends, and that's like a silly term, but this was real life, right? This wasn't just like this wasn't internet activism.
What did you guys fight about? What happened? Like, why'd you have a falling out with them?
She was a Zionist.
Yeah, I was a Zionist. I wouldn't
Did you talk about that? Was that like?
Wait, you should define what Zionist means, because some people say it means something. Like, what do you mean when you say that term? Sorry, peace.
Don't come back. We don't want you.
That I believe that Israel
Tornado
has a right to exist as a Jewish state.
Okay.
Tornado, just so we're clear, Tally is among the new food shops crew, I believe, of like random women she's training to be able to debate evil snarkers like myself. Okay. They're trying to ethnically cleanse me, Tornado. Just so you know.
And was this something that like that you guys
Wix
were talking
fully
about a lot,
supports this,
or something that it was a sticking
No.
point?
There was a. It's silly to call it a war now in hindsight compared to what's going on right now in Gaza, but there was a small war. There was an exchange of fire. If you remember the word like Sheikh Jarrah and all of that stuff was going on, and there were a bunch of missiles that were launched into Israel, and then a bombing campaign for several weeks in Gaza. And the groups that I was part of just reacted to this. Like there were marches that were taking place in my city, from my city to Gaza, from here to Al-Aqsa, you know, the march to end colonization. And so I didn't pretend I wasn't a Zionist. I didn't, you know, and people already knew this. And at this point in time, I already knew that there was an issue with being a Zionist on the left in my progressive circles. But it was something that I mostly ignored. I didn't talk about that much. And I was like, I just felt confident that like this wouldn't be some determining factor, that this wasn't going to end up being some litmus test that suddenly, like, if nothing else changes about you, that's it. Yeah.
Do you think that?
Yeah. Do you think like, you know, the raiding of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and like a bunch of other stuff possibly like really turned people around on Zionism? You know, you think that might have been the thing, possibly, Tally? Like, could it have been like, you know, Israel's continued aggression in, you know, states that they're not supposed to be aggressive within? Like, is it possibly that?
Like I'm connecting some dots here, but if you're hanging out with activists, that's already a group that is going to skew probably well to the left of the median Democratic voter. Like, the median Democratic voter does not want Israel to not exist, but maybe the median activist in your circles absolutely did. Do you think that maybe you started to conflate your activist friends with like the Democratic Party broadly?
So I hear you, and like possibly, and I know that's part of Wix.
Did not need to do that. It's also funny your life is based in anime, your daughter raising an all-female army to betray you. I know, like, it's crazy, dude. It's crazy. Yeah, the one literally cannot fucking shut the fuck up so much that she revealed that she's cool with the pedophiles in her family. And, like, you know, the ones that molested children, so.
And sure, probably to a certain extent. But I never really, I never believed that the Democratic Party like, so for example, there are always Jews who have felt that the Democratic Party, you know, right-wing conservative Jews, whatever, who have felt that the Democratic Party is bad for Israel for decades, right? I always thought that was complete nonsense. I still think that's mostly nonsense. Like, moving forward, whatever the next iteration of a Democratic administration would look like. So I didn't vote because of Israel. Like, that wasn't what I voted about. And again, I didn't see like the Democrats as evil. And I agree with you. The people that I was interacting with were on the extreme. The way that I view the world just kind of changed. And yeah, that.
Can you give us an example? So
like
one thing you believed before this shift and that you no longer believe. So you mentioned anti-racism. There's racism and anti-racism. Give us another example. Just to, I feel like we're going everywhere and we're just hitting like X, Y, Z, but
it's like a constellation.
We gotta focus, right? We gotta focus in. So give us a specific example that we can kind of latch onto and maybe discuss, right? Of a thing that you believed about the world before that you no longer believe, or a thing that you didn't believe then but now do. Now do. Yes, thank you.
Sure. So let's give like the James Damore example, basically. I think most of the discrepancies that we see.
She says so vague, it's cringe. Well, yeah, because if she gets, when they get to, and by the way, this will happen in this stream, when they get to the, yeah, I just don't think Trump is that bad part. Oh, fuck. When they get to that part, yeah, like everybody like loses it. Okay, because she absolutely does not think that Trump is that bad. She is one of those libs. They are the literal most worthless fucking freaks in the fucking world. And thankfully, they're all Destiny Orbiters. So, you know, we can like largely ignore them, which is nice.
The discrepancies that we see between the sexes in different domains of work and achievement and preferences, basically, that I think most of this comes down to differences, evolutionary, biological, and psychological differences between the sexes. I don't think that these things are bad things. And the type of liberalism that I want, the type of liberal that I see myself as, is every single person should actually have access to do whatever they want to do. I don't want anyone to be restricted from doing anything because of their sex or gender or race, religion, all of that.
Yeah, literally, so just keep things exactly the way they are. Never change a thing, even while they are, you know, in town and town and town and state and state and state, eroding the fucking rights of trans people to get the medical treatment that they are seeking that is, like, approved by most medical institutions. Okay? Most. Yeah, man. Cool.
Obvious things. But I have come to resent the amount of time that I feel that the left spends on trying to reach some type of representative outcome. Demographically representative outcome. Yeah, I don't think it will ever happen. I don't think it's a worthwhile mission.
So when Joe Biden said, for example, I'm going to select a woman to be my vice presidential nominee, I'm going to select a black woman to be on the Supreme Court. Did you resent that, prior to voting for him, or did you notice it, or are you saying that like it bothered you more after the fact, or did you notice it more after the fact? When I say after the fact, I mean post inauguration.
Right. So, again, my ideological turn started after Joe Biden was inaugurated. Right. So,
do you remember thinking about that in the moment and being like, why is Joe Biden saying, like, we're going to pick a woman?
No, Pisco. I was like, hell fucking yeah, we're going to have a black woman in the Oval Office.
What about with justice?
And I still feel that way. Like, I still,
how
do you
reconcile that?
Because it doesn't need to be forced. I actually think it's very easy to reconcile. There are plenty of competent... Well, that's the point. That's actually what I was about to say, is like, he could have just done that and not said anything. He could have just done that. He could have just done it, right? You can just select a super competent, black woman, for example.
Well, he was asked the question, and that answer to his question was probably really important to a lot of voters. So
right, it was in advance. I don't want to say a virtue signal, but a signal of some sort to try to rally, various groups and demographics to come out and vote for him. But to your point, right, there's not a strict hierarchy in terms of like anybody who's ever hired, especially for a mass position where you have dozens of applicants, or in the case of
There are examples of left-wing craziness, but she has none. Well, yeah, because the left-wing craziness she cares about is Israel. And, thinking that Israel isn't, God's chosen country that was, promised their land thousands upon thousands of years ago. She's an ultra-Zionist.
Supreme Court justice or vice president, hundreds of potential candidates.
I would go as far to say, I think Tally is, the actual sort of person most people refer to when they talk about, a certain type of loyalty, okay? We'll put it that way, all right?
it's not like a total linear thing. You almost have tiers of competence. It's hard to like say this person is emphatically more competent or more experienced, has a better resume than this person than this.
Why are you deadlining on there and planting snap hooks? I'm dealing with like side things. I've got a few big arcs that I killed over here, so I'm gonna kind of depend on those because I don't really need anything from a matriarch comparatively. And, like, you get about the same, like, cost effectiveness as getting, like, a bunch of matriarch reactors and shit. But last round I got, like, 4, so I'm just, like, I'm chilling. I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling, you know?
Person than this person, like a rank ordered list. And so to your point, right, I agree, it's easy to reconcile. If you say that you're going to pick a black woman as your vice president or as a Supreme Court justice, there are probably dozens or hundreds, maybe thousands, depending on the field, right, maybe more, who have the resume. I mean, Ketanji Brown Jackson has the best resume in terms of like her work experience than any of the Supreme Court justices, from Alito to Thomas to Amy Coney Barrett, certainly superior to any of the Trump nominees. And she also happens to be a black female. So I agree, it's easy to reconcile. But I guess Piso was curious, like, I think the crux of his question was, okay, well, if you were concerned about, you know, this emphasis on equity, how did that manifest in the Democratic Party's policies such that you were driven away from voting for them and voting for the Republicans?
Where previously you voted for them, right? So like the heyday of this kind of, it feels like the high watermark.
But I was
this
bought
ideology
into
was,
that.
Right.
Because my
right.
idea, I've had a sincere ideological shift. That's,
so
that's what I'm trying to express.
As I'm understanding, like, you might agree with my characterization, perhaps, that
it's not really a sincere ideological shift. You're just a vapid Israel supporter to the point where all other countries pale in comparison, including the one that you call home. Because, yeah, you're anti-American. You want Americans to die in some fucking foreign land to go ahead and protect your apartheid racist state. Like,
the high watermark was pre-2020 election, but you feel like you were in that and you were a supporter of it, and hence the movement away from that afterwards. So in retrospect, it's not a contradiction for you because you've changed your mind and now you don't.
Yeah, like the cost effectiveness of getting like 8 Bastion cells, 9 Bastion cells, Ergi, versus like going for matriarch shit when it's like, yeah, I'm already only doing like super low level like loadout shit to begin with, really. I mean, you know, I'm not like running into queens. Like, I would rather, you know, do as much as I can around that, you know, like get as much shit around that. And because at this point, it is literally just metal and parts that I'm like getting. Yeah, I'm getting like equivalent money for. I want to be able to save that Bettina blueprint I just got, because I actually that one day that we were playing this and I was just doing Bettina runs and shit was like super fucking fun. I want to go to maintenance bunker before we drop. It's like right here. There we go. Cool. But yeah, so. Anyways,
don't have this view of you know, the equity or forced diversity or whatever. Do you feel like the Zionism aspect of it like led you to question it?
Okay.
Or, like
what
you were seeing with your protester friends, that was causing you to re-examine stuff? When did this come, or was it like you mentioned, you know, going and listening to
unadulterated hate.
Thank you, Marshallist, and 250 years more. All right, if I never die, as long as I never die, America will still hate. And that is beautiful. Thank you, Marshallist, for the $2. Thank you.
Podcast and hearing this message, do you track it like that, or is it you're not sure of the causality?
So again, I track it in the beginning as like starting to listen to podcasts, and even that was really slow because like the Blocked and Reported podcast is the one that I was mentioning before with Jesse Singal and Katie Herzog. Are any of you guys familiar with that podcast?
Yes, I am.
Loosely.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No.
Well,
I know Jesse Singal pisses off a lot of people.
They do a lot of trans stuff.
Yeah. Okay, and I was listening to a ton, just like going through the archives of the Intelligence Squared debates. So I went through like a bunch of their British debates, and then I found out that they have, you know, Intelligence Squared in the U.S., which is now called Open to Debate. They're still going, and I still subscribe to that. And so that was like transformative for me in many ways, because what I felt when I was exposing myself to some of these debates was that I had never really heard the best faith arguments from the other side on many of these things. And some of these things were ideas that I had held closely, and others were things that I hadn't thought much about, but were taboo in some way. And
again, totally unrelated from her principle, the thing that pushed me over the edge, all right, was that they were mean about Israel. They're completely ignoring that.
I it just came away feeling like I don't need, like I need to think more deeply about a lot of these things, basically. And so it's like I got rid of my presets to a certain extent. And so I don't automatically.
You were used to criticisms that sounded like, oh, they just hate trans people because they're bigots or whatever. They are, like they do Donald Trump.
Yeah, they're obsessed with people's
and
genitals.
Then you heard these different takes that explained it in a different way, and it got you to question, like, wait a second, I used to think that, and that kind of like, yeah, I can kind of see where the wheels are turning here. Makes sense. Like, what are some of the examples of?
There's a super. Can I just real quick? There's a super chat directed at Tally from Doobie. It says, why does it matter which party or president would be quote better for Israel? Shouldn't we be?
Oh my God, Doobie psyoped lib and learn. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. Okay, this is fucking insane. I can't believe Doobie could do this. I can't believe Doobie would donate $10 to Live and Learn to completely turn their show against everything Destiny ever stood for. Unbelievable, all right? This guy, prepare the gallows. Okay. Auto select. Drop out these queen cores.
Your people have so little to worry down here. That is puzzling.
5,000? I need 5,000 more. Yes.
Leave in your wake what you would encounter in your future.
Alright. Let's take that patina blueprint. Sans anything else, that's like a good thing to have, I think. Yeah, because Jupiter blueprints are relatively easy to get. You just have to find a queen thing, and you'll be set. Do I care about the rest of this stuff? Excuse me, sure, man. Press play.
Voting for a president or party that is better for America.
Money now. Thank you.
Yeah, so if you were listening, Doobie, I said the exact opposite. Yeah, that I don't think. Well, first, maybe I didn't make it explicit that I don't think Americans should be voting based on Israel, but I did make it explicit that was never what my vote was about.
Got it. So go ahead, Hutch.
I mean, it was, though, right? Because, like, you did an ideological shift due to Israel, right? Like, yeah, like we're gonna like hold together with the things that we said like moments beforehand, that the last straw, the last thing was Israel. You know, like, I just don't.
Give me an example, because I think we're still trying to get a handle on like the shift to like what it looks like. So like, I know there are certain things that really trigger the fuck out of me. Like chat can stun lock me with a few different takes. Like any kind of like saying that Bernie was like robbed of the nomination in 2016. I'll fucking rant for like 2 hours on this, and I'll argue with chat or whatever. So like, what are the current takes you hear from the left that trigger the fuck out of you? You sounded pretty triggered when you came into the WIC panel, like for example. So like, I can't remember what we were talking about. But, like,
you sounded triggered?
Not triggered. But,
so the one about violence on during protests, yeah.
Typical male feminist sexist language.
Yeah.
No, I didn't mean I get triggered.
You're emotionally invested? Why? Why do you think Israel elected a leader named Bibi is attacked on Arabs, Habibi? No, I do not believe that. Don't call me that. You don't love me.
I mean, like, it got you like upset.
I was hysterical, histrionic. Yes.
I wondered if you were. No, never mind. I'm sorry.
Throw a tampon.
No, so yeah, I mean, Charlie and the other gentleman whose name I forget were advocating for political violence, basically. So yes, I resent that tremendously. And this is an issue, obviously, not just on the left. You know.
Oh,
I
really?
Think, if anything, this used to be more the domain of the right. That seems to be increasing on the left, and that's very concerning to me.
There were Nazis literally marching in Washington today, but you know, okay.
But yeah, like people saying that, you know, we can replace property, but we can't replace people. Well, are you going to replace that person's property? Are you gonna fix up that business? Are you going to employ all those people who are impacted? So that type of rhetoric.
Are we gonna bring back the people that got killed by ICE? All right, like the Canadian that died in captivity. You know, like that, those guys, are we going to do something about that? Oh, no, you're just doing this to, like, completely obfuscate from, like, the actual horrors of your positions?
Angers me and triggers me. Not I guess that doesn't make me cringe so much. The stuff that makes me cringe is, like, America.
Happy 4th. Did you hear about Facebook's AI pedo flag false guerrilla war? No, I have not.
Is a white supremacist nation.
Property by definition is replaceable. Exactly. Tally cares a lot about property. Okay? She cares a lot about property rights, okay? And that those should be subservient to human rights. You know, like, that's the thing. If you have a house and anything ever happens to it for any reason, Tally thinks that whoever did that to your house should be raped. Okay? It's pretty obvious, all right? If you read exactly what she's saying.
Let's just. I feel like we're kind of none of this. I think one of the issues I have and we've heard this. I don't know. I've just heard this from a lot of people who decided not to vote for Democrats or vote for Trump or sit it out or whatever. Is this kind of like, you know, vague gesture towards a lot of culture war issues, like, oh, I had a lot of changes of opinion. I think the equity stuff is cringe. I had bad experiences with activist spaces. Like, this is an entirely ordinary story for why people turn their back on the Democratic Party. The big problem that I see in that I from hearing that from so many people is that isn't to even like a close degree, I think, representative of the actually existing Democratic Party. Do you see some people in the Democratic Party who will parrot some of these talking points? I mean, certainly I do think so. Well, I was just going to say that I think so, right? But when we look at take Joe Biden as a perfect example.
Look at the DNC. They just kicked out David Hogg because they had to like realign with their new gender requirements.
Take Joe Biden as, and I think that's a misleading understanding of that.
There I go.
I was going to say. Oh, are we here?
Am I okay?
Yeah.
You're good.
Are we here?
bro.
Okay.
You're good, man.
Yeah.
You blamed me. It was him the whole time.
But hold on, Holly just said something really important, right? Like something that we've been trying to get these. Hold on, go ahead, please. It's your show.
Remember, Wick. Okay. Tally, you shouldn't be trying with me. It's a waste of your time. Wick, I gotta, okay? I gotta do it for you, my lesbian queen.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, I was just going to say that I think Joe Biden is a good example of this, right? That, you know, during the summer of love, you know, when we had all these riots going on, all these protests and stuff, like this was at the same time that there were a lot of Democratic movement of like defund the police and stuff like that. You got Joe Biden out there saying we're not going to defund the police. He was the nominee of the Democrats. He, you know, to my understanding, he didn't defund the police.
More importantly, they didn't. More importantly, they didn't. To Convoy's point, legislation like the American Rescue Plan expanded resources and funding.
Yeah, in the summer of 2021, I was one of the people saying that defund the police doesn't go far enough. We need to abolish the police.
Yeah.
Those were the signs that I was.
No, I get that, Tally. I get that. I'm just saying.
So I wasn't.
Yeah, Tally, remember, guys, Tally was totally cool until you brought Israel into it. All right? Not a single issue voter or anything. All right? Totally cool saying, like, defund the police and every, like, insane lefty slogan that's like, oh, well, it actually means this thing. It does, but, like, at the end of the day, guess what? Like, you don't really get past the slogan, do you? You know? All right, I gotta reload. Yes. Tally. You know, activist. All right, a left activist who reads and appreciates Richard Hanania. You know, actually, like, you know, we should be so graced, man. I'm gonna hit. No, I'm over the crest. Thank you. I am definitely taking this thing. That's my loot, man. Get fucked.
I wasn't.
Yeah, Joe Biden was the most recent democratically elected Democratic nominee. After that, we had Kamala Harris, who all of the Biden delegates voted for Kamala unanimously. And to me, look, I mean, again, there were some people on the far left that hated Kamala Harris, whatever, but she was getting huge rallies. There was a lot of enthusiasm behind her campaign. It turned out not to be enough. When you look at the polling, for instance, like socialists, people who identify as socialists, 95% of those people voted for Kamala Harris. Like, I just don't find a sufficient reason to say, well, I had some moderating opinions on social issues and activist spaces really turned me off. And so that's a reason why I voted for Trump. To the extent that we care about racism, bigotry, a colorblind approach, I don't think voting for the guy that made and I will say Nazi, his deputy chief of staff, Stephen Miller. I don't. Stop. Pisco, shut the fuck up. Okay, shut the hell up. Okay, no. Oh, he's Jewish. He can't be a Nazi bigot. Sure, Pisco. Sure.
You could use lots of other effects.
Oh yeah, you can use lots of other effects. Because surely, like, you know, that's it. You can't remind people that it's like, yeah, the guy is Jewish and doing Nazi shit. Because again, all right, the Jews, in Tally's view, they could never do a genocide. They learned.
Words,
and Pisco, I don't even know if historically.
I don't know, but you're presupposing that she's saying that her vote is rational. I mean, she's describing a story that I don't know. Do you think that your vote was rational, Tally? She's not saying that she had a rational reason.
I'm sorry, Tally. I just want to apologize. Every time a woman's in chat, Pisco accuse her of being irrational.
No. She's not saying that.
Unbelievable, bro.
No, but you're saying.
No, I agree. I'm saying very explicitly it wasn't a calculated. It was
not
a calculated policy decision at all.
You said it was a protest vote, which is
yes. Hold on.
When someone if I could just finish, when someone says protest vote, I take that to mean that, like for instance, the uncommitted movement, right? That was a protest decision, whether they voted for Trump or a third party or they decided not to vote. They said the logic that I'm employing is by withholding my vote from the Democratic Party, I'm hoping to push them further towards a certain direction, right? And that's to me a rational decision.
That's not what protest vote means.
You're not talking to
That's
her.
not what. That's not what protest vote means.
Hold
on.
I'm using that as
To
an
be fair,
example.
that was in a non-organized way, right? As in I wasn't part of a movement or going green or something like this. That was essentially my rationale. Was like I want the Democrats to have a really big wake-up call. You know,
You wanted
if
them
this
to
goes
lose.
the way that I think it's going, and I
Because
thought
you
he
didn't
was
like
gonna. I thought he was gonna win, and that was. I had never been right about an election outcome that Trump had run in before. So I thought he was going to win, and I was just like, this does happen. I want a message to land on the Democrats that.
What did you hope the
something
Democrats would
is
learn
wrong.
from this? How do you think that they should change? Because this is sending me, right? You guys, it's maybe I speak disaffected liberal and you guys don't. I don't know. But when someone
No, you speak rightoid who's embarrassed of his fucking actual beliefs because he doesn't want like women to think that he's gonna rape them. Wick. That's what you speak. All right, you speak fucking gibberish, man. At the end of the fucking day. All right. Oh, that's not great. See, this is what would happen with Optimus Lion Prime, right? Okay, I hide behind Big Rock, I shoot laser gun at it. Okay? This is how I would survive in the savannah. Okay? It's just like that. Wick does go far out of the way to not delineate what he actually believes. Yeah, because he's a Republican. He's a Republican that doesn't like Trump. Many such stories.
says that they're protest vote, it's not because they want to push someone in a different direction. The protest vote is, I don't like the Democrats. I'm going to protest against them by voting for the other guy. So it's not so much that she voted for Trump, it's she voted against the Democrats, right?
Which is voting for Trump whenever you would talk about Hassan. It would, like, in that case, that's always voting for Trump. But when it's somebody that's close to you, you will come up with anything to justify it. Also because she allows you to continue the rape fantasies of your dear and close friend, Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II, born to Cuban slave owners as parents.
At least that's what I understand from the talks we have had. So my question, though, for you, Tali, is what do you hope that the Democrats will learn from this? How do you want them to change? Because you've talked to me before about you're a winnable voter. And let's just get to the brass tacks of this, right? Instead of circling around it, what would the Democrats need to do? What policy positions or vibes or the way they treat others, the culture around it, what needs to change to get you to come back to the Democratic Party?
Well, again, not to burst your bubble, but what I said at the top of the show is something that I have been thinking about lately. Is like I don't
So
know.
if there's nothing you can do, if there's nothing we can do, that's an answer, right? And you can say that answer, right? That's
It's not that there's nothing the Democratic Party could do.
Because if I tell you there's nothing the Democratic Party can do, this show's over, and you won't be giving me any more attention, because I don't get enough attention. And you need to give me attention, because I'm the one that matters.
Basically, essentially, so because I don't feel really motivated by either party, you know, I'm disaffected, disillusioned to a certain extent. I don't feel like all that much changes materially in my life between these administrations, which was something that comforted me throughout the trial.
Oh yeah. Nothing changes materially from administration to administration. Yeah, Tally. Like just how if you get ARD and you want to get an abortion in certain states, you can't do that. Nothing in your life changes materially. You just have to accept the fact that you could get ARD and you will have to grin and bear it. Congratulations, Tally. Congratulations for the forced insemination.
Trump years that we have a big bureaucracy basically, and fortunately and unfortunately, administrations kind of yo-yo back and forth. And so, I mean, I could vote. I see myself voting for the left. The first thing that I see myself voting for the left, the reason motivating that would be the concern that I have about the fringes on the right.
Okay, so you
basically,
yeah, like the ones that said that the Jews will not replace us, like that. Those fringes, the fringes that are actively calling for your total and complete and absolute utter destruction. You mean those fringes? Oh, those fringes. Okay. Oh, God. All right. We're out. I'll go heal up. That's on me.
Whichever side is worse, you'll vote against them. Is that kind of your motivation? Whatever side you feel as
I'm not
worse,
highly motivated
whatever you mean by
toward either
worse, is the side you'll vote against. And rather than voting for something, you're voting against something. I think this happens a lot, right? So you're not the first person I've heard that says something like this, right? You're not the first person I've talked to that says, well, I don't really care about Trump or anything, but I think Democrats can't win because X, Y, or Z, right? Or the Democrats were mean to me, so X, Y, and Z, I'm going to vote against them. So I'm going to stay home and things like that. So I guess, like, what are you voted? You're saying these fringe and extremes, right? What do you mean?
On the right?
Yeah, what do you mean? Be specific, please.
Sure. So when I say like vibes, right, and I'm talking about cultural vibes.
You mentioned Dave Smith. Are you talking about the Dave Smith types, the woke right types? What are you talking about? Like, we don't have to talk about vibes. We don't have to go in circles. You can just tell me.
Sorry. Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned about Tucker Carlson. Okay. I'm concerned about Candace Owens. I'm concerned about Dave Smith. I'm concerned about Daryl Cooper. I'm
concerned about all the people that are saying stuff about like Israel. Okay, but I'm not a single issue voter, guys. The only conservatives I disagree with are the ones that disagree on Israel. Wow, I'm not betraying your country.
Concerned about the apparatus of people who I think they're well-meaning people caught up in that group.
The through line there is anti-Zionism.
Imagine we come back to Tally. Tally's a lesbian. Tally does not have children and is in what appears to be a semi-happy relationship where she is constantly detransing her partner. It's like a whole it's kind of nutto, man, actually.
Anti-Israel position. I know that's not why you didn't vote, and I believe you when you say that. But that is the through line. And
I don't see the through line. No, I see anti-Americanism. I see historical revisionism as the through line there. I see tendency toward fascism in Holocaust denial.
Which you don't. Yeah, Holocaust denial. Who the fuck is doing Holocaust denial on the left? Be fucking real here for a second. Who is meaningfully doing Holocaust denial on the left other than fucking Ethan Klein, dude? All right. Yeah, dude, definitely the guy that like we're really gonna be like using as a litmus test.
You don't see in Trump? I mean, really.
Oh wait, no, you like that guy? Oh wait, why is that? Oh, because like he's like based and like fucking awesome about it. All right, come on, let me get up. Let me get up. Let me get up. Let me climb you. Let me climb you. Let me climb you. Let me climb you, buddy. It's dead. Anyways,
not to hitch Hutch to this claim, but kind of what Trump was saying in the beginning, where that he like believes Trump when he says he doesn't intend to cut Medicaid. I don't think Trump is ideological. I think I sort of believe the notion.
I believe that Trump is a sycophant for the state of Israel, which is actually the only thing I care about. And guess what? I will do anything if we can go ahead and like literally replant everybody living currently in Tel Aviv in Jerusalem. And we violate yet another UN fucking agreement that we made, so that way people pretended like we have a real state that we live in.
That came out of the first administration, which is he kind of listens to the last person in the room, and that's not a state.
The administration is ideological. I mean, you want to talk about fascism, you want to talk about authoritarianism. Like you must recognize. I mean, we just have a lawsuit from Kilmar Berger Garcia where he's detailing what happened on his way to Sukkot, where he's being tortured. You know, he's being tortured, and for weeks, the administration's official policy was basically to demean this person and to ignore the law. So, I mean,
concerns me greatly.
I mean, it concerns you greatly, but it doesn't raise the same kind of fascism concerns that, like, I don't know, Dave Smith. I mean, Dave Smith strikes you as more of a fascist than what I just described.
Tucker Carlson, Daryl Cooper. So Wick points out Dave Smith, and Dave Smith again is like is that center. He's like the middle of the horseshoe that kind of brings together the left wing people who kind of fall into that space and the right wing people who fall into that space. He's somewhat of a separate case here.
Among these various different things that you're thinking, who you say represent the fringes of the Republican Party. By the way, I agree with you, actually. I think that they are the fringe in the sense that they are not the and we've talked about this too, and I think we talked about with Conor Boy and Josiah, that the majority of the party probably isn't represented by the Tuckers of the world. But you mentioned them. The through lines of the speakers that you mentioned of the extremes are like fascism and like historical revisionism. This is the raison d'etre, I think, of the current administration, which is represented by like the actual government officials.
Right, and I just want to piggyback off that and by saying I agree that Trump is not a particularly deep thinker. He's not particularly well read. He's not a fascist ideologically in the sense that he's not staying up all night reading Giovanni Gentile or anything like that. But he deeply believes and embodies some of the worst elements of fascism, like being at the center of a cult of personality, wanting to maximize power, wanting to crush dissent in ways we've simply never seen, certainly from the Democratic Party, but even from the pre-Trump Republican Party. So I don't think I would encourage you to look at it as you shouldn't give him any points by simply saying, oh, he's kind of a blank slate and kind of a doofus, right? Because it is precisely because of his personality defects and deficits that we are in this situation, and he is influenced by more philosophically ingrained, smarter fascists and authoritarians, like, again, the Stephen Millers, for example. I think that there is this reflex among Trump voters, and you seem to imply it there, maybe you don't believe it, to absolve Trump of this, but this would not work without him. He is the primary cause of it, and this is a very authoritarian second administration so far, quite frankly, not just for the reasons Pisco provided, but that Wick did at the beginning during his intro, talking about the First Amendment violations that we've never seen from the Democratic Party or anything else.
Hey, I mean, so if we want to talk about transformational texts and things that I read along my journey, The Coddling of the American Mind by Jonathan Haidt and Greg Lukianoff was extremely impactful.
Like, literally, I haven't checked into this book. I'm not sure if it's a neo-Nazi book, but I would not be surprised. Okay? Every one of these people is far more comfortable with neo-Nazis than communists, and there is something legitimately to be concerned about there. Because, again, these are the liberals that become the fascists when you scratch them. It's not complicated.
And it really reflective of what I see as sort of real issues in our culture. And that's why it's like easy to say, oh, vibes and like minimize it. But when we're talking about the coddling of the American mind and the way that this is influencing people's mental health and how that's influencing their physical health and all of these things I see as interconnected and things that I am really concerned about, basically.
Matala, you say vibes,
yes,
right? So we're not dismissing vibes. Yeah, you say vibes.
No. I say vibes, but that's where I was about to get into a tangent and Wick cut me off, which is fair enough. But I say vibes in the way that like there are some kind of like schizo people on YouTube who talk about vibes, and it's not just like they're talking about a different type of analysis, cultural analysis. It's not just like this is how I feel today.
I'm gonna die. This thing is about to be dead too. Hopefully somebody has a defib. Hello out there! Behold, I'm by the core and I need a defib. Behold, I'm gonna run by the core and beg for a defib. And ask if you have a defib, sir. Sirs? Any of you sirs have a defib? Defibrillator. Oh. Shit, I'm getting spun around. It's impossible. Oh. Okay, cool. And now I'm stuck in a rock. Awesome. Oh, damn it. Nobody has a defib. Awesome. Any defib over here? Anyone? Dying under the rock? I'm dying under the sphere. I'm like on the hill under the sphere. It's like really, I'm like pinned under the sphere. Yeah, I just saw you for a second. It's hard to describe. I don't know. I would say move the sphere, but yeah, I'm pretty fucked here, man. I got a good Jupiter on me, though. You know, bunch of shit. Have you tried not being pinned under the sphere? No, I'm pinned under the sphere. Like on the hill here. Yeah, the guy just found it. Kill me.
And I didn't eat breakfast. And I feel like that's sometimes the way that you guys talk about it, and that's fine. And some people, I guess, probably do vote that way. But I am talking a little, like,
Wait, I only had 4,000. Okay, that's not that bad of a loss. If it's only like 1,500 more, that's not that bad at all.
Yeah,
and has the culture gotten better? I mean, like, so you say, you know, you're looking at a different mode of analysis.
No. You try moving with the sphere, I can't. You can't do anything. It just. You can do one thing if you have a if you have like one of those like what you calls those snap hooks and shit, you can pull the sphere away. But yeah, no, there's not really much I could do there. So happens.
I'm not happy with the way things are going. It seems I have a few things to say about regret. Number one, my vote didn't elect Trump.
Yeah, I know, but what I mean to say, like, you can still feel a sense of personal responsibility in that.
It did, and you are currently subservient to his ideology because you actually just like it. You're just for Trump. You don't need to lie. Okay, as you always do, Tally. I understand that, like, you know, it's a day that ends in Y, so Tally must fucking lie. You know. Yeah, absolutely.
Even if you acknowledge the reality, which is that there's no causal link between your vote and the outcomes. You know, you could have not gotten
elected. Yeah, it's not outcome determinative.
But people still feel guilty about things because it's a signaling. And internally, I mean, that's presumably the reason you went to vote in the first place, right? Your protest vote is just as unlikely to affect the outcome as any other vote. You know, a vote in and of itself is very unlikely to. But
all right, I need to get equatorial sundials. I'm thinking of going to, I'm thinking that we just do Buried City fucking trinket runs for a while. I think that's the strat. You know? I think that's the strat. Till I get those. You have Hella? Oh, that's tragic, Uri. Unfortunately. You know. Unfortunately. You know, I can also just go get them, and this gives me more reason to play more Arc Raiders, and that's awesome. Because I think I'm, like, mostly set. I guess I need Tellurians. I have one, I think. I need to get more light bulbs, too. I actually need a lot of shit. Yeah, I'll just do some Harvester. You get energy ammo. So I don't have to spend for energy ammo. This game is getting very esoteric. Okay.
Well, you voted anyway.
The Dutch stockpiling all the resources. Who could have guessed? Oh, shut up.
You voted anyway
They're
because you find some value there as a signaling mechanism or whatever you wanted to find it for yourself. And on that basis, do you regret it?
They're not that bad.
Maybe kind of like I think shoot, I had something that I was gonna. Oh, so someone, I'm assuming it's a audience member of one of yours, but was like asking me questions about this last night on Twitter, and I don't know how this. I realize this might not be relevant to you, but it is sort of to me. Is like this was actually the first election that I was not proselytizing, where I was not telling people go out and vote for my guy, make sure you vote. You know, I wasn't encouraging people to vote for Trump. It was something that I kept to myself, except for on Twitter, basically. You know, and like Twitter is really disconnected from my.
I kept to myself, and I just said shit online, because if I said this shit in public to, like, with all my friends around, they would go, oh no, Tally, that guy also hates Jews. And that would have been very inconvenient for Tally.
From my real life.
Tally, I'm granted you probably didn't have the big impact on the election. I'm granting you that. None of us did, right? But just be like, if you look in your heart, do you feel like that you regret that you voted for him?
Can I maybe?
I don't know. I'm not. Hold on. Let me just. I'm not trying to be difficult. I don't want to lie and just be like, yes, I regret it so much. So like, Richard Hanania has written about he really regrets his vote, and I relate to a lot of the stuff he's saying. And
yeah, Richard Hanania is to the left of Tally. Richard Hanania is a race realist who thinks that the blacks should be subservient to Jews. Richard Hanania.
I'm like Richard Hanania is one of the people that I really like ideologically. Him, Brad Palumbo. I relate to the things that he's saying. Like, I don't feel overcome with regret. Like, again, I could give an answer that would make me like more socially desirable in this setting.
No, yeah, we're
I know you're not. I know you're not, and I'm just trying to be honest. Yeah, I'm not happy with what's going on, but like, I don't know how meaningful regret is.
Let's do Hutch, then Econoboy, then Wick.
I can never take responsibility for anything I do, because if I ever take responsibility for anything I do and think that previous actions were bad, then I might have to consider the rest of my life and the fact that people have been telling me about how, like, my actions in the past reflect on me now. All right? I don't understand blowback. I don't know why Hamas attacked Israel. I could never understand.
I want to put my big boy hat on for a minute here.
Big boy hat.
There was an estimate that came out today that said that 14 million people across the world are going to die by 2030 because of these USAID cuts. The Republicans are on the precipice of signing a bill into law that could kick 17 million people off of Medicaid, over a quarter of Medicaid recipients. These are poor families. These are children that are going to be kicked off of this. And I'm not trying to moralize right now, but you said something before that stuck with me. It's one of the things that triggers me.
Resi,
You said
there's
that
two
you
types
felt
of
like
people that
not
go into
much
psychology.
meaningfully changes between.
There are people that generally want to help others that are struggling, and others that want to validate everything that they think about themselves.
A Democratic president switched to a Republican, back and forth, back and forth.
Manipulated
I don't know how you
views.
possibly
Yeah,
reach
that
that
works
conclusion
too.
faced with those kind of staggering numbers.
So those are bad.
Oh, fuck
things.
off.
No, those are
Bro, you're going to drop me in Hurricane with like 17 minutes in. That's... Thanks, Ark. Thanks, Ark, man.
Catastrophic things. 14 million dead? Those are catastrophic things.
So, Hutch, I agree with you, but I'm very hesitant about predictive numbers like this because we just don't know. And I've seen things even just in this past, like in the Gaza war, of estimations of like a certain date and a certain time that we're going to reach a certain threshold of starvation or of famine, or predictions of deaths that don't.
Mind you, there was currently a famine going on in Gaza at the time. Shockingly enough. Alright, it may blow your fucking mind to believe that, but you better believe it, because God knows Tally does not give a shit about Gazans. At all. If we gave up the whole gay marriage thing, I'm sure we get Carnivore Sigma on our team. Yeah, dude, it's just
necessarily
beyond the pale.
come true. There could be other things. Maybe basically what I'm saying is, if that is the outcome, yes, that is horrific. Absolutely horrific.
Yeah, that's the only outcome that could ever happen, Tally. That is the outcome that happened, Tally. Now what?
That is 100% the fault of Trump and the Republican Party, not the Democrats. His point is, so I take your skepticism notwithstanding, let's assume the figures he cited are true or likely to be true. That's not Joe Biden. That's not woke activists on.
By the way, this is old shit. This is old shit. All right, just so you know, but just remember, this is the person. By the way, do yourself a favor, never Google Tally bots or anything she does, ever, for any reason. All right? Just trust me, man. Just trust me.
Twitter, that is literally 100.00% Donald Trump and the Republican Party, and that is a meaningful difference between the two parties and the two administrations. And can you address that? He's not asking you. Of course, you find it horrific, but are you now 6 months in recognizing?
Does she do OF or something?
There are
No.
meaningful differences between
I'm not
a
gonna
Donald Trump
explain
in power versus a Democrat in power.
You were speaking to like your concerns with the fringes on the right, and Pisco was right that one through line was this like staunch opposition to Israel. Another through line is nationalism. Hyper nationalism. These people are isolationists, they're nationalists, which means you are patriotic to the point where it is detrimental to the world around you.
Yeah, Food Shops is like doing their thing, man. Absolutely.
This is
I am
like
ignoring
the
them.
USAID
We'll continue to do so.
That is, you're speaking sort of in the abstract about your concerns about the fringes. This is a
No, you're absolutely right. That type
tangible
of
consequence
anti-interventionism.
of nationalism.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's why I think it's hard for us, or hard for me, I just speak for myself, to reconcile.
No,
the-
I hear
the
you.
vibe
I hear you, and
stuff with this,
that's
you know?
that's compelling. And again, I just like, we're all gonna get different things out of this conversation, but like, I sincerely.
Yeah, Tally gets the attention of people who matter, and Wick gets to say, "Hey, I found one that we can change," and then yeah.
Econoboy and Josiah, I really only know you guys for when you chime in on.
What do you mean the coming food stamps war? There's a current war that they're trying to wage. All right, and like they're like doxing people. Yes, obviously I'm not paying attention to fucking Food Shops.
Hutch, not Hutch's, on Wick's channel, and when I watch this show, but like, please go and Hutch, I watch your streams. I find value in what you have to say. I agree, that's bad, and actually I think that connection that you just made sort of explicit, the sort of anti-interventionist overlap there, that's a good point. That is compelling to me. That's a direction that I am concerned with. Yes.
So I think, so just to jump in here, I think, well, where to start? Okay, so I think that something that you said that I really disagree with. Obviously, I think most people, when they vote, they don't take it to be a very, you could say, moral decision, right? They just kind of vote, like you said, based on vibes, like whoever they kind of intuit would be better for society. Some people have very more, evangelical Christians, I'm sure.
Zero Snark 30 is happening. I mean, it's just like, yeah, okay, go watch fucking Aiden, okay? He continues to talking to, things I have excoriated myself with, and I'm glad that I fucking have, so.
Very deep-seated conservative religious beliefs or something like that, right?
Excoriated myself from.
At the end of the day,
that should be the
you
words.
can do
That should
immoral
be it.
things without realizing it. You can do moral things without realizing it. The actions that we take are always, in some sense, guided by our senses of morality, you make the point of, well, this is kind of hiding, I think, behind the consequences of Trump's administration. Oh, well, my vote just didn't make a difference. It's like, okay, well, I don't think that's how morality works, right? Like if a bunch of people are like throwing stones at, if there's a bunch of people are stoning someone to death for some inconceivable reason, and I pick up a stone and just like throw it in the general direction, I don't think that I would say like, well, I was just one of the people who threw a stone. I didn't, it's like, come on, guys. Like, did I really do anything that bad? Like, no, like it's fucked up. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's the way that I would view that. And I think although voting in the ballot box isn't quite as direct as throwing a stone at someone, to Hutch's point, millions of people are going to have limited access or lose their access to health insurance. Millions of people are going to die. I mean, like, this isn't like a...
Thankfully, he did before they compromised everything they've ever thought about women to go ahead and save... I don't know, like get like 5-10 grand or something like that, for a cause that is supported by, multiple billions of dollars, and then act like we made a difference. We really made a fucking difference this time, guys. Oh my god. All right, don't look behind the curtain. Don't look at the things that we support. All right, just look at this one thing that we support. All right, and that's good, right? Right, guys? It's good that we support this one thing.
You said, oh, these projections, like there's vaccine shipments that go to these countries that save lives. We know vaccines work. Those shipments aren't going
that are on a tight schedule. Right? Like some of these, these medicinal regimens, like they require like specific times and dates, and they're just sitting there collecting dust.
Millions of dollars worth of food spoiling in
the last thing I was just going to say, one more thing, was I really also disagree with this general method of voting. Like you said, well, I might vote for the Democrats based on how extreme some of the elements on the right are. I think you should vote based on the actually existing governments and politicians of either party, right? I mean, I agree. Like when I see some leftist protests, I'm like, that is outside of my mind right there. Like, I don't know if I'd agree with everything that every leftist protester does. And similarly, like when I say Stephen Miller's a Nazi, it's because I really do think that he is, right? But if we were to compare those two groups, right? We've got Stephen Miller, who he liked a white nationalist book where the plot of the book was an Indian immigrant raping a white woman, and he shared a bunch of websites on white nationalist websites, and he's a believer in white genocide theory, and he thinks that denationalization for people with immigrant backgrounds makes sense, even people who came here legally. Whether you call
what is this Swirly Shoved in Blockers podcast? This is like an old podcast from a while ago, but basically, so after Destiny did that thing to those girls, okay, after Destiny did that thing, the only people that they had left were a bunch of fat-bodied, worthless genocide defenders, and this is them coming together and trying to convince everybody that they're in the right, yeah, that's it, that's all, nothing particularly interesting.
That a Nazi or not,
his uncle called him a Nazi, for the record.
Yeah. Well, Jews can't be Nazis apparently, right? Even though they fucking line by line, besides the anti-Semitism,
Nazism's central like dogma is anti-Semitism, so it's ridiculous. But go ahead.
I don't think the central dogma to not.
It's not actually. Shockingly enough, it's German supremacy. Okay. German supremacy, and then they use the Jews as a way to do it after they went through the workers' parties, the communists, the socialists, and every other ne'er-do-well to their national struggle. But hey, yeah, it's just the Jews. It's just the Jews, man. That's the central tenet, not like an actual supremacist movement. Good job.
Nazism is like
absolutely
just
anti-Semitism. It is the organizing principle of Nazism.
We can just call him evil.
The Nazis,
is evil better?
The Nazis didn't kill only Jews. They had
I didn't say that. The organizing principle of Nazism is anti-Semitism.
Whatever,
it is central to their ideology.
It's not. It's actually not, because guess what? There was a Jewish Nazi party. So again, this doesn't really work out. All right, it was German supremacy. Wow, shocker. Wow. Fucking eat the fucking Osprey, man.
Still using the word Nazi, even if it applies, is because we start debating what Nazi is. What's actually happening.
I wouldn't have jumped in if you just don't talk shit. Don't do your little snipes.
Yeah, versus what's actually happening, which is a genocide by Israel. Oh, burning children alive. Oh,
my little snipes, what are you talking about? You're the one that brought it up. Okay, I made my point. You jumped in. Now, the point that I was trying to make was that I don't find a serious difference in, or I do find, a serious difference in a guy like Trump who puts a guy like Stephen Miller in one of the highest positions in our government and like the actually existing administration of Democrats, where like, yeah, I guess some of them believe in equity a little too hard, and some of them have
So
like
again, it's not that-
pro-Palestinian, like, well, you
So
know, it
it's
just
not
seems like
about
the way we
believing
should
in
vote is the
equity.
government.
I think that's fair, and that's good, and I like agree with you. That's like very logical. That's very sound. That's not how everyone votes, for better or for worse. I can
said that,
take
yeah.
on I can take on board what you're saying. You
Not
said a
gonna
lot of
change
things, and I
anything.
had like responses that came
Take
up
it
in
on
my
board.
mind.
Of course, yeah.
Now I'm having trouble tracking all of them, but
I talked about there were two main points. One was the morality of your vote and the throwing a stone at someone. The other one was I think that the way we should vote is like the actually governing coalition of these parties, not necessarily in reaction to the fringes of either movement.
Sure. So, with regard to the morality of the vote, like I understand what you're saying, and I hear you. And like, if there are maybe,
But like, you know, you don't, because he's calling you immoral. He's saying your actions are immoral. And what is your response to that? Don't change fucking anything ever at all for any fucking reason. Okay? That's your response to this sort of fucking, you know, argumentation, right? That's it.
It's a
It's not
stronger
complicated.
maybe you could call it negligence. Maybe it's a stronger case if you're talking about someone who's cheering on some of the things that are happening right now. The way that I sort of see it is like
Yeah, I
I
don't
voted
care.
in an election that I knew there was a very
Yeah, if I had a better gun, I'd probably actually stick that out and like try, but I got a Tempest and an Anvil. I don't want to waste.
very slim chance that my vote would matter. And when I was far on the left, I was for like abolishing the electoral college. Okay, so this is a frustration that I've had for a long time as someone who has always lived in very blue states, right? I mean,
Would
I
you have
voted
voted
blue all the
Trump?
time.
Would you have voted Trump if you lived in Pennsylvania?
It would have been a no. I don't think so. It would have been a much harder call for me. I wouldn't have voted
No, I don't think I would, but maybe I would. You know, maybe, just maybe.
Kamala. Again, I was decided at that point that I wasn't voting for the left, but that would have been a very different calculation that I would have had to do. I think
Why?
what I
Because like,
because it would matter.
No.
Yeah, because it would matter more.
Your vote is a lot, you know, just as unlikely. It's 0.001% to be the deciding vote in a Pennsylvania general election.
Okay, in Florida in 2000, the vote was decided by less than 500 people. So after that,
No, it wasn't. No, it was decided by the Republican Supreme Court. Okay? It was decided by the Republican Supreme Court and a Republican governor who was stalling the process for his brother.
right? In Pennsylvania, it was 20,000 votes. Like the level of possibility is orders of magnitude greater if you live in a swing state than if you live in a
It is not
California
meaningfully
or a
different.
blue state, right? It just is.
No, it is not meaningfully different at all. The likelihood that
Are
a
you
single vote is
insane?
going to be. I'm not insane.
Well, you're just wrong then.
I'm not wrong.
You are
The
absolutely.
likelihood that
He's go taking L's.
I am not
Hold on.
wrong.
Do you
The
think that a
likelihood-
voter in California has as much chance to influence the election as a voter in Pennsylvania?
Effectively, yes.
Okay, I
It's both. It's
don't
both.
believe you.
99.99. So if you want to look at the actual, why are you fucking shaking your head? There's plenty of actual articles and
This has
research
been
on this.
this has been a clarion call on the left for a long time, right? The frustration that the left is overwhelmingly able to have these popular vote victories and then lose in the electoral college. And there has been a strong disenfranchisement of voters on the left for a long time. I hear what you're saying, like you're making a statistical analysis.
Yes, and I wonder why. I wonder if it is because they sided with Israel over Gaza.
A point about statistical analysis that any one individual person has the same likelihood of like.
But you
being
agree
that
with that, don't
deciding
you?
vote.
You do agree with that?
Sure. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So
I guess,
my question is, given the high levels of the fact that you would affect the outcome is going to be completely astronomical chance in both cases. Why would it change? Why would you be more like unsure about the Pennsylvania one? Personally, it shouldn't matter, right? You're going to punish the Democratic Party and one versus the other, and it's very unlikely to affect the outcome in both cases, Pennsylvania or New York.
Sure. Again, to me, it feels like. It feels like it would be a different calculation for me. I don't know. Like I don't know how to give you a better answer. Wick seems to understand what I'm saying. I think there's a reason that we.
Yeah, because Wick's a Republican.
So does Pisco. I mean, why do you like Pisco? Why do you think Kamala spent so much time in the 7 swing states? Obviously, those votes are going to matter more.
So it matters more in bulk for a person who's running the race. The point is, when you're talking about the personal motivation for someone to vote, right? Someone's individual vote is an individual's vote is incredibly unlikely to affect in a dispositive way the outcome in any election, right? Especially in these presidential elections. When has it ever happened? But also it's very, very, very low likelihood odds. So why would that change the calculus if you are physically in Pennsylvania, where you have a very astronomically low chances of having a dispositive vote in the outcome, and the same thing in New York, where effectively it's both like zero. because it feels different. And she answered the question, and I hear her. It feels different. Why does it feel different? Because and if it has to do with your prior on what you're more likely to affect the outcome on, doesn't that affect your analysis? Like, maybe Trump isn't the better person to win. Like, if part of your analysis that's changing you from definitely vote Trump in one case versus maybe I'm unsure in the other has to do with like the tendency to affect the outcome, or at least the feeling that you might affect the outcome, doesn't that implicitly imply like you have an aversion to this outcome and at least some of your hesitancy in the one case is influenced by?
I have an aversion to Trump. I always have had an aversion to Trump, and I know that's what complicates this.
No, you don't. You voted for him. Okay, you could have also not voted. That also could have happened.
You clarified that you wouldn't vote for Kamala, so we're kind of in the same territory regardless.
So to be clear, so I guess like you would take the votes out of it, to be like crystal clear on this, regardless of what state you literally or hypothetically resided in or voted in at the time, you preferred Trump winning the election to Kamala Harris. That's fair to say. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was right. I hear you. Right, that should be like the most obvious question there.
Yeah, so why can't you answer it?
Yeah, and you know, like, did I think that would be? Like I said before, and it's not a good answer, and that's fine, and I grant that. But like, I was kind of feeling like not much changes, you know, and I didn't expect all of the things to happen that have been happening. Like when my mom was very worried after the election, and I was saying, you know, like, we got to wait to see for the courts to decide these things, right? And then we have the administration going against the courts, and so these are things that do concern me that I'm not happy with. Again, like,
well, I appreciate you acknowledging that. Here's my question, because you mentioned this earlier.
I feel like that's all I can do. And you can try to bring me back and be like, do I, you know?
Yeah, I got it.
Yes, it's really.
After you, I want to go.
No, yeah. Well, actually, no. You go ahead, Wick.
Oh,
you go ahead, buddy.
Because this is fresh. This conversation, for me, is frustrating.
It's frustrating because I like Tally. And there's nothing Tally can do that's wrong in my mind, because Tally validates my entire political project and my political project of creating cover for conservatives who want to kill everyone that isn't a white Christian.
I would not be shocked if it was more frustrating for me than for poor Tally here. I understand, right, the questions that Hutch and others are asking, like the did you regret the vote? And I think it's fair to ask, right? But this idea that we can guilt people into never voting for the other side again, I don't think it's effective, and I fear that it might be counter-effective.
Wow, it's almost like saying, hey, do you agree with these policies that side never sides with and only chooses the most evil shit to do? Maybe if we focus on decades of just dog shit policy, intolerance, and just the destruction of America, you know, yeah, maybe we can look long term and say, let's do cool things. Name a Republican who did good shit. And then we don't ask Tally that. She'll say George Bush because he went ahead and killed a bunch of Arabs in fucking, you know, Iraq, I guess. Not Iran, technically, but you found a sundial. Yeah. I think I might jump off this now, just to be honest. So I'm pretty psyched. I'm pretty okay with this, right?
When you try to
Lincoln, shut the fuck up, dude.
This kind of like this 14 what was it?
Doing that, Wick. This is
14 million
insane.
dead.
No one is doing that.
You are absolutely all doing it. If you allow me to explain, I will demonstrate it. Like, oh, you voted for Biden. All the blood of the Gazans are on your hands. You were the one who specifically did that. Hutch with his question and the rest of you with your questions about this. You won't let me finish because you know I'm right, so you're trying to talk over me because you can't handle what we're trying to say. What you're trying to do right now is cast the blame for the deaths and all the bad things that happened onto Tali. You are trying to showcase that, and it's not going to work.
So Hutch was listening to Tali, and Tali said, one thing I'm very concerned about is the kind of nationalism that is embodied by these extremists. Hutch listened to what she said and said, well, here's a way that this manifests, that the nationalism of the extremists, which you attribute to the extremists, is actually, you know, there's maybe more of it in the administration, and it's manifesting in a policy. And in that statement, more contrary to it being like a bad statement or trying to put the blame on Tali, she said that was the most compelling thing that she's heard so far. And she said, I have to think about it. So it's complete bullshit for you to now say, well, something that Tali took to heart out of Hutch listening to Tali.
Are you able to read body language?
Is somehow an indication.
You're
that
so
Hutch
smart.
Is like trying to.
Are you able to read body language? Are you able to like go ahead and give maximum grace to like everybody, no matter what, even when faced with them doing like horrible things as well? Like, are you capable, Pisco? Can you do
so
that?
Smart, Pisco.
Hold on,
no. Pisco, you're so smart. You're so kind. Do you think I actually mean what I'm saying here?
No.
Even though those words
I
are what I'm
don't.
using, you think I'm actually meaning it? How can you tell that I don't mean what I'm saying here? Is there a method that we can use?
You want to know why we know you don't mean what you're saying? Because if you meant what you were saying, you would not have a reason to go after people like Hassan Piker as like some religiously devout cult leader sect that is your shit. When was this? Like 10 months ago, dude. 10 months ago.
To discern when someone's actually being sincere and when someone's being insincere.
You're accusing Hutch.
I'm not accusing Hutch. I'm accusing all of you. And look, I do wrong things too. This isn't a personal attack. I am simply saying this.
Tally sits there smiling, knowing that her Hospira has worked yet again. Wow, shocker. If I could just get the G's to fight a little bit more, all right, surely we'll save Israel.
Conversation is frustrating because instead of talking about like, okay, what can we do, right? Like, how can we figure out what people like Tully and things like that, what their actual problems
You accuse
are,
Hutch
and we
of
can figure
guilting
out
people. That's not
how
what he
to
did.
get things
That's bullshit.
working again
That's
for
bullshit.
the Democratic Party. We're going to sit here and have a struggle session, right? Like, do you regret your vote? You're a terrible person, Tully.
That's not what
We're just establishing a baseline. That's all.
Okay,
I'm
wait,
not.
let me jump in. Let me jump in.
Let the terrible person talk. No, I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
yeah, yeah,
I'm fucking with you.
I don't know if WIC qualifies for government assistance or anything like that. I have literally no ability to say yes or no to any of that, but probably not. Like, I'm gonna say probably not. I think he's like, you know, I think he's physically capable. Like, he is a veteran, so it's like if there's government assistance, it's probably along those lines, you know. So, are you trying to explain to Zelda gender doesn't exist? No, because they're elves and like they have like a really complicated system based on like weird biology, right? Stolen valor? No, he served. That we do know. WIC sucks, don't get me wrong. WIC is terrible, but understand that WIC is terrible because at the end of the day, all that you can say about WIC is that he is the most loyal lapdog anybody could ever ask for. And you know, that's gotta mean something, right? I'm fucked. Oh wait, no, I'm not fucked. There we go. There we go. That's maybe. There we go. That should kill it, right? Nice.
Tally, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're both right, Wick and Pisco. Okay, so
pick a side, you centrist. Come on.
Do Left Link's vets still stream? They were the only good vets. I'm gonna be honest, man. I have no idea. Never paid attention to them that much, so couldn't tell you.
I know, right? Frankly, I felt moralized too, more by Econoboy, and I'll touch on that because that is something that I wanted to address. You said a lot of things that, again, have me think about a lot of things. The 14 million number is not what got me. Connecting it to this isolationism and this idea that this idea that like every dollar that we spend abroad would otherwise be, if we just didn't fund this one program in this one country, or if we didn't support our allies who are, you know, at wars of survival, then we would all have universal health care and there'd be no homeless people and everyone would have a mansion and all of this stuff. I resent that a lot. That's crazy.
Yeah, but like I don't want my money being spent to fucking exterminate brown people. Period. I don't want a single dollar spent on that. Period. I don't care about using that money elsewhere. I don't want my money spent on exterminating brown people.
Creeping up a lot on the left. That sort of
100%. No, 100%. But that's not what Hutch did.
No, I agree. Hold on. I agree with you. So it was more compelling when we got to that second point,
right,
when we drew that direct connection. That's more compelling than the numbers, to be honest. And like, isn't that horrible? Because like, yes, that is obviously horrible. And it's not something that I wish to defend, you know, because that is bad. I don't want to. And again, I don't think I am responsible for the deaths of those people. Frankly,
You are.
I'm just gonna be honest with the way that
You fundamentally are. You're responsible for every death in Gaza. You are responsible for these things. You can't avoid responsibility your whole fucking life. Okay? Your failures in life are yours, and you ought to own them and move on from them. Can we save this talk for after the elections? Which one?
Yeah, sure, right. But with what you were saying, Econoboy,
like understand DGG and like all of these people, they are child-minded children who cannot accept responsibility for any action they do because they are always morally righteous and you are always going to be morally wrong. That is the only fucking real truth about what's going on here.
just the morality of the vote and stuff. And this is your perspective, and that's fine and that's fair. But like, would you? And I think maybe you would have.
Why
the
are
same
you lumping
perspective
her
of,
in
like,
with DGG? She is explicitly in DGG. She explicitly defended Destiny earlier in this panel. Tornado, I am sorry that you want to like pretend like they're not DGG. They are. They are. They are literally one of the foot soldiers. DGG voted Harris. Yeah, she didn't vote DGG. She didn't vote Harris. By the way, a lot of DGG hasn't voted Harris. I don't know if you've been like paying attention lately, but they've got a lot of fucking like, you know, strong red boy conservative shits going on lately. So, you know, I know not what to tell you here, but it doesn't. I'm not really sure that you can like confidently say DGG voted Harris. Are Tornado King and Omni the same person? No, they're separate people. Tornado got banned from the server because he was being an asshole to me and the mods. Incessantly. And then, yeah, you know. Damn. It sucks. Hopefully we get something. And the Island Boys. The Island Boys got what they got. The Island Boys got exactly what they got. You know, I'm not... That's it. How was I being an asshole to you? I told you to stop doing something, and you're like, I'm not going to do that thing. In fact, I'm now going to do it worse. And then, you know, that was exactly what happened. Okay? No, you didn't. Yes, I did. You don't have to lie. It's okay, buddy.
One on the left who was just withholding.
It was
their vote from Kamala,
Pickstart. No, it wasn't.
Voting green or
it wasn't
voting
Pickstart.
something
I would
else.
1,000% for the record.
Right.
Fuck those people. They're just as bad as MAGA.
Was this ban recent? No, it was like a year
Just as
ago.
bad as MAGA.
It kind of seems like the way that Econoboy set it up that it wasn't. Like there are like other sort of principled ways to do it. But if your vote goes
Pull the DMs. You're gonna get banned if you continue down this. Just so we're clear. Okay? Just so we're clear. I'm not fucking relitigating years old fucking drama. Alright? Get used to it.
for Trump.
Yeah, obviously.
And I mean, fair enough. Trump is different from Jill Stein, but
Well, that's my point, right? Is that obviously, you know, we can agree and disagree with like the rationale behind, you know, why somebody votes for somebody or whatnot. I mean, I think that to be fair, look, I will say that people who didn't go out and vote for Kamala, whether it was, you know, because they wanted to vote for Trump, because of like you, there was a protest vote for Trump, or because they had these like far left kind of, not far left necessarily, but like these very like pro-Palestinian like views, and they were very, very anti the Biden administration just generally. Yeah, I would say, of course, there's moral culpability there. I mean, for goodness sake, like I think there's such moral culpability. I'll give an example. I was listening. I don't even know why my wife was listening to this. We were in a car ride, and she was listening to a radio show from Dearborn, and they just happened to be doing a segment on following up with people who didn't vote for Kamala, right? So people who voted for Trump, people who voted for the Green Party, people who just didn't vote. And
oh, so it wasn't about Pickstart then, Tornado? Oh, it sounds like you don't know, I don't know, everybody's happy now. All right, we're gonna leave everything the way it is. Wow, wow, wow.
And obviously, Dearborn's a super Muslim, most Muslim city in the country. At least it's the biggest, most Muslim city. And one thing that I thought was interesting was that the people who voted not for Kamala, right, the people who just didn't vote at all, they were willing to give interviews, and they were willing to say, you know, look, this is why I didn't vote. And most of them seemed decently regretful about it, that, you know, look, honestly, I didn't think that Trump would be so bad, especially even on the issue of Israel-Palestine, to the extent that they care about it. But the ones who voted for Trump were not even willing to give an interview, right? They were not even willing to show themselves in public, right? Yeah, well, but I'm saying, like, they voted for Trump.
Yeah, we know, because you're a pick-me. Okay? You want people to listen to you. That's it.
Trump for radically different reasons than I think that you did, and that's fine, obviously. But yeah, I would say that there's always a moral angle to how you vote and how you should feel about voting, right? That I do think that and it should be as conscious as possible. Most people don't, but I think that if you're gonna deconstruct why you vote, you should certainly have deeply held moral reasons as to why you vote, right? Oh, I think poverty is a big deal. Well, why is that? And then think about which side is actually better or worse on those issues. Of course, there's a moral access to this. And I mean, yeah, like I do think that to the extent that Trump is terrible, and to the extent that you thought that voting for Trump was like a good thing to do as a means to protest the Democrats, I really don't think that that was the right decision, right? Both morally and practically, that I don't think, to the extent that...
That doesn't surprise me.
Well, but I don't think that the Democrats, I guess we haven't really gotten into, you talked about it, but I didn't really understand the answer of like what lesson the Democrats should learn from this. Like, I just don't really know that this is a long-term beneficial thing to do, to like protest vote for Trump. And I think the evidence is mounting that that's the case, right? It was terrible to
Yeah, and Tally, if you can respond to that, then I've got something to say to hopefully like circle this particular square. Go ahead.
Sure, that's fair, and I agree. It's obviously not like a long
I'm imagining Resi and Tornado to be the last two Jews in Afghanistan. No, Tornado died, so we're no longer arguing, okay? And that's it. It's like the last two not rapists in the fucking general orbit, you know, of fucking old Twitch poll shit. It's like fucking everybody else fucking, you know, had no issue just sucking along the fucking teat, man. Okay. Alright, I've got 15. I don't actually even know if we can do this in 15 seconds, if I'm going to be real with you. Because, like, we don't have a sword, and I don't have gloves, so I can't do, like, stone pass. Like, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we definitely didn't get there. Okay. Tornado wants to top Resi. Yeah, it's... I don't know, man. I mean, again, it's not, like, worse than most of the sexual abuse that I endure constantly on a daily basis anymore, but, you know, it is something, right?
Long-term strategy. And again, like, I keep trying to, unfortunately, burst Wick's balloon, which is like, well, I guess the lessons that I want the left to take away from somebody like me is like, there are people who want the same sort of like social end goals that you do, who are really resentful of the grievance framing of everything, that the constant degradation of white people. And I say this as someone who, like, I don't see myself like, I recognize that I'm white, but like, I don't even put myself in that group necessarily. And I used to make lots of white jokes and stuff like that. Like, I think this is toxic to our culture. I think it's like bad for the mental health of individuals who are really eating this stuff up. And I think it's bad for our society at large. And I know that's like a big, like, grand dramatic statement.
But how do you tell? Here's an example. How do you weigh that against the degradation of so many different groups from people on the right? This is one of the issues that I seem to have foundationally with people who say that this is at least one of the predominant reasons why they are, you know, rejecting the Democrats and not voting for the Democrats. Is it's like, okay, I like this colorblind approach, right? And I don't necessarily agree with that approach, but I don't think it's the most offensive thing on the planet. But again, when we compare Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, I'm sundowning, obviously. But
you can't be the nominee next year.
right. When we compare those two, you know, one of these people had a message of, you know, joy and being uplifting, and Donald Trump was on stage saying
very contrived joy.
Yeah.
I would
well,
say.
whatever, Tally. The point is that Trump had a message. He literally said that Haitian immigrants were eating dogs and cats in Springfield, Ohio. And if I had to compare those,
we don't know that they weren't.
If I had to compare those two people and say who is more likely to break the principle of a colorblind approach, it's the guy who's saying Haitian immigrants are eating dogs and cats, and it's the guy who appoints a guy named Stephen Miller who thinks that immigrants raping white women is a problem, and that's why we should. I mean, it's just like.
And to give an even more specific example to piggyback off Akana Boy's point right there. So multiple times throughout their campaign, Trump repeatedly made identitarian insults towards Kamala Harris about her gender and her race. She never took.
Because Trump can do anything. Tally only cares about Israel. She's only ever cared about Israel. That's it. Just tell her that the Democrats won't go ahead and murder every Israeli, and she'll still vote for Republicans. Because she not only votes for Israel, she votes for the destruction of neighboring Arab societies. That is her advocacy. That is the only thing she stands for. All right.
Debate.
It's simple.
At no point did she say, "How dare you talk to a woman like that? How dare you talk to a black woman like that?" She would have been well within her rights to fire back, and she never did. Her iconic line was, you know, something like, "That's insane. Next question." That was what she said. Next question. Yeah. So to Akana Boy's point, can you address that? Because Trump trafficked in more blatant identitarian rhetoric by far than Kamala Harris during the campaign.
I agree. Kamala Harris did not run an identitarian campaign. I think she explicitly toned that down. I mean, her 2024 campaign looked nothing like her previous campaigns, plural. Did she ran for president twice before? Is that right?
Once before.
Once.
2020.
Okay. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. It's like, I guess it's easier for me to conceptualize. I guess there's a few things at play. And this is something that, again, people don't like, but I see it as, like, true for me, at least.
Trigger them.
The left comes across to people who are like skeptical or like me or a little bit jaded or have turned anti-woke. The left comes across as very inauthentic. And so.
Yeah. Inauthentically supporting, the rights for women and minorities, but, You know, way better than the authenticity of we're gonna go ahead and destroy all Arabs. Yes, very, very authentic. Yeah, no consideration about what's being virtue signaled and how just somebody believing something might make them a little bit better than the people calling for total destruction of peoples.
You're right. Again, I don't want people on the right talking in these identitarian terms. And by the way, that's a big thing that Wick and I talk about in this like so-called woke right? It's like it's literally the exact inverse. It's like straight white men are being targeted and are being oppressed, and we need to implement these different government policies to free the straight white man. And so I resent that stuff. I guess I saw it more as like that's Trump's personality. Like he's just like always throwing insults and jabs and stuff like that. And yeah, like I said, I was desensitized, and I'm. The more we sit here and like go through all these things, like I don't think it's good that I was desensitized. I think that's an issue, and that's part of the reason that I have frustration with the left.
They were so mean that I had to do a bad thing.
I actually agree with you.
A bad thing that I will never take any accountability for, nor will I ever say that I'm against that bad thing, because it's not really that bad.
Democrats do feel inauthentic to a lot of people, and that's something that I think a common theme on Live and Learn is like making fun of people like Chuck Schumer and other people when they are inauthentic.
Oh God, kill me. Murder me.
The people are aroused.
I really appreciate you saying that.
No.
Because right now, what's undeniable, and why I think this conversation, even though people can judge it in the meta level, is helpful, is because there's like 70% within the Democratic Party, put aside disaffected liberals who left the party, within the party there's this disaffectation with the leadership, and it does center around this notion of authenticity, but also in terms of fight and ganas. And you would mention there that like you feel bad, or you feel something that like you were desensitized to some of the bad, or I don't know, the negative traits of Trump. Are you saying that from like a policy perspective or from the accusations? And do you feel bad because you think that some of the accusations are true?
The accusations about Trump?
Yeah, that he has this kind of authoritarian tendency towards him, that some of the stuff is bad. Like, why would you feel bad about being desensitized to those traits if you didn't feel that at bottom, some of these criticisms are actually true?
I do think they're true. Yeah. Like I said, like all of the criticism, I really like Richard Hanania because he kind of occupies this space that I think is really awesome, which is like he came out and like,
which is like race realism and like making sure that Arabs get exactly what they fucking deserve. God, I fucking
I regret my vote. I should have voted for Kamala, and like could have taken the ticket that everyone on both sides does when they like switch over, right? But he's just like too autistic to lie, and like he actually doesn't like the woke stuff, and he actually is like fiscally conservative, in an authentic, like
another reason to hate Trump.
And he hates the terrorists. But
exactly.
He disagrees with you on, right? He disagrees with you that the presidency doesn't matter, right? The reason why he said let's vote for Trump is because he thought Trump would be different, and that seems to be a little bit counter to your notion that that like it doesn't really matter, who cares, right?
Yeah, I basically thought that. Again, I was like caught up in this new coalition of people, and I thought there were going to be a lot of different voices around him. That would moderate. I agree with you about his instincts. Like he's authoritarian, but I would even put that behind just his narcissism. Like he's authoritarian because he has a big ego and power, right? So it's like he revels in taking the power, and so yeah, I agree with you. Again, like,
what's stopping you from joining Richard? Like, what is about Richard's whole article and now recent commentary?
Literally, the only thing that stops her is Israel. Pretty fucking simple, Pisco. All right. All right, it's like really fucking easy to figure out.
Hasn't convinced you?
Econo boy.
Nothing really. Like I just even just the term regret, and again, I don't want to get into too much of a side note with this, but like is a concept that I've thought about separately, like within the realm of psychology, and just like what if it's even really a useful measure. People do what I'm doing now, right? Which is like there's like a sunk cost fallacy, right? And we try to at least rationalize it, like, well, I don't regret what I did, but I learned from it, right? People will say that they don't regret things that were like really horrible and traumatic in their lives, right?
I think Pisco's point is,
notice like how cool it is that she's like psychoanalyzing herself, and again, like, really great shit, just psychoanalyzing herself. Oh, well, when I think about regret, like what I actually mean is like, just, not something I feel about anything I feel, but hey, it's different. It's different. It's me. I'm Tally. Hate these fucking people, man. Can I kill them with bombs, do we think? Probably not. I'm probably better off just going and doing ice because I don't know. I don't have shit to do Moldorm right now.
As much as, I mean, personally, as much as we'd love to see every Trump supporter express regret and then change their votes, regret's not even like a necessary predicate. You know, I think what he's asking is, given that this is not what you expected, this seems to be much worse than you expected. I mean, even fuck the regret part, just as a practical matter, why not join Richard as a public crusader against the
Did he kill Tally with bombs? No.
Republican movement. Yeah.
No, we're not. It's not intifada.
Perfect time to express your dissatisfaction with the administration.
Kill the past.
You could even say, when somebody asks, okay, well, Tally, do you regret your vote? You could even get into, like, listen, I don't know.
Regret.
Yeah, I don't do regret. What I do know is this is not.
It's not even that I don't do regret, right? It's almost like I don't trust myself to like have a non-biased analysis, right? Like of this type of thing. I think we all, or I at least, have these different, self-protection mechanisms that jump into play. But listen, you make an interesting point. So a few things. Back to the point that I made earlier about me not proselytizing this is like, for example, the origin of the trial of Tali was because I mentioned that I voted Trump, and that surprised people. So I don't walk around talking about how great the Trump administration is. I don't walk around saying how wonderful the things that his administration is doing.
Yeah, you just side with him against the evil lefties who rightfully claim that Israel's gone too far. Yeah.
I comment I tweet sometimes, and when we're having discussions that are topical, which oftentimes they are on WIC TV, I share my input. And I feel like what I have now is instincts that have become a bit more conservative. And I even think about my conservatism as I want to conserve liberalism in more of the classical way, although I'm not exactly a libertarian. But
yeah, I get that, and I agree, because you're saying you're not proselytizing, you're not here for a campaign purpose. You struggled with, you didn't broadcast your vote, and you struggled with it internally. But so putting aside the proselytizing part, why not take Richard's tack and in the future potentially vote for? Don't vote. I'm not saying vote for a Democrat. In the future, are you going to be voting for Democrats or not, or voting for Republicans, or is it going to be more issue by issue? Or do you know what I'm saying? If the choice comes before you again, are you going to?
It's probably going to be candidate. Yeah, I don't know, right? So again, I'm now when it was leading up to the election, I was very much like, the left is headed in totally the wrong direction, and I'm willing to even just take the gamble of what this is. Right now, I'm like, oh, the right is headed in the wrong direction. And again, I make more of a focus on the cultural right. Not that I take issue with a lot of the things that the administration is doing, but again, just like I was seeping up the culture of the left, right? The social cultural influences of the left. I'm really concerned about those on the right now.
Right? Is that correct, Tali? That it would be the people who are in the party, the influencers within the party, not so much the politicians within each party, right? So not so much Chuck Schumer or Biden or any of those people, but it's the people who for example, live and learn, right? For example, people who are the Kyle Kalinskis, right? The all the other culture around it, and same on the right. So you have the people who are I don't know, like you mentioned, the Tucker Carlsons and things like that. It's the culture, and this is the frustrating part, because you guys are well, the policies of the Democrats are better, and sure, yes, absolutely, but a lot of people vote on culture. A lot of people vote on culture, and when they talk about culture, they don't care so much what the politicians say or do. They care how they are treated. They care how they are treated when they go into spaces that are left-leaning or right-leaning. And when they go into space like left-leaning, and then you see miles and miles of chat saying she's a racist, she's a bigot, all she cares about is Israel, kick her off, gang. Do you not think that this has an effect that is far greater than any policy position on influencing people and what they do?
I think we're treating her with respect. I think we're treating her with respect.
You're asking a question of, are they wrong? Right? That she's a single issue voter on Israel. All right? The question should be, are they wrong? The answer to that is no. She is. You're just coping because you've spent an inordinate amount of time. Fuck! I could even do... Oh my god. I could do that. I just don't have fucking magic. Yeah, League is a pathetic wretch. No, this is just his project, man.
Treat her like a human being. We're not coddling
Did
her.
you not hear anything I just said?
Yeah, I understand. The chat stuff, I don't think that Tali would ask for.
Animosity here, boys.
I don't think she would be like, okay, censor your chat so they don't criticize me in the Israel stuff. We're sussing out, and at times, Wick and I have admonished our chats. Me privately, Hutch and I have admonished our chats to be respectful and be kindful, whatever. And when Doobie had that little super chat and said, "Hey, $10, all you care about Israel," I spoke up and I said, she literally said the opposite, that it was influenced by Israel. And so I think that we're being confrontational.
Yes, because she's a fucking liar, Pisco. Okay, and she's a weasel, she's a liar, she's she is a horrible person. And you're just giving her tons of grace because she's Wick's fucking pet. Pisco did not go hard enough on these fucking people back in the day, man. Back when all that shit went down, Pisco should have been fucking, scalping, all right? Like, it's just it's the actual fucking truth. Pisco should have been truly just scalping.
Sense, but I'm trying to treat her as a peer.
You are. I'm not talking about you specifically right now. I'm talking about the culture in your community.
Like to Wick and Tolly, like this is something I go round and round on. I identify with some of the shit that you're talking about. Like I was way more we'll say progressive. Like I still call myself a progressive. I was way more progressive. I was like fully in the tank in like 2019 and 2020. There was more of like a unifying purpose back then. So like
right.
I got along more with people to my left because Trump was this great unifying presence. He gave this kind of clarity. Like there wasn't a lot of discussion about intra-party civil war because he was the threat. I mean, and add on top of that the George Floyd stuff that he just made 10 times worse, the COVID response, and it was just a really intense time, but there was more to get along with. And once Biden was elected, I started really scrapping with a lot of people who, I mean, just like to your point, there are fully psychotic people on the left. They are toxic to left-wing politics. They are not concerned with institutional power. All they care about is moralizing and telling you you're a bad person. And they think that this makes
they don't want power. They want to endlessly critique power.
And these people exist in large numbers in online spaces, and I would assume in activist spaces. So I guess what I would encourage you to do is like what I did is like I say, fuck these people. I fight with these people constantly. But at the end of the day, I'm not thinking about them when I go to vote. Like they have no part to play in my thinking whatsoever. I'm thinking about like, what are the consequences of this election? What can I expect is going to happen if this candidate wins or this candidate wins? You can still fight with these insane lefties.
No,
like, believe me, I do it daily.
Hutch, you're correct. You're correct. That's exactly what we should do and what people should do. But what I'm trying to point out is that that's not what people do. That's not how people vote.
Yeah, fuck them. I'm just saying, like, they should not factor into. I should have not or whatever. Ideally, they would not factor into your decision making.
I hear you, and I.
Yeah, because they shouldn't. You should be able to not be a reactionary if you have an ideology. Unfortunately, most people are, and a lot of people like to cope and say, oh, everybody else is a populist but me. Okay, look at me using my ineffective rhetoric that has failed me before. Wow. Wow. Oh my god, that's so powerful.
Agree with you, and even like I mean, it's not hatred from people online that motivates me. It's really not. And so this is where, like, I was talking. Wick gave me a therapy session earlier today. I was really stressed about this, guys. And I have a parasocial relationship with Hutch, right? Because I watch your stream, and I knew that you would relate to like some of these things. And I guess like what I keep trying to emphasize, and I know I'm not doing a good job of it, and also it's not satisfying what I have to say. But it's not just that I am turned off by people on the left, which I am very turned off. I think about things differently, and that is not just vibes. Like Econoboy, when you were saying like, oh yeah, and like, the right is doing, the right is doing these awful things, and the left, like, yeah, some of them care too much about equity, but it's not just some of them care too much about equity. And yes, I hate the virtue signaling that goes on the left, and they do it on the right too. And Richard Hanania has talked about, he's calling it vice signaling, and that's exactly what's going on, right? It's like who can say the most crass thing, and there is this social pressure to like not respond in any type of way of offense. You don't want to be the cuck in the situation, you don't want to be the shit lib. And so there's a similar thing going on in the opposite direction that is very disturbing on the right. But so while I resent all of that going on the left, it's not just, yes, people
who's talking Dems, no tally bots
who advocate about, whitey is so
Don't
bad
do that
and we
to
live under the
Dems,
patriarchy and all
evil.
that. I do believe that a lot of this more extreme sort of postmodern left-wing academic jargon and theory did make its way into the greater liberal left. And it's not a condemnation. Like, again, I think there's like good intentions for some of these things. And I think I just think about some of these things differently. So it's not just that people are saying these things. I do feel like the way that what you believe about the world influences like how you try to attack things, right? So if you believe that there is like pervasive systemic racism, you are going to be continually trying to fix and point at all of these different things until you get.
Yeah, it's almost like there is pervasive systemic racism, especially in the single country that you care about, Israel.
The outcomes that you believe should happen. I don't believe that humans are blank slates. I don't believe that we're ever going to achieve that type of demographic representation, and I don't think it's something we should strive for. I don't think it's where our policies should be put, and that is a focus on the left. We saw like the things that people point to, and those are the extreme ones, but like during COVID of like prioritizing different loans or prioritizing access to the vaccine, like I don't think these things are good. And I mean, with the vaccine, I guess that's sort of a different conversation because we're
fuck yeah, man.
There were various groups that were deemed to be high risk, and there are like reasons, right? Why? Anyway, but yeah, I think like if you believe that the reason that there is inequality in society is because of sexism and racism, you're going to implement policy as such. And I don't believe that those are the reasons for these differences in society. And so
These people that you're talking about, though, I mean, do you not feel somewhat comforted? I mean, a lot of people in chat would be upset about this, but like, do you not feel somewhat comforted that the party does seem to be moderating? That it does seem to be kind of moving away from the sort of like...
It's not. Shockingly enough, Hunch was wrong with this analysis. They aren't, in fact. They're actually realizing that the voters do not want that. The voters, by and large, are against this shit. Okay? They are against this fucking middling bullshit. All right? And they want moves. Yeah, it's a Link to the Past randomizer, so. What happens if I do this? Nothing. Oh, well, alright. There's one more spot I can think of checking. I don't think we can get anywhere further in whatchamacall. Eastern Palace without, I don't know. I mean, we might have to just like do this like all swordless. Wouldn't that mean Tally was right? About what? That Tally was right that it moved to the left? Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, if you want to say that. But, like, you know, her saying that she moved away, like, they moved further left. No, like, I think the Democratic Party is choosing more left candidates now, but at the time that this was out, less so. There was definitely a lot of evidence the other direction. That's a thing. I have no idea. Can we go up that way? Can we get up to the... Can we get up to the mountains up there with the snap hook? Maybe? Try that. But yeah, like, the whole, like, they move to the left is, like, also a hyperbolic statement. When, in reality, she doesn't mean that they moved to the left or anything. What she means is that they stopped slurping on Israel and just smoking that Israel pack.
What you might call like peak woke era, like
she
the
just
2020
lies.
stuff.
Okay.
We saw Kamala herself, like you mentioned, like she ran a totally different campaign in 2024. She was not running on the sort of rhetoric that she was running on back then.
But you didn't buy it, right? It was you know, that was your tally.
It was inauthentic, and I think so. So I don't know if her walking back on the identitarian stuff was inauthentic. I found her to be inauthentic. Again, like when Econoboy was talking about, there was this one campaign of joy. Like, well, yeah, I know they kept using the word joy a lot, and joy was in their branding, but it didn't feel very joyous to me personally. So that felt contrived and inauthentic. But I don't really know what she thinks, right? Like, it's hard for me because I'm going to go on a little tangent here. I don't know what Kamala Harris specifically thinks about identitarianism. If she never really believed it, let's say she was virtue signaling in 2020 when she was talking about all of these more woke or whatever extreme things. If she never believed it, then I would have appreciated some acknowledgement of that. You know, like,
where do I go? Where do I go? Do we just go back to Eastern Palace? No. No, we go to Sand Palace, because we can open up Sand Palace. Yeah, Desert Palace.
Or if she changed her mind, right? Like, that's sort of like the sanity check that I need, you know, is like an acknowledgement that these things are actually wrong and not helpful, and not just, I'm going to say it if I think it helps me to be elected, and I'm not going to say it if it doesn't. And
well, it's not, like, helpful to side with Israel. That's for fucking sure at this point. You know, she kind of fucked herself over there, you know. Kind of fucked yourself over there, but, you know, that's not, like, what we can literally just say. You know, as Talia has said, she is a Israel voter. Okay? She just is. It's fucking insane, man. All right.
You just take that one step further. So when I say I don't know what these people think, when I was first coming out from the left and whatever and talking about this stuff, there was a lot of people on the right, especially, or disaffected people from the left, who believe that essentially this is all, they're very conspiratorial in how they frame it. Like, oh, none of these people believe it, right? Like, yeah, right. And so there's plenty of conspiratorially minded people on the left too.
Yes.
And right. I have real issue with them. But so there are people who believe that, like, oh, no one on the left actually believes this. They're doing it cynically to gain power because they know that having these, so like, victimhood gives you social cachet. I believe that's something that's like true, and we need to acknowledge like this idea that like, you know, black people and women and gay people and trans people like have a harder time getting jobs and getting accepted into these places where actually oftentimes there is an incentive to hire people from these marginalized groups.
Like, it's just right-wing talking points. You can never convince me that she's not just a Republican. It's just like, oh, dude, like, you know, look at what the gays are doing, and look at how like easy it is for them to like exist and everything. Notwithstanding like the absolute boot that's been put on all sorts of individuals' necks during the Trump administration, both times, you know. But hey, it doesn't affect her, so why would she fucking care, you know? Small key. I don't know if I can use that.
I feel like we're just like not living in reality, and I would appreciate a reality check.
I take your point about authenticity, but like I want to propose something different for you. Like we should fully expect that. Like it sounds like you're looking for a politician that you want to get a beer with, and you like fully respect them, and you want to connect with.
Why
them.
is Talibot still a thing? Because Wick keeps trotting her out, and she's part of the many evil women of DGG who are being used to make Destiny's point that no, in fact, it's totally cool that he, you know, did that thing to those girls. Okay, that is currently where we're at. She is part of the Food Shop's Wick covenant, so to speak. Okay, Ocarina, cool. I can go to the mountain now
on a more like human level, but. Politicians will shift with the political winds all the time. That's just a function of democracy. Like
the other evil woman of DG is also Rezi's daughter. Yeah, there's like two other ones. Okay, there's two other ones too, and yeah, man, they all really fucking hate me. They hate me a lot. It's super cool, man. Stardust isn't a woman.
I personally don't care that Barack Obama ran on anti-gay marriage in 2008, and by the time the Supreme Court decision came around, it redefined the party, and now we have a totally different party now. This is just a function of democracy. Like,
Trump himself does it. JD Vance. I mean, these are just to really put a point on that. That's not exclusive to the left of the Democratic Party. I would argue in many ways the Republican Party is much more inauthentic. Trump changes positions all the time.
It's a politician thing. Yeah, it's a politician thing. Well, and it goes to the conversation that was started here criticizing like all the right wing rumbling about the big beautiful bill, and then everyone just like falling in line. So I agree with you. This is a politician problem. And again, I'm not a Republican. Like I didn't get pushed out of my activist circles and go run to the right. Like. I hope you can appreciate that much. Like not that you need to give me fucking cookies, but like there are a lot of roads that
they're
people
baking
take.
right now. They'll be done in about 5 minutes. This wasn't
an overnight thing. This wasn't an easy thing for me either.
No,
really not an.
No, I understand. The reason I'm just bringing up the Republican, because you did vote for the Republican in this last. See, I took what you said to heart earlier, which is that, at the end of the day, you made a protest vote a negative decision. Which one was worse in your mind? And I take that at face value. I'm not even trying to build an affirmative case for the Democratic Party for you, because clearly the last time you voted, it was about who was worse. And that's how a lot of people, and Wick even acknowledged it, that's how a lot of people.
Doc-Bringer just called you a pussy today on Aiden's stream, but trustworthy with people's secrets. Oh, I know. She called me spineless because I didn't become a wretched fucking spurg. Who is incapable of having self-motivating desires and instead needs to have somebody react to them in order to find any value in this world. Like Duckbringer does, which is why she has allied herself with anybody that will give her a platform. I'm spineless because I wouldn't let her come on my stream to embarrass herself.
Whoa. What I'm trying to
I know.
explain...
You can handle her? She doesn't need to be handled. She's a fucking adult. Okay? She's a fucking adult, and guess what? Put everything together. Paints a picture.
I will let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish. But I don't understand.
I already talked to Ballman. Acreal. He only had 20 rupees on him. Okay. We're gonna go talk to Mountain Man now.
Like worse without relation to better. Like worse is a relational term and better is a relational term. And I don't actually understand the notion of something being worse without something else being better. Like it just seems like those words are relational. And so I don't actually understand that.
Yes, that's just like obvious though, right? People talk about voting for the lesser of two evils, right? And you could argue that the Donald Trump administration is much more evil than the Kamala Harris administration.
So I think it's kind of weasel. I'm not saying you're weaselly, but I hear people like Ryan Malali, shout out Ryan Malali.
That's options not to talk about.
Say this term, I know. They deserve to lose, or they're the party that like, and they.
I know. But the thing is, Boy, do I like them crashing out and getting called a pedophile over and over again. That's pretty cool.
Cast it in this kind of negative language as though deserve to lose or any of this kind of like it's a negative decision having to do with who is worse. Like worse and better are relational, and so saying that someone deserves to lose just feels like, well, someone else deserves to win. It's relational to something else, you know?
Right, and that's to touch on again Pisco's point there. That's why I wasn't accusing you of being a Republican. I was just saying when you were talking about inauthenticity, I understand your point. Kamala Harris did a 180 on a number of different issues. She was pegged as inauthentic throughout the campaign. What I'm trying to point out is, as you consider contemplating, voting in the midterms in the next presidential election, is that the Trump Republican Party is inauthentic itself, just objectively so. We could give you a list of policies where Kamala Harris flipped and Trump has flipped on more policies. Trump flipped on H-1B visas recently with Elon Musk. He used to oppose H-1B visas, and then his biggest donor was like, "Fuck you! If you go after H-1B visas, we got a problem." Trump's like, "Oh, I love H-1B visas." He's done it time and time and time again.
Yeah, based. I was on the Elon side of that feud on the right.
right.
Yeah.
Of the two options, yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, because I'm pro-immigration.
No, because you're a fucking monarcho-fascist who wants to ensure 1 million fucking years of genocide for your people and them to be able to do what they want with impunity. Yes. Yes, Tally. We know. We know.
Again, that's the thing too, is like, yeah, I don't know.
You vote for Trump, you're pro-immigration. You didn't care.
I'm pro-legal. I'm pro-legal immigration,
okay,
right?
No, you're
That's
not.
the obvious, easy thing to say right there. And I am pro-legal immigration, and
You're
I have
not.
lots of immigrants in my family, and as many people probably know.
From where? Where are they immigrating from, Tally? Real quick, just out of curiosity, where did they immigrate from, Tally? Just like, just humor me, okay? Just humor me for a second, all right, Tally? Where do they immigrate from? Just saying. Think about it.
Immigrants tend to also resent people who they view as like skipping the line or making things more difficult.
That's
or
fair.
whatever.
If you're pro-legal immigration, are you aware that Joe Biden naturalized like 2 times as many immigrants than Trump did during his first term, and that Stephen Miller doesn't want to just limit illegal immigration? He wants to explicitly limit legal immigration as well.
Yes.
Like, I'm not
and
sure.
there are, and again, it's like this is back to. So I agree with you, and this is where like I wish. No one's gonna like this. No one's gonna like this. Did you guys watch the Destiny and Ben Shapiro?
Yes.
I never watched it.
Yep, on Lex Friedman. On Lex Friedman.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I like Destiny and I like Ben Shapiro, and I kind of joke like those are two people that I watch. Now,
Can we square the circle how you can like Destiny and Ben Shabibi? Okay. How do you like Destiny and Benji? Okay, how do you do both of those things? Not our Benji, I'm just saying Benjis in general. Okay, how do you manage? It makes a lot of sense. Well, it does. When you think about a certain tiny little nation, okay? All right, a certain tiny little nation.
How?
I relate to Destiny more. Whatever. Some of the stuff that Ben says, I'm just not that aren't
everything
my...
Destiny stands for is counter to Trump. And
I know.
But so then, in what sense do you relate to Destiny more?
I'm trying to show you the nuance. Well, things I like about Destiny.
Yeah, in what sense do you relate to him?
He's authentic. He's no bullshit.
Yeah, she likes fast-talking fucking freaks who don't actually say anything at all. All right? Literal, the most corrupt fucking spam. That's what she likes. That's what she wants. More of that shit.
He is... I feel like he's a classical liberal. So, okay, sorry, that was the point that I was trying to make. Is right in the introduction of that conversation. I didn't watch it recently, but so I'm not.
That's
crying
not
exactly
Freaks
what they said,
Bayville.
but it stuck out to me so much. Was the first question to describe their political worldview or something, and it was almost identical. And so when we're talking about the people who want to limit legal immigration, there's a real strain of that on
Eastern Palace? Because I don't have a fucking glove, so I can't open up Dark World. I think we have to go Eastern Palace. I think that's the only place. With Hammer, it should be a lot. It should be possible, but not completable. I don't actually know if we have items there to get.
the left, on the populist left. This is something that goes across the demographics, right? There's a large segment of the Black community that is against legal and
Bernie,
illegal
somewhat, yeah,
immigration.
somewhat, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Bernie, there you go, exactly. And so it's like my ideal political coalition. And I know, like, I'm not trying to add third parties and stuff. I don't think that would go over easy or well or whatever. But like, if everyone were to realign, that it were the Destinies and the Ben Shapiros and the people,
but they're
institutionalists and the elitists versus the populists and the anti-institutionalists. Those are the two frames that I'm sort of looking at the political sphere through right now, which again, and I see those on both sides.
Can we use Destiny then as an example? Then what's stopping you from going the Destiny route with respect to your politics? Because, to your point, for the longest time,
I share a lot of politics.
Well, what I mean is in terms, but also like his advocacy and how he voted. Like if you really identify with Destiny, let's use him as a model for your politics in the sense, what is preventing you from voting for?
I like all these people that say they really align with Destiny, but are never willing to let him be a fucking babysitter for their fucking kids, man. Okay? Just leaving your toddlers around him, dude. Just do that.
Democrats, as he's done consistently as campaigning and advocating for Democrats over Republicans, because he also has culture war issues with the left, but he eventually came to the conclusion, and not to Wick's point, I know people, traffic and culture war issues, but Destiny came to the point, it just doesn't matter when it comes time to vote. That culture issues, as frustrating.
Yeah, it doesn't matter when it comes time to vote, but before voting, boy howdy, are we going to make it fucking, like, way worse for fucking everybody involved, man. Before voting, okay, This person is just retarded, I know. That's why I watch it.
And he still has them. When you're voting, the politicians are just objectively 10 million times more important, and the policies are 10 million times more important. So what is keeping you, if you identify with him and your politics identify with him, from taking that step, going like, oh, I can make my culture war case here, but when it comes time to vote, just vote for the better of the two parties. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm asking?
It does. It does make sense. So I should be taking notes here because I keep losing my. It's been a long day for me, folks. It did an overnighter and came straight through here. So, like I said, I share a lot of values and whatever with values. I know Destiny's not seen as the most moral guy around, but I agree with values. He has strongly held beliefs, and so I agree with a lot of his politics, not all of them. And I guess like the difference that I see is like Destiny, he sees himself affirmatively as a Democrat, and this is where again I keep coming back to this is like I just don't anymore. So it's not like the obvious thing, like, so, and for a while, that is what I was doing, was like, I'm going to fight this out on the left. And again, to a certain extent, and I've been told, like, at a certain point, like, when everyone on the left is basically telling you, you are not one of us, there's people who say, oh, well, you can't let other people define your politics. But I think there's some truth to that, which is like,
yes, hold on, if I may.
If we don't want the same things, we're not like, let's go Wick.
Yeah, sorry. I just
go ahead, buddy.
I have to really put the pin in here. If you have every day people saying you're conservative, oh, you hold this position, you're conservative, you're a Trump voter, you're MAGA, you're secretly crypto-fascist. Eventually people are going to be like, fuck it, yeah, I am, fuck it, okay, sure, you're going to call me conservative all day? I'm a conservative now, fuck you. And I think that happens a lot. And when we see Trump's strongest soldiers in your guys' chat, right, saying, oh, she's conservative, she's always conservative, you can never win her back, right? And then you have people saying,
not my chat.
Like, I understand, right, but it's all shared.
I'm better.
I can't tell.
Good. When I rewatch this, I'll be watching from hutches.
But I hear this all the time. It's a very loud contingent. It may not even be a majority, but it's a very loud contingent. They'll be like, oh, they're just conservative. Eventually, people are gonna just believe you. Why? So why do you do this?
Well, let me say that. So I understand what I think is probably the frustration that you guys are feeling with what Wick just said, and I share it to an extent, which is like that shouldn't be enough to make you just like change all your worldview, right, or just like change your affiliation. Which is why I really do want to stress that isn't what happened for me. This was a multi-year process of my affiliation eventually changing to independent, again, not to Republican, right? And so I didn't just become a conservative, but what that did do, what in 2021, everyone telling me that I was far right and all this stuff because Zionism is far right, and God forbid I brought the Zionism thing back. I don't want to open that can of worms, but
well, I was bring it back because you mentioned Ben Shapiro and Destiny, and that's another through line between them. And like, what do Destiny and Ben Shapiro share in common? They both support Israel. So I mean,
no, but so Pisco, you should listen to the interview because again, they do talk really fast. The intro to the interview is them describing their political worldview, and it's almost identical. It's belief in capitalistic free markets. It's belief in individual rights.
It's like liberal versus illiberal. It's like kind of what it boils down to. It's just like
right. It's liberalism and conservatism of conserving liberalism. And so those are the values that I believe are that I hold, core. And do I think that the Trump administration is currently upholding all of those values? No. So should that be enough for me to say I got my vote?
Right.
Like, yeah, maybe sure.
Yeah, but Talia, I think I just want to spin a little bit. That is not that doesn't really mean very much, right? Like that's a very meaningless, I think, type of agreement to have with someone, at least for the most part, right? Now, if I'm having an abstract discussion with somebody and they say like,
wait, what's a meaningless
agree?
agreement?
I think it's extremely meaningless that Ben Shapiro and Destiny have, generally speaking, a classically liberal worldview, as you described it. The reason I say that that's meaningless is because, for instance, in many respects, if I call myself a Christian and someone else
I don't think I get another. I need arrows to get through to the final boss here. I don't think we get another fucking item before that. I think.
Calls themselves a Christian, but I'm the kind of like hippie, like Jesus loves everyone and I go to gay pride parades kind of Christian, and you're the type of Christian who thinks we should kill all gay people, then I guess we're both Christian, but like, is that really meaningful? We have such a radically different interpretation and
right, but of course they
didn't
didn't just say like we're both Christian or we're both liberals. They spelled out their worldviews, and when people are doing that, it's in the most idealistic form, right? But and this is the thing too about like Ben Shapiro. Again,
yeah, but what does it even mean? Oh, we're both liberals. We both support liberalism and liberal stuff. What is that even like? What value is there with even saying that in the first place? Like, I don't think that there is one. And I think it's like kind of absurd. This is like one of your defining lines. Free market capitalists, dude. They're just like me. Yeah, dude. It's just mental. Okay, so I can't even do this. I can't even do that. Where am I supposed to go next? Where am I supposed to go next? Like, I have a lot of shit, but I can't get to Tower of Hera. Don't have Mirror. I can't get Dark World access. Again, don't have Mirror and don't have gloves. No, I can. Sort of? Right? Sort of? Oh, I guess Zora too.
Because he is a partisan Republican in ways that I'm not. That he believes in certain things that I'm not bought into. So another thing about like the policy thing, and it's like this is a shortcoming, and it's a really.
It gotta be some random unlock. Yeah, it's gonna be a like totally random unlock. Yeah, because I can't hit any of the bosses yet. I could go to Zora's domain. No. No, I can't go to Zora's domain. I don't have flippers. I can go to Castle, because I have Cloak, right? Yeah, but I don't have Dark World access at all. Right? And there's nothing in Hyrule Forest. You get the flippers in Zora's domain. Okay, man. Like, we're playing a randomizer, buddy. Okay, like...
valid line of attack, but like I don't know enough about everything, right? I mean, with the way that bills are written and stuff, like most senators, most of their committees and stuff aren't even reading all of these things. But so my point being, I'm not just instantly adopting what the right says is a good policy or principle either. Like there are certain instincts of mine that have changed. Like when I was on the left, I supported all social programs with no concept of where the money comes from. And I heard Hutch talk about this, and it makes people very angry. But now I do have that immediate response of how do we pay for this? That matters, right? And so these are things that make me trend in the more conservative direction. But Ben Shapiro, and like maybe I'm going to be Ben Shapiro's strongest soldier. I'm probably his only soldier in this chat over here. But Ben Shapiro, he supports Trump, right? And
you can save and quit to leave Zora's domain. That's not what I even want to do, though, right? Like, I just need, like, progression. Yeah, Gauntlet here. Cool. That's gonna be a small key.
And I think that it was sort of weaselly because he was very anti-Trump in the beginning. And even this, if you guys recall, in the beginning of the 2024 election, it wasn't a given that Trump was going to win. There were people who were pushing, right, for some of the other candidates. And so I think it's funny. I think it's like lame and chickeny that they then just go along with it. But that's also what we're like what you guys are kind of asking for on the left is like, you can talk a big game, but you need to get behind the nominee, right? Whoever it is type of thing, right? Like Mamdani, well, it doesn't matter because he won the primary. And so we need to all get behind him. And I'm not saying that Zoran Mamdani is the same thing as Donald Trump. That's not the equivalence that I'm trying to make here. So I have those frustrations with someone like Ben Shapiro. But Ben Shapiro was calling out the tariffs, like was calling out the Doge efforts, calls these things out in his, which I'm sure you guys don't watch his show. So you might as well just take my word for it.
Yeah, he did. He did call it tariffs. Yeah.
We watched Ben Shapiro, but Ben Shapiro's very identitarian, you know, like, and I think this gets into a super chat.
I don't view it that way.
From Doobie. Well, this is a super chat from Doobie, not my words, his. He says, please accept my...
Yeah, Ben Shapiro, I don't think Ben Shapiro is an identitarian. Literally, the only thing conservatives have is identity politics. That's it. Honestly, the fucking play might legitimately be doing fucking Castle to get to fucking Dark World. That might actually be the play. Fuck. How does this one work? I don't even remember how this fucking room works. Usually, like, you try to skip Castle as much as you can, if possible. You know, as much as possible. It's just, like, never a good time, right? Go.
Here's apologies for my misunderstanding earlier. So first is to Wick. Wick, why shouldn't we shame people who voted for a traitorous rapist who was clear about his intention to gut programs people rely on? If this causes them to double down after an almost 6-month train wreck, they're just voting on vibes and not worth speaking to in depth anyway. You make more progress discussing politics or values at all. Just be chill and play video games. Maybe buy them a couple gifts around the holidays. And this is the part that, about identity. You support a state and ideology that explicitly centers around the Jewish identity. Why is identitarianism?
Yeah, see, Doobie is respectfully, Doobie is obsessed with Israel, and he's made this line of attack against me about like clutching my pearls about anti-Semitism now on 2 different occasions when I didn't say anything in that direction. So Doobie is like an example of the sort of horseshoe of the right and left coming together that I am concerned with.
Yeah, Doobie, right? Doobie is so bad, you know, because he's doing all this like identitarian shit about Israel, you know, like that state that you literally said that you extremely support earlier in this show, you know, like that one, you know, Tally, like this is every conversation with Tally bots. Wick loves this, okay, because Wick is what we would call a Christian Zionist. Wick wants the state of Israel to exist, the temple to be reborn, to be rebuilt, so that way all the Jews can be killed and apocalypse can come as soon as possible. I'm losing it, man. I don't think there's an item in there in those 3. I'm not sure. This one? Yeah, it is. Get out of the way. Whatever.
And by the way, we're talking about the isolationist
later,
sort of growing populist trend happening on the right and the left. People like to see Israel as separate from that, right? And because of what's going on now, and there's a lot of people who like either A, don't care about foreign aid and stuff like this, who say, well, I care because it's my tax dollars. Like suddenly Israel is the one you know, part of the budget that they're concerned about. But B, it is part of that same, in my opinion, it's part of that same strain of isolationism and stuff like that. And so yes, that's an issue that I have, and it does affect me personally as a Jew. And this is a conversation that I'm not really inclined to go down because I don't think it's an audience that's going to be very open to it. But yes, anti-Semitism on the left and the right is a huge concern of mine, big concern of mine.
I think that we're getting like super far flung from kind of what my original point was, right? Which is that
I forgot that this started.
Swerve, quick. We can't talk about this. We gotta go somewhere else. Go ahead, please.
Well, Wick, what were you talking? She changed the subject, not me, Wick. We had a clear through line. I had a very clear question. Okay.
Go ahead.
Now, my question and kind of the point that I brought up was that you said, okay, like I wish that we could live in a world where I guess Ben Shapiro and Destiny were kind of like the centers of the Overton window, because they have the same kind of foundational political philosophy, right, of this, classical liberalism as you would describe it. But the challenge that I have is that was a debate between Ben and Destiny, right? That Ben Shapiro and Destiny have, truthfully, a radically different worldview. I suppose outside of the issue of Israel, which I'm sure that they have some disagreements on that. It's been a while since I watched the debate.
They had a lot of disagreements about that.
Yeah, and similarly, all four of the main hosts on the show, we would call ourselves liberals, but even the four of us have a greatly now.
All right. Okay. All right. Let's look at the spoiler. Let's take a look. Let's look at the spoiler.
Of course, we find a solidarity in at least voting for the Democratic Party, but I don't find that the Venn diagram in an applied and a practical sense between like the type of liberal like Ben Shapiro and the type of liberal like Destiny.
So flippers were in Dark Palace. We got the hammer. We got hookshot. We had not gotten ice rod. I think no, we did get ice rod. What is it that? What are we looking for? That like would have like actually done something? Yeah, progressive sword. Tower of Hera, Swamp Palace, and Ganon. So, yeah, we wouldn't have even gotten Sword until we went there. I guess Pegasus Boots? They're in Thieves Town. We had Fire Rod. Flippers were beyond. What was, like, the next thing? We had Cane of Samar. No, we had Cane of Samar and Cane of Burna. We had the Book of Medora. Gloves. Power gloves? Are they called power gloves? We had Moon Pearl. We had Flute. Progressive glove. I guess bow also. Bow was Light World. King Zora, which we couldn't have gotten to without a glove, and then in Dark World, that would have been bow. Those are bows. So glove, Desert Palace on the boss, which we couldn't have done either. Wait. Fuck. Wait. I'm sorry. What? Yeah, because we got the lamp. So, I was supposed to do fucking hammer strats then on... Uh-huh. I was supposed to do hammer strats to get through Castle Tower. You need a glove for Zora's Domain? I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. I mean, not that that really would have done that much, because even getting, like, the bow, it's like, oh, I would have gotten... Getting the bow, I would have just gotten... That's super weird. Ice Rod was on Pegasus Rocks. Lumberjack Tree for armor. Link's House, Cane of Samaria. I'm gonna be honest, I actually don't know if we could have completed this. Yeah, there's a big rock in the way, but you only need one level of glove. And then after that, you can, like, skip over anything else. Huh. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know how you would have, yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how you go about that. I guess it really would have just been Ganon Tower. Alright, but then we go to Dark World. And we get, yeah, Pyramid Fairy had Bow, which we wouldn't have been able to do Pyramid Fairy. That's weird. Yeah, I guess it really was, you know, just that way through. Playthrough. So this is the playthrough order. Yeah, it was defeat Aghanim. Yeah, it was defeat Aghanim was like the whatever. Oh wait, how would I have gotten to Tower of Hera? I could have gone back route to Tower of Hera to get a sword. Right? Oh, yeah, I guess I could have done that. That's unfortunate. Yeah, defeat Aghanim seeds are fucking terrible. I hate defeat Aghanim seeds. That's unfortunate. That was fun, though. Okay, whatever. Let's close out and just look at this a little bit. Again, this is from like a year ago almost. Like 10 months. Well, no. Actually, it's a year and 3 days. A year and 3 days. You know? So, yeah. Neat. Cool. Okay. How about that? Kel's live. I don't want to check in on Kel, personally. Yeah, remember when Wick got fucking Shenk on? I forgot about that shit. That shit's crazy. That shit's crazy. Yeah, I could have taken the night off. That probably would have been a smarter idea. I didn't really have too much I was like super interested in today, so sorry. Yeah, the Gideon stuff with Himbleton looks interesting. I feel like we've already done it. That's like the only thing, you know. Happy 4th, guys. Happy 4th. You know, play Prey. Don't have it installed, buddy. Don't have it installed. Okay? Don't have it installed. So. Is it a happy 4th? No. No, it's not. It's not. You know, but like, you know, it's just it's 4th of July. What do you fucking want me to say, man? Like, what do you want? You're the sloppy streamer. I know. I'm aware. I know. So I played games. Satiated with that. You know. Yeah, here, Resi. What's this? Why is Elon Musk promoting this? Citizen Vigilante Director versus Mehdi Hassan. I don't know if you noticed the 15 minutes above my head. Okay. I don't know if you've noticed that. But yeah. We did like fucking 11 hours yesterday and 11 hours the day before that. I'm good. I'm doing alright. You know what I mean? I'm doing alright. Like, honestly, I'm considering taking your final 15 minutes away from you right now, actually. I am considering that as well. You know? So, I don't know. No, like I said, there's not like a lot. Like the Gideon shit's fine. Probably look at that video, but I'll probably unless I like find something like really interesting, I'm probably just gonna take tomorrow totally off. So, you know, that's probably what's gonna end up happening. maybe sleep early so that way we can just do a day of arc raiding to celebrate the new season of it, because I just don't give a shit. I'm gonna keep doing it. I love that. Okay, I love that shit, you know. But yeah, I just don't have like a ton of shit that I'm like for today at least. I'm gonna be honest, I'm still kind of zonked from yesterday, right? So yeah, Food Shops is calling for all people to be doxxed, including DGG now, apparently. I'm just like looking at clips of shit that's like people are putting in the Discord, saying the things that I don't think are like crazy to think people have said. Content suggestions? Nah. Nah, I'm not doing the Alishwick dating memes anymore, man. I'm kind of like, it's okay. You know, I hate to say it, it's just like, I think we got what we wanted out of that, you know? This Owlish person seems deeply unwell. You know, if somebody else wants to, like, end them, go ahead, but I don't really think there's enough there to meaningfully call an end, you know? War? Eh. 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 Food shops will keep freaking the fuck out about morale. And me, and everybody else. I know. I'm aware. Worldwide docs sounds bad. Yeah, these are the people we're going against, so. You know, I've talked to, like, some people and just said, hey, you know, I know that this is something you have an issue with, but kind of seems like this one's gonna be for a while, so. Better be honest. I would say anybody in the lib sphere that interacts with anybody involved in any of this, yeah, probably. Like lib left sphere, yeah, you should just you probably have to accept that if you want to engage, you're probably gonna get doxxed. So, thanks, Destiny. Thanks. Oh. So yeah. Anyways. You're just gonna kind of end there. You know? I know there's 10 minutes left, but I've gone on this, like, little rant for a bit. I'll add 10 minutes to Monday. Okay? That's what we'll do. We'll add 10 minutes to Monday. Betrayal? Yeah, I don't care. I can literally sit here and say nothing for like another like 10 minutes if you really want, but just not that interested. So you won't do it. Acting like you'll remember. Yeah, I mean, the whole point is that then I would forget. And I would go, wow, think about all the times that you got way more time. Because I would just dick around. Yeah. That sucks, man. Getting a fucking agonum. Getting agonum seeds where it's like really convoluted sword acquisition and shit is like crazy. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm not actually sure I know how you would get to Tower of Hera through like the right side of the mountain. I actually don't know how that works. I know you can do it. I just don't know how it works, so. Yeah. Anyways. It's not even like, I hate to say it, but I don't even think it's like acting like you'll remember. It's just like, it's 10 minutes. Like, I don't know, man. I feel I've given enough free time in the last month that, like, I shouldn't really worry about it. But I can worry about it. For 9 more minutes. 9 more minutes. 9 more minutes. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah. But yeah, probably tomorrow at most. Um, at most games. Maybe I'll download that Prey thing. Let me see. What do I have anything else that I was like into? I don't think so. There's still the Gabriel Knight games. Still haven't done those. I actually haven't gotten anything on the Steam sale at all. Yeah? Not a thing. What was the consensus on the series of puzzle games? Did it matter? It has an interesting story, but I think we like kind of grazed the surface. Right? Like we didn't actually meaningfully get to any sort of like depth, right? But it's an interesting one, kind of. But did any of it matter? I mean, it depends on like did we enjoy it? Did I enjoy it? Kinda, yeah. Are you supposed to play it multiple times? No, you're just supposed to not miss like, you know, like there's just tons upon tons upon tons of like, how do I even put this, man? Like Easter eggs that you can find. Like the last one that we played, it has like an equivalent amount of puzzles and like Easter egg shit. And like it does also get updated. You know what I mean? It does also get updated. So it's like, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. I liked it. Was it like worth the time? That's a good question. I would say like maybe not worth the time, right? Maybe not worth the time, but you know, we did it. Whatever that means, we did it. You know? So yeah. I guess it's like the same thing as saying, is Dark Souls 2 worth the time? No, that one definitely isn't. But you get through it and you did it. And that's, that's like what you can hope for, you know? Yeah. Cool. I still keep wanting to give it a chance. What, Dark Souls 2 or that game series that I played? I'm assuming Dark Souls 2. You know? I'm assuming Dark Souls 2. Could be wrong. Playing through DS1, the game stopped recognizing my PS5 controller one day, and Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 1's worth it. Dark Souls 1 is, like, super fucking worth it. I think it would be very difficult to say that it wasn't worth it. But, yeah, I would definitely say that it's Dark Souls 1 is worth it. Dark Souls 2, less so. But that's me. That's me. Oh, apparently there is a Snark thing. Destiny put up a video talking about the Snarker problem with Darius. Yeah, J-Stock and Morale are watching it. So interesting. Interesting. Cool. Is the silence like doing it for you, Ak? I'm just like wondering. That is the perfect time to use that thing for the 170 moon. That was horrible. That was like auditorily terrible. Demon Souls more than Dark Souls? I didn't care for Demon Souls either that much. I don't know. I don't really like the die, lose health, game get harder shit. That was like Dark Souls 2 and Demon Souls, you know? Yeah. 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 Something like that. What did you ask? If you were enjoying the silence. Never played Kingsfield. We should use this as an outro song, though. We should use this as an outro song. Okay, I'm gonna dip. We'll be back Monday, definitely. We'll do stuff Monday. But I might take a day just to figure out new shit to do, / do other things. Probably cook a fish dinner. I don't know, we'll see. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for coming out. Thank you guys for the support. Really strong July so far. Do want to like make note of that? You know, so we'll we'll see. All right. I'll talk to you guys later. Be good. Bye.